Yeah, I know there was a YouTube video of it, wasn't it? Like some guy had a slapper device or something, didn't he?
Yeah, but it ain't gonna happen.
Well, I'm gonna. Yeah, you can demonstrate like telekinesis by saying like I'm not gonna move any of the muscles in my hand, but I'm gonna look at my hand and use my brain to make it like rise, right? You just make it up.
Wait, mate, what rise in your hand?
Like your hand, like if you want to prove like telekinesis, you just put your hand on the table and then
You mean raise your hand? You mean?
Or you but you make the claim that like you aren't going to use any of the muscles in your hand or your shoulder to like raise your hand. You're just going to stare at it and use your brain to make it raise.
Right. Okay.
It's with these things.
Wait, was that a question? Sorry. Are you asking me something? Or?
I'm asking you: is it telekinesis, or are you like using your
probably not?
Your muscles
Probably not. Why did you think I thought that I thought it was telekinesis? What?
I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering. Like,
well, wonder no more, sir.
Now I know.
No, knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. I don't know if that's actually what it is. The better one is this. Check this out, guys. EA Sports.
It's in the game. Do you ever play Tiger Woods, like 06, 08 and stuff? I think it's 06. But it's like where they have like the DMX song at the start and like all the golfers dancing. It's a sick intro, man.
I mean, that sounds pretty cool, but I've never played a golfing game. I must confess.
Oh man,
sorry. Plus, EA Sports has become whatever.
Everything is. All gaming is gay. It's only spelled GAYMING now. There's nothing good about new games.
Don't disagree.
Gaming, that's funny, dude.
Yeah. Well, they even call themselves that. You know, gay people who love to play games and shit. It's like a culture. They're like, I'm a gamer. Like GA.
Yeah. Yeah, and I agree with you. That's kind of ruined it in a way because it's like it makes it kind of like they're just doing it for views and how many times they can.
Bro, it's not even on. It's not just the gay aspect. Like, okay, I have the original Xbox. It's not even that old. Like, I put the game in. I just put the fucking disc in, and it takes like less than a minute. I'm in the game. Do you know what I mean? It cost me like $10 that game. Like, I'm talking about, buy this new game for like $80, right?
Yeah.
Now wait 2 hours for it to download.
And then install.
Nah, like I'm not with all that. Like, what the hell? Get out of here.
And then there's not enough. And then there's not enough space, so you got to delete something else.
No, and you've got to be connected to the. You got to be connected to the internet, and then you got to have an email account
for some reason. Yeah. And then you can't sign into a bloody network. You can't sign into it for some reason. And then you change your password, and then it turns out the password was for this other account that someone else has logged into on your PS. I know, mate. I sympathise with you. In fact, I'm starting to feel a little bit depressed. Thanks.
Bro, how did people fall for this? How did people fall for this, man? Like, come on.
Listen. Let's not worry about the horrible, disgusting, ridiculous past, and let's look forward to a bright future together. This is changing. I promise you, this is about to change. Because there needs to be a shift, a fundamental shift in how gaming is done. Otherwise, we are going nowhere. And that is, I think, going to be the key to unlocking, not just looking at, like, it's going to, you know what Apple Vision Pro is, right? That headset thing.
Yeah.
I think we're about to enter that age, but that device is going to be gaming and your phone and everything else that you carry around in your pocket with your phone as well. I reckon we're about to move into that age, and gaming will start to integrate with your real life. And I think that is what is going to make it so cool. I think. But that's the thing. The reason why the reason why it hasn't happened is you need to overcome, I think it's 3 specific barriers for this. One is the actual technology, so you have to get people actually wearing these things, which, is a difficult thing to
They
do.
have.
The second thing is, this is new frontier, right? So you've got to bear in mind, people creating a game that is basically not, what's it called? It's augmented reality, not virtual reality, right? So it augments what you are currently seeing, so that it
Yeah, that's
becomes
dangerous, though.
Why do you say? Because that's interesting you say that. Because you're right.
'Cause it's all-
I'd like to know how.
Yeah, it's all dependent on the user. So it's not it itself; it's the user. Like you've got idiots here, like like you're right, like the future of gaming, but the generation that's gonna be given that, at the time.
Yeah.
These are the TikTok kids, like these are the iPad kids that are like, you know what I mean?
Hey, can you guys
They-
tie
like-
this in? Here, real quick.
This is the hey yo chat. We get like this is this generation.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sorry.
You guys listen up. Can you guys tie this into like some sort of speculation or a topic related to flat Earth?
Yeah, I definitely can.
Just to get the
Definitely
audience
can.
involved too.
Oh yeah. Okay, I'll do this for you guys, because this is okay. Imagine now, right? You are, as we've described, in your sort of regular home or walking out in the street, and you've got this headset on, and everything around you is being augmented to what you want. That means that you could create a world where the Earth is a globe and experience that in this augmented reality. If you had that option, would you do it? Knowing it's not real, but would you do that as a game?
No.
It's fall over. You just keep falling over because of the spin.
But yeah,
No,
it's
it's not
tied into
real.
flat. It's tied into flat Earth because it's like we're living in the current time of the lie. Like everything is based on the same lies: evolution, the Big Bang, the Earth being a globe. This
Sure.
technology, yeah, it's.
But I'm asking if it's only a game in the same way that you jump into another like if you jump into
Well,
a
we can-
virtual reality.
I'll give it to you. So like already we like you can watch videos, like multiple videos of people wearing like a AI or what's it called, like virtual reality in public. Even before the virtual reality, people walking into poles, the amount of car accidents we have because people are on their phone. Like because although you're in a game and it's augmenting the reality around you, like the physical reality doesn't change. So
Agreed. Yeah. So the physical reality doesn't change, right? But what the gaming system, whatever it is able to do is to give you the closest experience to what a globe
but it's
would be.
yeah, but but it's based on what people want. So like, but if that came out tomorrow, right? Like the biggest selling games that everyone be playing would be horror games, GTA,
Sure.
and Call of Duty and shit. Those would be the
Maybe.
biggest ones. Yeah.
But I mean, this is 5 years away at least, so it's not coming out tomorrow. But I'm asking, the question is just, would you just play the game? Would you play the game?
What about this? What if I told you this instead? Like,
Okay.
this would be the same concept. This would be the same concept. They can't get any better than this. Not better. Like they can't improve. It's done. They can't do anything else now. They
What do you
can't do
mean?
anything. Well, like when we had mobile phones, like calls and texts. It's a new thing. It's portable in your pocket, whatever. Then they brought out the camera, so that was like the next. All right, like how many years has it been? Right, actually, how many decades? What is new in the phone now from 10 years ago? What do they have different?
Yeah, very little. That's why I predict that this kind of shift is about to happen, but it will include games, because we started off with how you game. So you're right. The phone that we know and love, is pointless now because there's nothing more you can upgrade. It has to shift.
No, and it's just like games. It's just like games. Like anyone who understands like the joy,
But would
the
you
fun
play
of
that
playing a
game? Would you play that? round Earth game?
No.
From Globe Earth?
No, I wouldn't.
Interesting.
What I'm saying is like
Okay.
they're trying to say like the latest game is worth $150, etc. Because the
F1.
graphics are better. It's done in a different engine. Like, check out this. This scene is amazing from the upcoming game, and it's just about how it's more realistic than the last time. How realistic do you want it to the point that it now just looks like normal reality? That what are you trading? Like, you're not trading. Like, I don't know how to say it. Like,
No, mate, you answered my question. It's fine. You answered the question I asked.
oh yeah, no, I was just aiming that at them, like the world and people, not you.
I got something for this. So there was just recently a skin or something they did like over Call of Duty, and there was like where they filled in. Somehow they made it really realistic. Like they took the Call of Duty combat and then like was able to kind of like draw over it using some sort of AI upgraded graphics card, and then make it appear almost like you're watching a movie, or that basically from the first person's point of view, an actual combat scene. And the person playing it is like this really good video gamer kind of first person shooter. He said it's too realistic. I can't do it. I'm scared. I'm scared shitless. Like, this is horrifying. If this is what combat is like, he's like, I'm stunned. I can't even play the game. It's so horrific.
Good point.
He goes,
That's
I
true.
can't even walk through. Like, he's like, I'm supposed to walk down this road with snipers to my left and my right, mortar rounds coming in. I got an armored vehicle I got to hide behind. I just want to put my rifle down and walk away. You know, it's like, this is crazy. You know, like, and this is what people go through, and we have no idea. You know, other than some body cameras, here and there, but most soldiers don't. I mean, you had combat correspondence during Vietnam, and the government shut that shit down quick.
Are you comparing a globe Earth to a war zone?
Yeah, I mean, if you look, how many hot spots are there? Like global hot.
No, I mean in the game. In the game. You were telling the story about how it's
like say if you fire up this VR headset and it puts you someplace on the Earth. What if it puts you in the middle of Ukraine?
Yeah, and this is
it's
all
a game. It's not real though.
No.
Yeah, but the idea is to capture reality enough that you could not tell the difference.
It's MK Ultra stuff. Like, it's the PTSD. You're going to get PTSD from that. From like, if you're playing a game that's so realistic where you're literally in a war zone, that's the same as experiencing it minus the physical pain. You're still going to get some sort of like PTSD from that.
Maybe. But then don't play it
No,
if
you
you're
will.
sensitive to that sort of thing. I understand what Crit was saying though.
It affects you because if you have, say, like a large number of a population, which it will be, like young teenage boys who are all like on that's going to affect you in your normal life, how they view other humans and stuff, Well,
this wasn't my game. My game was just a game where there's a globe Earth, that's all.
You can play that already.
That's what we're talking about. We're talking about a globe Earth and all of it. All the wonder and glory that goes along with, hey, this is what Earth is like. You could put yourself in anyone's shoes and see what they're seeing right now on the globe Earth. Instead of a fictional character inside some kind of Call of Duty battlefield, you'll put yourself right on boots on the ground battlefield. And
I got a question. I got a question about the globe game though, whatever it's called, the globe game. If if you're saying that you play a game where you experience the world as a globe.
Yeah.
Like, what would you see different in the game?
Good question.
Because I think,
you'd see curvature, obviously.
No, but then I think you're confusing a game where you can just levitate high enough from the Earth. That has nothing to do with living your daily life in a game, but it's based on the Earth being a globe.
No, you're asking for what's different. No, you're asking for what's different.
Yeah, what would you see different? Like, if you were still on the ground.
Yeah.
But where would you see that? What would it look like?
Mate, you're asking me as though I've built this game. It's just.
You're the game designer. You're the game designer. I'm just asking.
I mean, okay, fine. What was the question?
Nah, don't worry about it.
What would it look like? Curvature. Where would that be? Well, I think was what you asked. Well, you'd just be able
I'm
to
saying,
see it, wouldn't you?
You can play game. One game you can do this on is like Ratchet and Clank 3, I think. There's like a mission where you go and it's like done with like, it's like a fisheye lens, you know. So as he walks around, he's on the ball. Like it looks like a ball, him walking around the ball.
That's different though. If that's a fish eye. No. I'm saying a game where it's not a illusion. Well, it is because it's a game, but you can see curvature in the game. You don't need a fisheye lens or any kind of things that would prove that it isn't.
I know you're saying see curvature, but I mean, like, how what would it look like if it's not from the third, like a fisheye view, bird's eye view, sorry, not fisheye view.
Fisheye view.
You can see the ball from up top, but if you're on the ground, like how what does it look like? I don't know. It still just looks like flat ground.
You're asking me about this make-believe game that I've like come up with. You're asking me for details about things. I feel like I'm stuck. I can't go anywhere. What does it look like? What does that mean? I don't know.
All right.
I'll come up with something quick just to satisfy you. Hang on.
Okay.
I don't know. Okay, if you are... Okay, say you can levitate. Seeing as it's my game, I can do anything I want in it. Right, okay. You can levitate, and you can see that it looks like those pictures, but just in 3D, because, you're... Hey, this is supposed to be a fun game thing. Anyway.
No,
it doesn't matter anyway, because you wouldn't do the game anyway. You wouldn't go in the game anyway, so I don't even know why I'm explaining it to you.
No, the way to get... All right, the way to get through to people...
Wait, hold on. Let's try again. So, Geeks, you developed a game. Sell it. What are you selling? What's some of the features? Why should I buy this game?
Slogan.
You can experience Earth with curvature.
Like, what does that look like? Okay, like try. Like,
he's doing the same thing. I don't know.
I don't know what that means. So what do you mean to experience the Earth with curvature?
So for example,
experience the Earth without curvature.
Yeah. Okay. Good shout. Okay. So what it means is you would get into a car. No, get into a boat. Sorry, a car. You'd get into a boat, and someone else would be on the shoreline, and then the boat would disappear at some point, and you would be able to call your friend who's on the shoreline, and they would tell you, "Yeah, the boat's disappeared," like that. Yeah, does that help? I know it's not exactly the most exciting game. I'm not expecting to win any awards. Yeah, but you're kind of putting me on the spot here.
Where's the globe in that?
Hey, I have a question. Would it look like
this? Curvature.
Geeks, would it look like this in the side chat there when you rise up?
Oh God. Okay. Does it look like?
It seems like it's false advertising. You're like, here's a game you can experience a curve, and then you don't. It'd be like, I want my money back. I want a refund.
Well, no, I'd make sure that you do experience the curve, because
like,
that's what the game is.
Where would you experience that?
Well, I just said you'd be on a boat.
Okay, that's a game. That's a boat. That's a game about being on the boat. Okay.
Okay, how about this?
On the globe. I want to be on the globe here. Where's the
Oh no! You didn't let me finish. The boat wasn't just
Microsoft Boat Simulator.
Yeah, exactly. It was pain. It was pain. Let alone boat simulator. Anyway.
This is a logical fallacy simulator.
Well, I'll tell you what is a logical fallacy. Never mind boat simulator. Do you know they've got goat simulator now?
Yeah,
goat simulator.
There's a goat simulator. Yeah. Like Goat Simulator 4. Like they've got multiple versions of this. So where's the Globe Simulator 1? That's what we're looking for. Number 1. Like, and would you play it?
I've got to build it first. It doesn't matter. That was a question. Would you play it? Like, it wasn't
Not
what is it
even
going to
in
look like.
You gotta sell the motherfucker first, because right now it sounds like a boat simulator.
Yeah, here you go.
Change
All right,
boat to
I'll
boat.
tell you what. I'll tell you what.
You
I'll
can
give it. I'll get you.
experience
I'll
the
get you a
globe.
different game. I'll get you a driving game or something. Put this to the.
Okay,
For someone
And I
else.
think you mentioned it was co-op. It was co-op only because you have to have another
you-
player
Mate, your
at the
internet connection is cut
line
off.
waiting for you. I think. Oh, okay.
Mate,
Sorry.
Yeah. Too many people are using it. All right. Well, that was fun. Thanks.
Oh shit! My neighbour must have turned it off for the night.
Never before seen in reality or a game. The globe.
It's like, here, get on this boat. You're like, okay, now what? Now you just drive around in the boat.
No,
Okay,
I didn't say that. I said you go over the curve, you disappear.
Yeah, that's for someone else.
Oh no! So you would have
So
heard this line before, but it's the same.
One
You
person,
guys just got to wait. Oh, sorry. Go.
yeah, say one person's on the boat simulator, and the other person is on the shore simulator, and somehow the two simulators powers combine in the form of geeks.
No, you know what you guys need?
Unity engine, not on. Yeah, go on.
You guys need to just wait like 20 years for when that game costs $10,000, and then you can experience what it's like yourself, and then you'll realize that the Earth's a globe.
I'm not paying that much.
You can do it now. The generality, the majority of the games that you have now in the market are flat plane games. So you can now say that the Earth is flat because you have all simulators that show you that the all maps are flat, all platforms built in games are flat. So, till the moment where they will create that game, that simulation that you are dreaming about, where you can see the Earth as a globe, and your friend will tell you, "Oh, look, the boat disappeared." I agree. Now you can see that that boat disappeared, and your friend in the same game will tell you, "I agree. The boat disappeared in a flat plane, like in reality."
I don't know what's going on right now, but
You're getting owned. You're getting owned.
We're having a vote. We're voting against your game.
I'm aware of that. I'm pretty much.
You're gonna solve the 3-body problem. Your game.
What's that? What's that? All these new things you're throwing at me. Well, it's a 3-body problem.
It's a Netflix series.
No.
All the fun of affirming the consequent in real life now on PC.
Yeah, why wouldn't you play the game? That is a bit weird, actually, that you wouldn't even play the game.
Well, you haven't given the reason to play it. Like, what? Why would I play it? Sell it. You got to sell your game. What does it do?
You know when they do those reviews, and they give the little quotation of like the comment, and they'll say like New York Times, like this game is rat whatever. It's like defies all logic. 4 stars in the New York Times.
Right.
Is it like moon based? There's like a moon based simulator. It's for free. Is that kind of what you're looking at? Like,
if I could do that, if I could get you a game where you could simulate being on the moon, and it's also round, would you play that one?
One small step for the player, one giant leap for gaming.
Would you play that one? Is that a better one? Better idea.
Nah, Mars is the hot topic lately. The moon's boring.
Okay.
We need a Mars game.
So, all right, you play a Mars one if you're on Mars. Would you?
Would I? No, I wouldn't buy it. That's trash.
Oh, it's free.
Would have to come.
It's free. Would you play it if it was free?
No, I don't play any new games, so it's impossible for me to ever play the game. That's why I said no in the first place.
That's
right.
If you have the necessary hardware, just go and play Star Citizen.
What's that?
For all the
Bastard people.
for all the boy and girl NASA fans at home, we're not smart enough to go to the moon and Mars at the same time. Just one at a time. Either or.
Wait, what?
Take a pick. Take a pick. Moon or Mars, not both.
What?
We're not technically advanced enough to do both. It's one or the other. Either we're going back to the moon or to Mars. We can't do both.
Arizona desert or Devon
Why
It
not?
depends who you are.
Well, yeah. Why not? Why
It depends who
can't
you
we
are.
go to-
Some will go there in a nanosecond.
Why
I've just
not?
never heard this. I've never heard this. No, sorry. Go on.
Why not? Because we can't print enough money fast enough. That's why.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mm.
So it's possible.
I think it was
It's just about money. Okay.
I think they had the money, but they couldn't make the launch like off the ground or something.
To where? The moon.
The moon. Remember, they had all the money and stuff, and the rocket was ready. They just couldn't launch or something.
When?
You gotta get to the moon.
He's talking about Artemis 1.
There's no space.
It took a long
Yeah,
time.
they could. No, but I'll tell you, it's a secret. It's a
Isn't it
secret.
40 years ago or something?
No. The most recent one, like where they said they're going back to the moon, and then they failed to launch, and then something else happened. But what happened is they didn't realize, like, this is a true story. They were originally going to say, like, let's fake another moon landing. They thought it'd be beneficial with, like, all the stuff that happened. But, like, during that, they were like, holy shit, we did not think this through, because if we fake a moon landing, like, it's not black and white analog TV anymore. We're like, we have to show this in ultra high definition, and they realized that, like, they wouldn't be able to do that. So that's why I didn't
That's
have
right.
What?
That's why all their videos look deliberately bad. They have to make them
How'd you know all
deliberately
this?
bad.
How do you know all
It's
this? This is a bit suspicious.
inside. My uncle works at NASA.
I see. So your uncle works for this government-funded space place, does he?
Yeah, you're allowed to work at NASA. You don't have to do anything. You just go get a job there.
You better
Tried
not
to
be
get
trying
through there. They said there was no.
He's a
Tried to get
janitor.
through
Like,
there. There was no space.
He's a
he
janitor.
cleans the toilets. Yes.
Yeah, okay. I thought you were going to say like it was an engineer or something. That's how you.
No,
He
he
all of this stuff.
He overheard a couple of the guys.
I see. Okay. Well, NASA lies, doesn't it? So.
Might not be the most popular person in the topic right now, but I just posted a documentary there, and you'll notice from administration to administration it goes back and forth. They're going to the moon, then the next administration it's Mars, then the administration after back to the moon, then the administration after back to Mars,
Right.
and they keep
Hold on. You are right, because with Biden, it was the moon. That didn't work out. And now Trump's thing, now they're doing Mars again. Yeah.
You gotta set up a launch pad on the moon and then launch from the moon to get to Mars.
Yeah. I think that's part of it.
That would cut costs, maybe. I don't know.
Talking about
What we got to do is ignore any and all problems right in front of our face and focus on going somewhere else other than here. That's what you got to do first.
But still, you're talking about them going somewhere. But you don't remember that your grandfather paid the taxes to found those agencies. So you pay and you pay the taxes to found those agencies, and you never saw that outer space. You never visited that outer space. You will die, and you will never see it, and you will keep paying the taxes till you die. You never benefit from that outer space. It's been 60 years.
This is the worst birthday ever.
It's been 60 years is now. going to die one day.
Yeah, just imagine the plane having a plane, and you're not allowed to go on a plane.
You are
mate, you're kind of killing the vibe, mate. I mean, what the hell are you doing?
I'm telling you that you just pay them for something you will never benefit from.
Okay.
Been 60 years. You never
should be
seen
in
that outer
school.
space. Your grandson will never see the outer space. He will hear about that shit, and he will pay the taxes like his grandfather did.
You mean me? I'm the grandfather.
And he'll pay the taxes like a little bitch, like his grandfather, the bitch, did.
Why? I don't understand.
Exactly.
Why are people paying taxes to go
Still,
to space? Well, that doesn't make
still,
sense.
His bitch
he,
ass
he's
granddaddy
paying.
did.
He's paying taxes, and he is proud of that, and he is here defending those who is paying too.
Hey,
What the
listen,
Oh,
fuck
this
is?
is
look,
what
What
I
is
said.
going on? What is
I'm
going on?
happy. I'm happy about that shit. They talk about space. I never seen space. I
What
never
is
This guy,
seen
what?
bro.
space. I will
It,
never see it ever. Only in pictures and in
oh
screens.
yeah. Oh, we got it. We got it. What's going on? What the
Wait a
hell
sec.
is going on?
Wait.
Where's
If
he
you can't,
from?
if you can't take Muhammad to Mars, you know what to do.
What
You know
the
the
hell? Is this some sort of clandestine secret agency and you're talking in code or something? What?
Mm-hmm.
What are you're all talking about going to the moon and Mars? Well, we can't do it. That's exactly what an agency would say when they are going. Yeah, I'm on to you.
What?
Yeah,
Listen.
someone
They did it
asking
50 years
too
ago.
many questions, are they? Someone poking around a little too much, are they?
They did it 50 years ago, but the closest thing they have to proof of it is the
Yeah.
footage of that. The footage.
And
This is
what are you talking about
done.
the
This is,
moon again?
and
Are you talking about the
some
moon?
fossilized
yeah,
wood.
this is
They
done
said,
on analog TV in black and white. You
yeah,
can't fake this stuff anymore because it has to be done in like ultra high definition 4K, whatever, and it's much
Why are you shouting at
easier.
me? I didn't make it. I didn't make. Why are you shouting at me?
I'm
they
not
said,
shouting at you.
Oh,
they
right.
said that
Oh,
they
well, they
sent
brought
some.
moon rocks as well, apparently. So
No, fossilized wood. I just said that, and some fossilized wood.
They said that
again,
they sent
you
some.
think that I'm the one who brought it back? It wasn't me. I'm just saying what I read.
That's what I read too. Fossilized wood. They brought back fossilized wood and gave it to the Dutch Prime Minister from the moon.
Why the Dutch Prime Minister?
Fossilized or petrified? I forget.
How is it wood on the moon?
It's not that it was.
Because
It's not that it was the Dutch Prime Minister. They gave a moon rock to every representative of every country. It was the Dutch that tested it and found out that it was petrified
they're
wood.
the only ones that
Geeks,
tested
did you just ask how was there wood on the moon?
Well, I mean, a little while ago.
Bruh.
Yeah, he did.
Because they said they said it. They admitted it to it being wood, and they said it must have been
So
from like
it's
explosions billions of years ago and
no,
shit.
dude, I'm just kind of flabbergasted for a second. It's easier
I
for you
know.
to jump to the conclusion that they found a fossilized piece of wood on the moon than it is for you to assume that they gave them a fake rock and said this is from the moon.
Fake wood, you mean? Fake fossilized wood?
Well, it's not fake. I guess
Fake-
it's fossilized, but fake moon rock. It's not
No,
from the moon.
that is fossilized wood. They
Bro,
said it's
there's
fake.
the moon is
Sorry.
not made out of wood.
What?
I think we're on the same page there, mate.
It's yeah.
I didn't say it was made of wood.
Maybe because when the moon separated from the Earth, it took with it some trees and tree trunks, and it just fossilized there in space with those millions of years.
Yeah, that's possible.
I was joking.
It's possible.
I mean, I was joking as well. I don't actually think that the moon's made of wood. You keep talking about the moon being made of wood.
You troll.
I was just being polite.
No, for real. Why would they send a fossilized piece of wood to somebody? And, like, how are you going to get that confused? Is my point. It's not like they would have a pile of fossilized wood next to a pile of moon rocks and mistake one for the other.
At NASA, yeah.
They just thought it was like they just thought it looked like good.
Where do they get this fossilized wood from then? Earth, obviously, but where?
Wood from trees.
I
So
think
they
because
just got
at
a
that
load of
moment,
fossilized. Sorry.
From a fossil tree.
Yeah, I
I
was going to
think
say
because,
trees. That's all well and good, but we're talking about fossilized wood,
It's a
so
tree.
it's been dead for I don't know
I,
longer
I,
than a day. So
It's from the Ice Age and stuff when the dinosaurs died.
I think that
right.
they brought that fossilized wood. It's because it was at the time where they couldn't just try to detect what is that in reality and try to do analysis to see if it is a fossilized wood. And they knew and found that it is a fossilized wood years after that, when they had that technology to detect and see what it is. So when they got that fossilized wood, they just had in their mind, oh, they won't know what is this. It's just fossilized wood. It's not like earth rocks. So they
Moon
will
rocks, moon
say,
rocks,
yeah,
moon
they will.
rocks.
No, it's not something like earth rocks. So if you take just an earth rock, you will know that it is a rock. So if you take a fossilized wood, so it's a rock, but it's not an earth rock. So
No
you
one will
won't
know.
know.
Yeah, they'll be like, wow, this doesn't look like a rock.
Yeah,
Looks like
it's
wood.
not
Looks
rock.
like wood. There's no wood in the moon. Must be a moon rock.
Oh, here we go. It's first documented as early as 1851, the 1800s again. Petrified wood.
What?
The
What?
petrification process can
We went to
occur.
the moon in 1851.
No, it's just the 1800s thing again, where everything's found or made in the 1800s.
And
Well,
petrification.
no, what about the fossilized wood though? You said, fossilized
Your
wood.
fossils can occur much more rapidly than you
Because
expect. It,
I don't think there's anything called fossilized wood. It's all called petrified wood. I
yeah,
don't know if
it's
that's the same
petrified.
thing. Yeah.
Sorry,
Either way,
I was
it's
following you.
organic matter replaced with minerals. It's the same
Gotcha.
process. Either way, it's kind of like the bones type thing. There's no bone there. It's stone. It has been replaced. It's gone. If it's
Okay.
been fully
Mm.
turned into a fossil or fully fossilized. But
Right.
I don't
no, these
even know
things
if
can
fossils are a
mineralize.
thing, bro, because all the fossils is all bullshit, like fossil fuels,
Petrified. It's
fossil.
petrified.
Dude,
Petrified.
part of it's the story is way off. They can mineralize far quicker than people think.
Mm.
Yeah. Petrified. That's like scared.
I was petrified.
Yeah.
That song. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I was talking
apparently
to
that no
this
one
the
even.
quantum eraser earlier. Like I think it was yesterday actually. Speaking of quantum eraser, he's loud, isn't he? Bloody hell.
He is back in form.
Oh, you
He's back. He's good.
He is
He's like
back in
the way I
form.
remember him.
What do you mean back in form? Did he take a hiatus or something?
I think he was losing his touch. Like he was a bit focused on some other stuff for a little while. Now he's back on track.
I think it was with the feminization of it, because I don't know if you're in that server, but like I don't know if you know when they had that shutdown. Like it got shut down for like 3 days or something. Do you remember that? Or you don't remember that? Something happened anyway, and then after that, they were all like big on these rules about like not swearing and all this other crazy shit. I don't know.
You mean over at FED?
Yeah, I don't know though. It's just weird. Like I used to like listening to Quantum Eraser like swear and shit, you know. And then they were like, "We're not allowed to swear here." So fuck. What the fuck?
Yeah. The YouTube thing's a bit iffy too. Like they're trying not to swear so much on YouTube as well because they record and stream to YouTube.
Yeah, but what I don't get is like you're allowed to swear on YouTube, like.
I think you got to tell them. You've got to like.
It's demonetized.
There's allowances, but you got to tell them. I don't know. It's
well,
you got to tell them how many times you're going to swear and stuff during your stream. stuff like
Well, I
that.
think it's like
don't know.
any rules. Like when you start like just following the rules and then
Well,
saying that
offensive
we
does
all.
not equal offensive. So one offensive thing may not be the same carry the same weight as another offensive thing. And when people feel comfortable just saying whatever, and then they're going by their own, sorry, I had to call their own measurement of what is offensive, it ends up causing problems. So it's best for everybody to just kind of keep a certain standard. And all like the censorship's wild, so nobody knows what the hell these people are going to do or if they're going to change their damn rules next week.
$50 ago, no problem. 3 guys walked around up there, knocked a golf ball around. Today, we can send a fucking thing up there with some mannequins on it to circle it a few times. That's about the best we can do. Oh, only CGI images, not live feed all the way through. Sorry, guys.
We were promised
We're
the Jetsons.
controlling 3 rovers and a chopper on Mars, 140 million miles away, but we can't have a 4K live feed of the fucking rocket going around the moon with the mannequins on it. Sorry, can't do it.
Wait, they have a chopper there? I thought they just had a remote control car.
We got a drone.
No, on Mars they got 3 rovers and a drone, not an actual chopper, but a drone, kind of like a chopper, you know. Get to the chopper.
It's crazy.
Best part, mate, they're controlling that shit from 140 million miles away, but 40, 100 feet from your modem. Sorry, your Wi-Fi is going to drop. Sorry, can't help you there.
How come we don't get like regular updates on this stuff? Like beautiful scenes from Mars, from the Mars rover, like.
Where's our 24/7 live feed of the Earth spinning in space from the moon? Oh, can't do it, sorry. We need another billion. We're going to experiment on lettuce on the ISS. Thank you.
No, it's because all the satellites like are geostationary and stuff, so they're moving with the Earth. Like the moon's rotation lines up exactly with the Earth's rotation, so you never see the other side.
It truly is pathetic. It's the worst RIO. There is no RIO. There's no return on the investment at all. Nothing. We get nothing for what they...
I get nothing. Well, scientists in Australia use seismic waves. They studied seismic waves, and they figured out that the Earth has a most inner core. It's called the Earth's most inner core, and it's shiny, and it's mainly made of like iron and with seismic waves. They just looked at the paper like the like that, and they figured out it was shiny. Yeah.
So seismic waves can show you the brightness of things.
Not so much the brightness, the color. Like it's shiny like silver, not like
Yeah, the
gold.
color.
Like it's actually silver as well, like shiny and silver. Yeah,
With seismic waves, you can see colors.
They can. It's not me. I'm not a
They can. A
scientist.
human. I'm talking about humanity. So
Yeah, but
with
they're
some technology,
scientists.
using seismic waves, you can see colors of things.
Australian scientists apparently can. I don't know.
How?
Well, they said it on the news.
Okay, but they said how? Or they just
Nah.
repeated the
Well,
story?
they did. They did. The how was with seismic waves. They don't say how they use these seismic waves to determine the color. They just tell you that, like, they use.
And you know that seismic waves, it's not something. A wave is just the vibration or the movement of the medium itself. So a wave, a seismic wave, is that wave
Yeah.
that you have on dirt. So
No, but they weren't.
a vibration, a wave on dirt can show you. If you
But they're not
just
looking at.
tap the ground with your foot, you can put some detector that can show you the color of the sand that you are in.
No. They weren't looking at the actual seismic waves. They were looking at the paper, like, you know, the needle that like draws on the paper.
Okay, those.
So after they had the paper, like the big sheet, like they looked at that, and somehow like they can see that it's silver and shiny.
I believe this is metallic.
They said it, not me.
Right. The article I found said it's a metallic inner core. So if you're saying metallic means shiny, and so therefore they said shiny, that's different.
Oh no, they said shiny, word for word.
Do you have a citation? Because the one I found
I'll
does not
find
say
the
shiny.
video. Well, it wasn't the site. It's the. I mean, would you call the video citation like the news report and
Yeah,
the
that's fine.
scientists
Yeah,
themselves?
that's fine.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'm fine with that. And now, like if you're saying,
Sunrise.
if you were to look at it, it would be shiny. That's different than saying we
Yeah.
observed it as being shiny.
Oh,
You
okay.
use
Yeah.
vibration to know what is the metal that you are testing. For example, if you know the frequency of that metal, where that metal can resonate with specific frequencies. Yeah, rocks also. Yeah, color. That's something else. That's something that you can't know without optics. The
I'm trying to
only
find it,
thing
but
that
I'm
can
not having any
distinguish
luck.
colors is optics. The only unique thing that can distinguish colors is optics. So you can use
Right.
optical instruments to just know the color of the thing that you are testing or analyzing.
If I detect a nugget of gold in you, for example, if some kid swallows a gold rock and I use an X-ray and say, look, that's a gold rock inside him. We've analyzed it. This is the piece of gold that's inside him. If you were to look at it, it would look like a piece of gold rock. So I can say what something is, and then I can compare it to something we do have optical measurements of, and say what it would look like. That's okay, right?
You can't know if it is purple gold, white gold.
Sure you can.
Like platinum, for example,
Sure you can.
or
Platinum, yes, platinum's not gold.
or gold, yellow gold, golden gold.
Sure you can. Sure you can. If you're able to, yes, you can do that. We could say, like using nuclear magnetic resonance imaging, for example, we could say, we know how this is oscillating. It is like gold. This is gold. This would be the color of it if it were in air in front of our eyes.
They are all golds. They are all the same thing. And they resonate the same.
Then it would be they'll look the same. If it's a different metal, and if we're able to say this is the metal that's there, we would say it's what we could say what it would look like. We could tell you it's not like this, right? We could tell you what things it doesn't look like. This would not look like a piece of wood, right? So we can easily do optical knots at that point. So at the very least, we can say it wouldn't look like wood. It wouldn't look like lead.
But the shape, okay. The shape, the material that is made of, yeah. The color, that is something different.
I know.
Yeah, you said that you can know the color of the thing.
Yes, you can know the color of the thing. Yes.
So now you can know the color of the kid inside the womb of his mother.
Can you detect the color of a kid inside the womb of his mother? Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know if you can.
What's the name of the doctor that is doing that?
Well, sorry, you're asking me, can it be known, or you're telling me Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, what are we asking here? So,
I never,
like, no one
I
ever
never
bothers
heard
this.
about, I never
Why
heard
would it
about that.
matter?
It was sarcasm. I never imagined that you will say yes
Can you tell
Okay.
what
because
colour
it
the
doesn't
baby's hiding?
exist.
So you're asking, like, could you figure out what the melatonin or pigment of the baby was? Yes.
What about the
Color.
eyes?
Not
Colour of the
not without knowing, like with just the mother. There's no way to look at and the baby inside of her and know the color. That's what he's asking you.
I. So you're telling, like, just let me be very clear here. Are you saying it is literally impossible to figure this out without, like,
No,
this is a wonder? Okay. So can it be figured out? Yes. Does anybody bother? No. It's be an expensive
not by
operation for no
looking at it.
point.
Not by looking at it with the same method you were saying that you can
Yes,
look
like in
inside of
nuclear,
things and
sure.
determine the color.
Yes, like an X-ray. Yes, an X-ray or an
You can't.
like nuclear magnetic resonance imaging. Yes, you could
That
do
won't
this.
tell you the color of the baby.
Yes, it would.
How? It doesn't tell.
You would say this is the amount of melatonin, or not, sorry, melanin in this baby's skin. Here's the amount of melanin
No.
present. This would be the tone that this baby would have. Yes, that's how you would do it. You'd look at this is the melanin. That's what generates pigment. Here's what the baby's going to look like. Yes. For the simple reason, like, put it this way, we can tell you we can tell you how long the baby's going.
Hold on, we're going to drive this back on topic. What's either frame it as a speculation or tie it into flat Earth.
Oh, I thought we were talking about looking inside the Earth. So yes, we're looking inside the Earth. We can look at that. We can analyze how things look at using indirect measurements and say if it were in front of us, it would be this color.
Can't even penetrate beyond a few hundred feet.
Rocks have
At most.
melatonin.
There's no ground penetrating radar that goes thousands of miles into the Earth. Does not exist.
So
So what's the colour of the core?
you're using seismic waves, which do go into the thousands of miles through the center of the Earth, not radar.
Can you tell the colour
You're
of
using-
things with both through
Cool
sound?
story. Cool story, bro.
So the way you're telling color is you're saying it's metallic, right? So you're measuring, you see the fact that it is a metal in there because it's behaving as a metal. So the answer is, if it were sitting in front of you, this piece of metal would be shiny.
Why? Why wouldn't it have a matte finish? Who said it's polished?
Because it would be smooth at this point with the amount of pressure and heat on it.
It can be smooth and have a matte finish. It doesn't mean
No.
yes. Have you ever polished a car or applied any protectants? Like,
So can you explain to me how matte finishes work?
oh, well, you're talking about what it appears to be. So all I was asking you was, like, just because it's metallic
Yes.
doesn't imply shininess. But they're claiming that it would appear to be shiny.
Sure, it'd be smooth. It's made of metal and it's smooth. That makes it shiny.
No, it can be smooth and have a matte finish.
No, matte requires ridges.
Not sure if you've ever done any kind of like polishing or anything like that, like polishing
Matte?
aluminum or anything like that.
Matte
You can't
requires
do that.
ridges.
You can't have that even with polishing. If the metal is hot, you can't have the metal being shiny and bright while it is hot.
Yeah, to be red.
Because that metal will just expand, so there will be more distance between. I will just give you that model of molecule. I don't buy that, but let's imagine if they are like balls. Next, each ball is next to the other, like the model they depict. So yeah, when the metal will just be in heat up, it will expand and it won't be bright like that ring of gold. It can be bright when it is cold and it is polished. Yeah, but when you heat it up, and even after that same gold ring that is polished and bright and shiny when it is cold, you heat it and you cool it again, it won't be shiny anymore. You will have to repolish it again. You forgot that you were talking about something that is hot inside the the Earth globe, which is the core of the Earth. You can't say that is polished and shiny. Why that thing is just lava. It's like apple juice, not like water. That where you can see the mirror of yourself, a reflection of yourself.
So
Apple juice core.
so we can look through. Okay, so we can be 1,000 miles away from a cliff, and then point this magic whatever, and we can see who's on the other side of the cliff and how many people and what color shirt they're wearing. Is that what you guys are saying? The globe side.
No, they were talking about being able to see the color of something behind something else, like something opaque. For example, you can
Yeah,
see.
so on the other side of a cliff. So if you're on the other side of Niagara Falls and I go 1,000 miles away and down a hill, I should be able to point it that way and see you through the other side of Niagara. Yeah,
Correct,
With
correct, and you'll
with
be able to see the
1,000 miles.
colors of my shirt and the
Yes,
drawings
sir.
on my
So if
shirt.
I don't, yeah, so we should do that. Whoever's got that stuff should go thousands of miles away from a cliff or a Grand Canyon or something. Just tell us who's down there and what color shirt they got on.
you would need yeah, they can do it with seismic waves.
Exactly. That
Thousand
was.
miles away. Let's see.
Thank you. You stole it from me, but yeah, I thank you for that. You said it. Seismic wave. You just throw some seismic waves and you put a detector, and you will be able to see things from behind other opaque things.
And not just see them, you can see the colors. Like you can
Correct.
tell if it's
Like
silver, gold, black.
better than Superman.
More ridiculousness from the mass media, because that's where I heard about this, and that's how they portrayed it. And when they put the scientist on the TV and they put the title there, like whatever her name was or his name, and it was like scientist. It's like it's mainly made up of like whatever materials they were saying, and it's shiny, and it's like oh, and they just kept saying like scientists looked at seismic waves. Scientists in Australia have discovered seismic waves that the Earth has.
Did they say shiny or did they say metallic and you're remembering it as shiny?
They said shiny on that news, on that morning breakfast news, and the scientists that they had speaking said shiny. Yeah, I tried to find
I
the
mean,
video, but
yeah,
it's not
but
easy to just. Yeah.
you're sure you couldn't be misremembering them saying metallic as the word shiny.
Okay, there's a chance I may have misremembered it, but to the best of my knowledge, and I'm most confident in, he said shiny. He used the word specifically shiny, not metallic.
What
He
is
said
that? What does
shiny.
that matter? What is the
Well,
what's
someone's
the
saying to me like just because that someone's defending them, I guess, and saying they may have said metallic. That doesn't mean they said shiny. I don't know.
Right, because metallic, saying that the core is metallic is different than saying it's shiny.
Correct, and that's why I said metallic could mean it could have a matte finish, just because metallic doesn't imply shininess, is what I said. But that's why I remember shiny, because they did not only did they claim it to be made of metals, they claimed to know what it looked like, its color, and its how to describe its shininess. They specifically used the word shiny.
well?
Mm.
It is jet black in the core or something, isn't it? Or down in a cave. How
Yeah,
much light
the
do you even get
Earth's
to work with?
it's they're talking about the Earth's innermost inner core,
Yeah, I know.
and they just yeah.
With no light, how are you gonna see an inner core?
No, they
I,
did it
I,
with seismic waves.
I was just
Big
arguing
waves.
about. I was just arguing about that color thing. I don't buy the whole story. Sending seismic waves toward the center of the earth. So it means that you will have to throw a seismic wave for less than 3 at 959, because that 3 959 it will be exactly in the center. So the edge of that core will be something less than that, a few hundred miles, let's say. And you tell me that you are able to send a seismic wave that distance, a seismic wave that just go a few hundred miles, it will destroy buildings in the center. So you're telling me that you are creating the center, the epicenter of that seismic wave in the surface near that tool that you are using, and you are throwing
No,
energy
that's not how
on
they're
the
doing it.
ground. Okay, so what they are doing, if it is not a seismic wave, energy thrown
Seismic
on the
waves.
ground, and that wave will go toward the center, bounce, and come back to them on a receiver,
Okay, so that's not how it
traveling
works.
traveling
That's not how it works.
thousands of miles.
So that's not how it works at all. So
Okay.
earthquakes happen naturally. We have seismographs all over the world, so you can see the timing for where every different detector gets that wave. You see the pattern that the wave generated. You see it later on different areas, so you can then detect it at point A, at point B, at point C, at point D, and you see all of those waves show up. And they're lower. The farther away you get, the smaller they are. But the seismographs are very sensitive, and so they look for these small oscillations that show up thousands upon thousands of miles away, and you start putting together, okay, the wave was generated here and it went this direction, and here's where it put together. And so that's what they're doing, is putting together all of the earthquake data that they have from the entire planet all at once.
But the whole earthquake data
That's
that
not
they have,
allegedly,
it's
right?
on the surface. The earthquake happened in the surface where that supposed continent or tectonic plate is scratching the other tectonic plate on the surface, so far away from the center of the earth. So that wave will just go horizontally on the surface, and impacting the other cities and countries and near that epicenter of that earthquake. So it's just horizontally, and you're telling me that they are getting something from the center of the earth. It means that it is a wave that is coming from the center of the earth, and they are detecting it on something that is reading that wave and
Yes.
telling them that wave is coming from a metallic thing.
No, so the wave
Uh-huh.
is generated at the surface, it goes through the earth, it bounces off of the metallic core in the center of the earth, and that's what they're looking at, is the reflections off of the core in the center of the earth.
The
So,
reflections.
just wait. Just wait. Well, stop that nonsense. So you are telling me that every earthquake horizontally it never surpassed 1,000 miles. Are you thinking that as an earthquake you can detect an earthquake more than 1,000 miles away from it?
Yes.
So you can.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So you are telling me that you can have 3,000 miles of distance, so the wave will go hit something and go back. So where you've seen that in reality? Because when I hear or read about earthquakes, the wave doesn't go back. Even if it is hitting something solid like the surface, which is not even liquid, it's not going back to the epicenter of that earthquake. We never seen an earthquake wave going from the center, away from the center, and coming back to it. Even on the surface,
It's
when
not,
it goes horizontally, going through something called rocks, mountains, solid rocks that you couldn't dig because you don't have the equipment that help you go through those solid rocks, like in that borehole, the deepest hole on Earth. They couldn't dig through that. So you're telling me that it doesn't bounce horizontally with very solid things, but it bounces from liquids.
I don't know what you're actually asking at this point.
He's
Have
not.
a citation for that, dude. Do you have a citation for bouncing stuff off the center of the Earth? Signals?
Okay.
He's not.
Oh, I actually
asking
pasted
you
it. It's
anything.
already posted there.
He's not asking anything. He's teaching you how wrong you are.
Mm. Huh. And you're wrong for questioning him, because that's how science works.
Yeah. A wave going from the epicenter toward the center of the Earth, not losing its energy. Yeah, it can bounce from it, keep its energy till it reaches a receiver. It never
What makes you
do
think it's
that.
keeping energy?
It
I'm
never
sorry. Why
do that.
Why
It
would you
never
say
do
it keeps
that.
its energy?
And
I didn't say that.
So what are you detecting if it's not a wave, which
You're
is
detecting a wave.
energy,
It's a lot.
an
Right. You're
energy
detecting a lot
potential?
smaller energy. Yeah, you're detecting a lot smaller energy.
You don't have that even on the surface. I'm telling you, when you have you
So I
read
posted the article. You can feel free to read it. It's right there. They actually explain what they're doing.
Let's see that. Give me
I
just a minute.
posted it. Yeah, it's right there.
Yeah, I saw it. I clicked on it. I'm on it now. I will read what they say.
But don't get claims confused with explanations. I'm not saying that's just a claim. I'm just saying there's a difference.
So you can put your hand on a tree and they can see you have 5 fingers on the other side of a tree.
Just
There is
a
no
couple
real
days ago,
explanation.
It's not so much about
Yeah.
seeing it. It's if you can make a prediction and then walk around that tree and then, see the 5 fingers. If the model works,
this is already in question because the article recently posted said the core of the Earth is constantly moving and molding and reshaping. So this is already getting dunked on.
yeah,
But,
you know what else they said?
Craig,
You know what else they
it's not.
said? That it's going to start rotating the opposite direction, the magnetic
No,
core and all that shit.
but the problem is not even a paper. They don't tell you the method they use for that. It's just the same exact story that he repeated. They are telling me a story. What do I have to take from that? It's just a story. We detected waves, so it showed us colors. Okay, I threw waves and it showed me God.
Is it
It looks like
circular
they just got a
reasoning?
ping.
Will you
Looks
take
like they
that?
just got a ping and assumed it was from the center of the Earth. They just got the ping from the bouncing thing back to the wherever and just said, "Oh, that must be from the center of the Earth." Wow.
The link to the paper is fascinating, by the way. They actually have all of the data you want to see. They have it listed with their analysis of it. So the paper answers a lot of your questions. How do they do it? Where do they get their data from? What does the data look like? How are they analyzing it? What are the graphs they're going with? It's a fairly approachable paper, and it gives you all your answers. If you're curious at all, you can read that.
But it's based on a
you can read
concept
it.
of what the
Yeah.
waves are bouncing off,
Yeah,
which
you
is
can read that.
conceptual.
That's the part where you would do that.
I'm not doubting this. I'm not doubting the upper level article here. You guys are doubting it. And you say, well, they don't explain how they did it. Well, here's the explanation. There's a paper right below it that's linked.
You got
because
a
you
belief
know that
system, and you accept it without understanding it or reading it.
Sure.
You just
So
say,
here's the paper.
here they do it. They did it here.
Yeah.
You believe it, and you don't
Yeah.
doubt it. So that's what
Yeah.
you would do. You would go in there and say, hey, what is in here that you verified yourself, that you confirmed?
Here's a paper.
Or is it just a
You
belief?
can read the paper.
No, you
He's
can
just
read it.
he's saying like the compass points somewhere, but he doesn't know where it's pointing to. But he's going to base it off it being a magnetic center, which he can't locate and pinpoint.
We'll just make it up, man.
Yeah, like where's the compass point to? It's the same thing. Like where are these waves bouncing from? Or do they rely on your ball, Earth, for them to bounce?
And do they bounce from the surface also, or just the horizontally, or only vertically? Because I never
Read
heard
the
about.
paper. Read the paper.
Yeah,
It explains exactly what you're asking.
Okay, Rab, you don't have to say that again. You have no answers, no knowledge, or any of that stuff. Okay, you factored yourself out of the conversation. You said you don't know. You just Googled it, came up with something, and posted it. You're done. Okay, your job here is done. There's nothing more you can add or subtract. Your whole worldview is based on whatever result you got from Google it. So anybody talking right now, you know they're not talking to you.
Can he recover?
So the deepest we can get is 7 miles, but we know what the core is. That's what he's saying, right?
No, he's saying he Googled something and believes it. That's
Oh,
it.
so
That's
he's
all.
just repeating what other people are thinking.
Yeah, that's all you've got. That's the best you'll get.
Well, apparently, like the deepest point they can go into the ocean as well is like the same as they can dig down.
Yeah, the Marianas Trench there, right?
And then apparently normal like flights and stuff are all the same height, like same up and same down.
That's a good speculation. That might be the limit of where you can go, even with technology. Like, what technology would increase that 8 miles up and from sea level, 8 miles down, 8 miles up. That's it. There's
Yeah, well,
do it
anything else is alleged. Anything else is like the alleged, like military craft and higher, like space travel. But the ocean and the ground they have to admit to because they obviously can't dig deeper. And then the point that they found, which is claimed to be the lowest, is the Marianas Trench. Because it has to be like that to sell the ball. Otherwise, you start going deeper and you're going to come out the other end or something.
They should almost have tunnels. Like, I don't mean like going right to the center of the Earth, but like you could connect continents at a shallow depth, right? Like through the Earth, if it was a ball.
Yeah, they call
Well, they
them
do.
gravity tunnels. Like Tyson did a whole symposium about this, where if you dig a hole through the Earth, any two places would be connected by 45 minutes of travel. And DMOC has the idea too, where with DMOC said you could like verify the globe by having a tube go right through the water, and you could look through that tube and then see nighttime on the other side of the hill, water hill. Or even Earth too. You could cut like a tube straight through, like make a cord, like line through the ball, and then people on one end could look through the tunnel and see, like instead of seeing light at the end of the tunnel, you'd see the starlight at the end of the tunnel. Or someone would be in darkness and they could see daytime on the other side of the tunnel.
Or use submarines instead of boats, because the travel will be a shorter distance than when you use a boat, because the boat will just go over the curve on the ocean, instead of the submarine will go in a straight line, shortest path, and leaving the curve above.
Yeah, they cut the cheese, sort of go right through the wedge there.
I don't want to derail you guys. So if you don't want to, you don't have to answer me.
No, we can switch topics. Go ahead. What do you got?
Can somebody explain to me the Wits It Gets It drama?
Yeah, well, here in this channel, we do not do TMZ BuzzFeed top 10 flat earthers. Number one will surprise you. That sort of BuzzFeed TMZ drama, internet brain rot, that can be done anywhere other than here.
But like I've heard it's relevant to like.
No,
yeah, you got the answer right, brother.
Yeah, TMZ BuzzFeed top 10, like the 30-minute zone, the 30 minute or 30 mile, whatever it is. That TMZ, like all inside Hollywood, like which celebrity gossip do you want to talk about today? Not here. Even on Sunday, even on Speculation Sunday, we're not going to go into celebrity gossip because it's literal internet brain rot. So if you want celebrity gossip, top 10 will surprise you. Number one will surprise you. You can get that anywhere else. Even other Flat Earth channels. Some other Flat Earth channels love celebrity gossip. Especially the Globetards. When they get the Globetards out there, saying some dumb shit. So here in this channel, no. And even better is some of those celebrities don't even know we exist. We're completely under the radar. Like they're Jaren, Witsit, they don't even know we're here. They don't even know about this server at all. They're not even a member of it. So that's why it's good, because you could go to the servers they're on. Literally, you could go. Okay, go ahead.
So forget Witsit. Like, how do you explain the 24-hour sun?
Necros, I think you're hot micing. Necros?
Begging the question.
Yeah, it's right there. It's pinned. We got like a full response on the pinned comments for this channel. We can go over it right now with you.
Where do I find the pinned comments?
Well,
I'm on my app?
I'll repost it here for you. So here's number one. So which statement is true? A, the sun sets on the flat Earth. B, the sun can't set on the flat Earth. Or C, you are coping.
Well, it defines how you. So it depends how we define set. If we define it as physically going below the line of the horizon, then no, B would be the answer.
Okay, so the sun can't set on the flat Earth. Right? Is your answer? Is that your final answer?
Depending on how I define setting, then yeah, it is.
Okay, so then it's for you to explain the 24-hour sun. Because if no, If it's possible for the sun to set in flat Earth, if yes, explain how. If no, explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Well, if that video is real, then I once saw like the quick demo video of somebody playing with a flashlight and like this.
Yeah, don't worry
concave.
about that. Let's just stay focused on your observation, a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, demonstrating the sun did not set, which is your explanation of the flat Earth. So, can you explain the 24-hour sun on the globetard? Because you've got the explanation on the flat Earth. What's your explanation on the globetard?
I don't get it. You confuse me.
Okay, so we can go over it again. Which statement is true? A, the sun sets on the flat Earth. B,
but how do you define sets?
This is choose your adventure, not choose my adventure. Choose your own adventure. Okay? So you've got the page 1. Okay? You have to pick which statement is true. A, the sun sets on the flat Earth. Turn to page 2. B, the sun can't set on the flat Earth. Turn to page 3. C, you are coping. Turn to page 4. Which page do you turn to?
Fine, I give up. I just go back to listening.
Yeah, he's on page 4.
Yeah.
I like page 3.
I would tell you my take of the final experiment is it was a social experiment. And I learned 3 key points. Number 1 is that globalists are even more unhinged in real life as they are in Discord. I was stunned. I thought for sure they would have some kind of functional, normal human interaction. But you saw them wanting to follow the flat earthers around. They were told, no, you can't do that. You signed a contract saying you wouldn't do that. You're in a foreign country. You kind of want to blend in. You don't want to be walking around town with a big red flag on your head. I'm a tourist. It's not safe. That's very stupid. That's not streetwise. If anytime you go to a travel agency and you're traveling to another country, they'll give you some tips on how to stay safe while traveling abroad. Like the number 1 tip is don't make yourself a target. Don't be a complete fucking idiot. And the globalists demonstrated they're complete fucking idiots and they'll break their word just for internet clicks. They thought for sure they would follow flat earthers around, film them like somehow outside their natural habitat, get a lot of jokes and gags for internet clicks. Meanwhile, that wasn't very safe. It wasn't wise, and they also broke their word. Next thing, instead of just enjoying their time in Chile, they decided to go to their hotel rooms and do a power pout session and play with Star Wars toys. I'm not even joking. It's fucking ridiculous.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the final experiment.
I have no idea what that is.
I said 3 things came from the final experiment.
I have no idea what that is.
You have no idea.
He only asked
when I asked about the drama, the reason I did so is because a couple of weeks ago, I heard from friends that there was something with this guy who went down to Antarctica.
Okay, that's the final experiment, dude. That's what we're talking about. We're literally talking about the final experiment where they took a mega church super pastor, young earth creationist, William McDuffie, and some flat earthers and some globe earthers, all sus, by the way. Like the whole methods and process of picking them was cringe as fuck. They went to Antarctica for reasons they don't really explain, part of an experiment, without an hypothesis, without control variables, make some kind of video, and then at some point, the internet just explodes with hilarity. So that's what I'm talking about. My takeaways from the final experiment. It was a social experiment that demonstrated 3 key points. Number 1, the globalists are even more unhinged in real life as they are on Discord. The hypothesis was they just act this way because they're on the internet and there really isn't any filter. In real life, they won't act that way. They act worse for some reason. They got even more batshit crazy with the crescendo. The ultimate crescendo was McToon screaming into the ether, "Where are the guns, Nathan?" It was most epic lulls you'll ever get. Like seeing someone freak out that hard over somebody not even in part of the experiment, part of the expedition. That he had to take time out of, like, you're in Antarctica for a very limited time. You've only got a few days to do whatever you want to do. And he had to stop what he was doing, flip open a cell phone that supposedly connects to a satellite, costing, a huge amount of money per day, per usage, per data, just to go on another show that had nothing to do with the topic, and then scream at them, "Where are the guns?" Like, holy shit. Okay, I thought a power pout session playing with Star Wars toys was unhinged. You had no idea the level of unhinged that was about to happen. And even better, the globalists agree. The globalists agree that what he did was fucking wild, and they gave an explanation for it. They said he was sleep deprived. He was out of the theta waves. The 24-hour sun fucked up his sleep schedule, and he was kind of delusional. He was in some sort of weird dream state where it kind of like gave him a very low threshold of what he should and shouldn't do. It was like being intoxicated in a way. Like, he was really out of his mind. And, some of the other videos show them doing weird things, like McKeegan rocking back and forth or tapping his head on the desk. They were kind of out of their mind. And it demonstrated, the other part, that flat earthers are more in tune with their body and their rhythms. Because none of the flat earthers had any problems with the 24-hour sun. They all maintained some sort of coherence, some sort of mental faculties about them. They're more in tune with their physical body in the environment. The thing is that you could say flat earth has some sort of problem from this. They don't. It had nothing to do with flat earth to begin with. And even if it does, say flat earth has a bunch of problems, now the globe side added into their paradigm young earth creationism. So that is your baggage to hold now, not flat earthers. You can't come in here and say you flat earthers are a bunch of science denialists, young earth creationists. Oh, au contraire, mon ami. That is your side. Your side is the one with a mega church super pastor, young earth creationist. You motherfuckers, not me. There's no young earth creationist up in this motherfucker. What the hell are you talking about? That's your side. Okay? So go sort your shit out, then come back, and when you've got a coherent model or worldview that you all agree on, like you said you did, then come back and talk to me about who's a science denialist and who's not. And then the last thing is that what you got here is basically a pitch. It was a pitch for some sort of like webinar drama thing that had really nothing to do with Flat Earth at all. You had Hollywood crew there and whatnot looking to sell another Netflix special. And Hollywood said, no, this is dumb as shit. What are you talking about? Who gives a fuck if somebody goes to Antarctica or not and sees something that everyone expected to see anyway? He'd be like, "Hey, everybody, let's go to Disneyland." Why? Because I wanted to see if there's Mickey Mouse. Duh. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? The 24-hour sun was documented some 250 years ago. What are you on about? In Zetetic astronomy, it was fully documented. The sun moves across the sky. The Earth is stationary. Duh. Just like you see. And you want this re-explained to you over and over again? Like, how many times will it take? Read the book. Don't burn the book. Go on Amazon, grab any one of the Zetetic astronomy books. There's thousands of them written by many authors over the course of hundreds of years. And read the motherfucker. Read it. And my advice to you is drop the internet drama. You don't need that brain rot. Okay? Those celebrities don't know who you are. They don't care who you are. They don't give a fuck who you are. Why would you spend any of your brain matter, your time and energy, caring what they're doing? I'm surprised he let me get all that out. Like, is he still even here? Like,
I'm surprised too.
like I
Like he
expected
said.
multiple. I just felt like I kept going because he's like, let me talk. Is he listening or let me? Oh, he's muted. Oh, okay. That explains it. All right, there we go. You got a response for that, or were you even paying attention? Did you run away? Did you?
No, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
here. I was listening. I was like, fine. I took it. I was muted. I was like, no problem. They're gonna unmute me, and after he's done, so fine. I listened. I have a quick question. Do you think I'm a glober?
I don't have any thoughts about you whatsoever, other than the framework when you came in here asking about internet celebrity gossip. That's the only the only data point I have.
Can I explain?
I think I've talked to you before. I just don't recall what it was about.
All right. Can I explain?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I consider myself as someone who is leaning towards absolute belief in the flat Earth. Like I'm still. I've never gotten to the point where I'm like 100%. Yeah, that's it. But I'm leaning towards it way more than I'm sure of the globe. I'm more confident in the flat Earth. Now, I've been, one of these guys who watches these videos on YouTube, watching Eric DeBay, especially Nathan Oakley and stuff, and listening and just enjoying my time, being into that scene. A year or so ago, I kind of, went ahead of this and didn't really follow, like, what are the new developments, what are the new discoveries. Stop following. Like, a couple weeks ago, me and my friends, who they are, they're still much more into the flat Earth scene than I am, and they gave me like a quick update about what happened in Antarctica. Now, I don't really care about the actual people. I do care, however, how does this affect like flat Earth arguments? How does it like affect the strength of the flat Earth argument? But please. Right, I remember back in the day of early Jeranism, early Eric DeBay, the point that the flat Earth were making regarding 24-hour sun in Antarctica is that it's all fake. You have no proof. Here we are showing all the glitches and the stuff and the editing, the obvious editing in all those supposedly 24-hour
Not about this,
sun in
right?
Antarctica videos. Sorry?
Like, we already knew that the sun went 24 hours up there. Like, why did they take the trip in the first place, right? It wasn't about getting answers and proving right and wrong. It was about promoting, right? Like, look how popular the flat Earth is now, man.
Yeah, it's called
I got a question.
I didn't know that we knew that there was like daylight in Antarctica 24 hours.
How did you not know that? Like, you weren't taught that, dude? Like, you don't read on the internet?
No. Most flat Earth channels on YouTube, like actual flat Earth channels, not the ones pretending to be, their main point about that was that there is no daylight 24 hours in Antarctica, and the claims that there are fake. And here we can show you where they're editing the videos, where the video jumps. Oh, you can see by the shadows that this is not a real-time video. It's edited. So yeah, don't believe it. There's no actual proof.
No,
And I was like,
I
yeah,
do
okay,
agree
that
with
makes
him
sense.
because that was the main sentiment of majority of flat Earth channels. They do say that, you know, that was like the idea that the 24-hour sun was bullshit and all that.
Really, because those videos were edited, but we never said that it's impossible to have a
But
24-hour sun in Antarctica. Even in your
I got a
side,
question.
in your own side, Walter Bislin, when he made that model for the flat Earth, he depicted the 24-hour sun in the south. That was years before having that idea of final experiment or final observation.
Yeah, but I got a question. It like, do the Globers or whoever that, do they claim like you see a 24-hour sun because you're on the bottom of the ball in Antarctica? Is that like what they're saying?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
as far as I remember, please don't take me as a fool. I fully remember that people that we sort of consider genuine on the flat Earth camp claim that no, in summertime you would not see a 24-hour daylight. I'm saying daylight specifically in Antarctica, because the way that the flat Earth is modeled, the circuit of the sun, right, down south, would be way too big for there to be daylight to remain for 24 hours long in Antarctica, even during summer. That's what our camp claimed. And when we were shown these videos, we kept saying, "Oh, here's a little proof that the shadows skip ahead, so your video is edited. We don't accept it as evidence." And I bought into it. I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, that seems reasonable. That strengthens the flat Earth claim in my mind."
They were
So
using
I don't
the
really
AE
care about
map
the
too, right, bro?
celebrities. I only care about how does this affect flat Earth in terms of like the
It doesn't
strength of our
affect flat
argument.
Earth, bro.
Doesn't affect the flat Earth. It's
Doesn't make
just
the
an
ground,
observation. That's an
yeah, the ground
observation.
doesn't care, dude. It's still flat, so there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with asking though why they would see why there's a point on Earth where the sun seems to be like visible for 24 hours of that day.
What's interesting about this is that the globalists claim that they offered their model up because their model had said there would be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica everywhere. Like the whole Arctic Circle would always be lit by a sun. And the problem was, you might not know this with the final experiment, they had to move locations. Their original site that they were at, that Glacier Point, whatever it's called, I'm drawing a blank, the name. What was it called? Do you guys remember? Like
I don't.
Union
I don't
Glacier
remember.
or something? Okay, whatever. The first camp they were at didn't have 24-hour sun. They had to move to a different location. And they only took like 4 people, not the whole expedition. So only 4 people went.
You're right. That's suspicious. So
yeah, it's a red flag, isn't it? Does it raise a red flag? You're like, huh. So the first place you were at, where you said there would be 24-hour sun, that's well within the 60th, didn't have the 24-hour sun like you said it would. Huh. Why? Why was that? Oh, well, you see, we got to drive over there with just a couple people, and then you'll see it after all. Really? Why? Why over there, not over here? It's all within the 60th, right? Well, yes and no. Yes and no at the same time. You're like, well, how do you have that contradiction? How are you inside Antarctica, inside the Arctic Circle, and not inside 24 hours of sun at the same time? Well, you see, commercial break.
And what you
And it's
heard
like
now,
shit hard to get any of them to answer questions about this. They refuse to take questions. The only thing they'll do is just deflect. Show me on flat Earth. Show me on flat Earth. Yeah, dude. On the flat Earth, the sun is above your head. It moves through the sky. Duh.
You know what I agree? You know what I agree with? Like how you said it was a social experiment. That's what it was. Like it was to try and see how many people. And then it's like where they used to say, "Thanks, Bob." You know, oh, didn't you see where those flat earthers? They wanted to make the final experiment a buzzword. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
and what we heard
Yo,
now
Bob.
from Crit is just a critic about the videos and the footages concerning that final experiment. Exactly the same thing like you saw in the old videos about that 24-hour sun. We critic those videos, not the phenomena of the 24-hour sun. We are not saying, still till this moment, we are not saying it's impossible to have a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth.
It's just like still irrelevant. It's like measure the ground and demonstrate some curvature, sphericity, or rotation. Like stop looking at the fucking sky.
Bro,
If you want to look
that's
at the
true.
sky, you're
I
gonna,
completely get that. I completely get that. What happens in the sky has no relevance to the shape of the Earth. Ultimately, I agree. They would have to show a measurement that shows curvature. What happens in the sky is irrelevant. But let's be honest, right? In the early days, right, people did care about, okay, how do you explain this celestial phenomena? Right? If we sort of go with the with the azimuth equal distance map as the sort of guideline to what we think Earth actually looks like, and we say that during the summer the sun goes down to the tropic of, is it Cancer or Capricorn? I always get them confused. The one down south, the southern tropic of the sun.
I think it's
Right?
Capricorn.
We
Yeah,
Capricorn.
Capricorn,
We did.
the one near the south, it's the Capricorn.
Yeah, okay. So we did sort of claim that we don't expect to see a 24-hour sun because we explained, and I think we still do, explain sunsets as, yeah, the sun doesn't physically go down below the horizon. It appears to be so because it's just moving far away from us. Well, in the Tropic of Cancer, we expect there to be darkness when the sun goes far away, considering how big and long the Tropic of Cancer is. We,
Oh,
that's
how do
sort
they
of
think?
what our camp claimed in the beginning, no?
But how do they think other people are seeing the day? Like, if the sun's just here in Antarctica, like, I don't know. That part doesn't make sense to me either. If you can see it from here, then and it's daytime here, then wherever else it's daytime at that time can see the same sun. Like, but they're supposed to be that far apart.
Yeah. You see a little bitty ring, and then you see a horizontal line for everybody else's perspective, or kind of like,
Yeah, like what?
yeah.
If it's 24 hours of sun in one place, doesn't it have to be 24 hours of darkness in the other places when it's usually nighttime?
Yeah,
Like,
in the
what?
north, in the Arctic, in the north, and that's what happens. There is 24-hour darkness in midwinter in the
No,
north. That we do
but is
accept.
it?
We have no problem with that.
But is it the same time? Do they match up? Like when there's the 24-hour sun, it's also darkness?
The thing is that we don't know if there is 24. Well, according to the globe model, it should match. Whenever there's 24-hour daylight in the south, there's 24-hour darkness in the north. That they should match.
I've never
Well,
seen
I'm
a globe
saying that.
model.
Yeah,
I've
I've
never
never
seen
seen
a
it.
globe model.
Well,
Are you
that's
referring
according
to
to
the
the
thing
globe.
in?
We claimed that, yeah, we have no problem with 24-hour daylight and darkness in the north. We have no problem with that. We can explain exactly how it happens, considering that the pole, the North Pole, is the center, right? So the circuit of the northern tropic is small, and when the sun goes down to the tropic of Capricorn, the sunlight doesn't reach the center point, the North Pole. We have no problem with that. But we also claimed that there is no actual 24-hour sun daylight in Antarctica.
I'm getting confused on the we here. I'm getting confused on every time you refer to we. But it's not like
when
these
I
guys
say
would have.
we, when I
Yeah.
say we, I mean like the general claims of the flat Earth camps in the early days of flat Earth, from the people that like I don't know
Oh,
like
okay.
who's a shill
But then
now
there's
and who isn't. Like I'm not following, but you know,
yeah. But then there's also
Eric
confusion
Dubay,
because
Jeranism,
mm,
Nathan Oakley. I don't know. I
yeah,
consider these guys legit back in the day.
yeah. So someone told you before about like zetetic astronomy. So if you go back further, so even in the early days, like he's saying in zetetic astronomy, like they were already saying you would see one, right? Or is that
No,
something else? Maybe I got
I think
confused.
Zetetic Astronomy said that you would not see 24-hour daylight in Antarctica.
Oh, okay. But then also, doesn't this make it confusing because on the flat Earth, there's no flat Earth model, but you know the one where the edge is Antarctica, like everywhere away from the center is south, and that's what it really is, ice ball. Then
The azimuth equidistance map.
yeah, so then where they really are isn't really Antarctica, is it? I mean, how could you be on the outermost edge of that circle and then see the sun for 24 hours? Like, I'm not sure how
Yeah,
that works either.
but according to Zetetic Astronomy, we claimed that if they went down to Antarctica, which we consider to be that outer ring, not an actual continent at the bottom, but the outer ring. Yeah, that outer ring should not have 24-hour daylight at summer, considering how big it is.
Yeah, and my question is like, if it's a ball or a flat Earth, either one, like a disc, couldn't the only place that you would physically ever be able to see the sun for 24 hours is in the most, like, closest to the center that you could be? Because that would be its shortest path. Like, no?
No. On the flat Earth model, the shortest path of the sun is the Tropic of Cancer, right? Around the North Pole, because for us the North Pole is the
That's
center,
what I said.
so it has the shortest circuit around it. You meant the center of flat Earth. I thought you were talking like the equator on a globe,
No.
the equator on the globe
I'm
is actually
saying,
the
like,
longest distance. Yeah,
I'm saying, like, so I'm saying, like, wouldn't it be even on the ball, like this place, like, well, the flat Earth, right? Like the shortest path is around the center. So therefore, like, if they're in Antarctica, which is claimed to be in the south, but that's where you see the shortest path, wouldn't that make it the center, not the south? Like, yeah, that's confusing me.
You guys are going by maps and you don't know the layout of the land, the actual center of the whole place. You don't even know if there's two. You don't even know if the equator is the center and you have two sides of the locations of the land mass. You don't know if you're in a corner. You don't know any of that. You also don't know the mechanisms of the sun, the medium that it's between you and the sun, the medium that the sun is in, the source of the sun, the cause of the effect, the source of it. You don't know. You don't know what makes the sun thick, and now you're trying to say that it should be this and it should be that.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know what the hell is. Listen, so yeah, it shouldn't be anything, and it should be doing what it does exactly. So
It
the
does
thing
what
is,
it does, and that's the way it does it. You observe. The people say that they observe the 24-hour sun in the north. Why is it such a big deal to observe the same phenomena, the sun going across the sky in a circle, and another area of the land? Like you saw here doing it.
It is a big
It
deal.
is not a big. It is a big deal because in your mind you have a preconceived idea that, oh, this is the layout of the land. This is how the
because
sun should be working, and this is what it should be doing.
No.
No.
Regardless of, like, flat or a globe, like, it's still, there's nothing wrong with trying to understand reality. And, like, what we
Now,
do know of the sun, what we do know of it is it has a path.
You can
And
understand
it has a path.
you can understand some things down here, but you will never be able to understand the mechanisms of the heavens above unless God give you a revelation of it, and you have the schematics
It's
of how
not
it
so much
works.
that. It's not so much that. It's
It's not so much that.
about the it's about the location and what's hidden from us. So there clearly is a location that we can't go to, and there is a location on the Earth where you see different, things. Like we don't see
Yeah, you
that
can go.
anywhere else.
Like I said, you go to the north. You see the 24. People go to certain regions of the world, what they call north, right? And they see the 24-hour sun. Then they go to another location. They call it south, and they see the 24-hour sun. What's the big deal?
The big,
Yeah,
the
really.
It's
big
an
deal.
What does that tell you,
observed
dude?
All
phenomenon.
right, the big deal. Okay, I'll explain to you. The big deal is that most of flat Earth, we
No,
are still
incorrect.
reliant.
Do you have the numbers? Do you have all the people? Do you have the numbers? Most?
You want you get nitpicky with me.
Do you
All
have
No,
a
right.
he's
vote?
not, man. He's not being nitpicky, dude.
Do you have a vote?
All right.
Because I didn't. I didn't claim that the phenomena wasn't observed. I didn't do it.
All right. So
You did.
I didn't even finish. I said most of flat Earth. I didn't even finish to say what most of.
How do you even know that, though? Do you have the numbers?
I didn't even finish to say what most of flat Earth.
Most of flat Earth. You don't even
Most
know
of
what
flat
that
Earth
is.
what? I didn't finish.
You don't know what that is.
Oh God. So get nitpicky with me. Don't let me get points across even before I finish. All right. You want
Well,
exactly.
you're
Oh,
making nonsensical
you got
claims, so we're
stats.
gonna have to.
You got stats, man. It's so nitpicky.
You're
You're
making a
making
claim,
nonsense
brother.
claims.
I didn't even finish the claim.
Most of flat Earth. What does that mean? Most of flat Earth. What is
Okay,
that?
I was going to say that as far as my feeling, right? You can reject that if you want, but at least let me complete my claim, right? As far as my feeling goes, most of flat Earth, we still somewhat hold to the azimuth equidistant map as
How do you
sort of
know
a
that, dude?
guideline. Oh God. I
How do you
told you
know that?
feeling. I told you it's a feeling.
That's
You
complete.
can
So
reject that.
complete nonsense. So complete nonsense.
Okay, so you can reject that. Fine.
So yeah, you're arguing nothing.
Okay, fine. You're right. All right, so
Yeah, I don't
no.
use a globe projection, dude, to tell me what the flat Earth looks like, man.
All right, so the thing that made me swallow flat Earth, that made sense to me the most, like the azimuth equidistant map, that we used it to explain flight paths, like with all those weird connections
No.
of flights.
No.
Oh no, you're right. It didn't happen. Yeah, it didn't happen.
But
Let's
even
gaslight one another now. It didn't happen.
Dreamly, even if I give you that, even if I use the AE map to talk about the flat Earth sometimes, that doesn't mean that I know the sun. The AE map doesn't show a sun.
You're right.
Doesn't depict the
You're right, but I didn't
trajectory
even need to explain
of
what's my
the.
problem with it. I didn't finish
You're
because this guy wants
conflating an issue,
stats.
bro. You're
He wants stats
conflating
now.
something. Some people use different maps for different things. All maps have different uses, right? That one that you're talking about, that let's say you or a group of people picked to use for whatever reason, that doesn't give you that is missing a lot of information, and that is a projection of the globe. And you gotta remember that you ran away from the globe because you don't believe in the globe, right? But this is a projection of a globe. So you're falling on the same trap and you're saying, ooh, I like this map better than a globe. But that's what it is, a grid projection of a globe dart. And you're trying to make sense out of it when it doesn't make sense.
All right. You know that in zetetic astronomy, he claims that Antarctica is a huge ring of ice at the circumference of the known flat Earth, and it holds all the water, right? And then that's why when globetards tell us, how do you explain water not following off from the edge?
But bro,
Oh,
how can he claim that?
Is that a
so
baseless
let's throw him
assertion
under
that
the
he made?
bus now. Let's throw him under the bus now. Yeah.
But how can he claim
Well,
it?
you're not gonna
Has he ever
adjust.
seen that? Has anybody ever seen that? Have any of us seen that, dude? How can you claim something that you don't know anything about?
I don't know. I remember that we used to argue saying, oh, we have like the logs of Captain Cook saying how he circumnavigated Antarctica and it was a 80,000 mile long distance. Oh, you see, that's good evidence for our claim that Antarctica is actually this huge ring of ice around us. Oh,
So
but now let's
is
throw all those
Captain Cook the
arguments under the bus. They're like,
arbiter
oh,
of
we don't know
truth?
anything. Oh, we don't
Bro,
actually know anything.
you're
Come on,
conflating
it's like you
a
guys are
bunch of things.
weak.
You're conflating. If there's some reports about Captain Cook doing that, is he the arbiter of truth of all of reality? Is that who Captain
No,
Cook
we
is?
just proved that. We just used this argument for years. But now let's
We
throw it under the bus.
bro, some people. You know the azimuthal acquisition has like 4 different projections. So why didn't
I
you pick
gotta
the
go.
other one?
I gotta go.
Who was that? What was his username? He sounded upset about the A map not being poster child anymore. What was the username?
It was like he was
I,
finding out Santa's not real, right?
I think it's not his point. It wasn't especially for the AA map, but just the north being the center and the sun all going around the north. Circumnavigation goes around the north center and south. Yeah, if it is not a globe south, will be just everything away from the north. So that ring that he talked about, the South Pole, as being depicted like in the AE map, like a ring of ice. Having that or not having that being just an ocean, continuous ocean toward the south, no ice, no South Pole, no nothing. He just talked about having that southern limit, that's 60th degree southern circle, which will be a circle, a big circle around the north, which because the north is just in the center. Having an AE map, a moon map, anything, just a circle with the center point in the middle, no continent drawn on that paper. Yeah, that's what he's talking about. So for us, north is in the center, south is not a pole in the other side of a ball. It will be just that extension which is away from the center.
The sun going across the sky, doing a circle above a certain area of the land. What is the big deal? The sun does this on the north, right? There's reports about that. The sun goes across the sky, has ground positions. What is the big issue? I don't get it.
Yeah, there is no issue with that. The sun is the sun. I don't know what is made of, and I don't know what are its physicalities and things, how it moves, how it have to move, how it float there. I don't know those things. But for some people, even flat earthers, yeah, sun circling a center point, which is the north, that is something that we can understand. It's easy to understand. But circling another point in the south, that's difficult for some people. Because
So how's it 24-hour sun in north when the sun is going around the south?
Sorry?
How is there 24-hour sun in the north when at the same time the sun in the south is going around a southern point?
So he's doing
That
it.
doesn't make sense.
Is it doing it at the same time on both locations?
No. Sure,
Is
no.
it two suns or one?
That's something that I can't confirm.
Wait. He's
I
asking.
don't
He's
know.
asking how. He's asking how is it doing this? But is that what you're saying, bro? That is doing both circles around celestial north and celestial south at the same time?
No, not at the same time.
Bro, I didn't ask you.
But in where I'm in Australia, I see the sun. The sun comes up from the southeast and then goes to the north and then sets in the southwest. So it's going around a point in the south. And the sun does get further away, but it doesn't make sense if Australia's on the bottom and the sun's going around. What about the top, where the sun should be going around? Is there like two suns? I don't know.
Do
No,
you
but
remember? Do you remember the definition of refraction when there is two mediums and there's a surface or barrier between the two mediums? You can say there might be some refracting effect happening between us, the observer, the medium that we're in, the barriers between us and the sun, and whatever the sun is. Snell's window, Snell's law, refraction.
Yeah, but there's only one medium. The atmosphere is only one medium, it's not two. But
What do
exactly
you
no
mean
matter
one
what the
medium?
sun is, the atmosphere
There
is
is
just one
movement.
medium.
No, there's no
Yeah.
atmosphere. There is no atmosphere. We're talking about reality. The layers above, the mediums. Obviously, the sun is in a different medium than the one that we're
Air.
in.
Yeah, it's just there's only one medium, which is air, as far as we know.
Well, if you go very high up, above the air that we know of, you see the sun up there in the blackness. That's a different medium.
Well, yeah, we don't know.
but
I think he's
As
joking.
far as
we
we
don't
know,
have
we just have one medium.
in the air around us. We don't have just the air. We have particles of water, and that can make refraction happen. If you just take, for example, a spherical glass orb, and you project a beam of light on that spherical glass ball, it will refract when it will touch the boundary, the external boundary of that glass ball. It will reflect a part of that light, and the beam will the rest of the beam will enter that glass ball tilted, and the other side of that glass ball, when it will try to exit the glass ball, it will reflect from that internal wall boundary between the outside and the inside, and the rest will exit that ball being tilted toward the bottom again, so two times inside one single orb. Then, with water, having small droplets of water in the air around us, called humidity. So yeah, it can do that thing, make those light rays just tilt.
No flat earthers believed in refraction.
Sorry.
Of course, when light passes from one media to another, like light through air and passes through water, it's going to refract. Yeah, we
Sounds
don't
like he
deny refraction,
understands.
dude.
Sounds like he understands the atmosphere is made up of multiple mediums, because as you increase,
No, it isn't. It's just one medium
There
of
is no
air. Are
atmosphere.
you for
as you
real?
increase in
It's
oxygen,
just
you
air.
difference in water vapor. Yeah.
It's just air, bro. What else? What other medium is there? Glass, water.
Tell me what the difference
Dirt?
is between
What?
two mediums.
One's air and one's water.
What's the difference that makes it refract?
Yeah.
What's the difference that makes it refract?
You think you don't know the difference between air and water? One
Oh
is
my god.
one
You
is
can't answer the
solid.
question.
I just
Oh,
did.
it's only when they're solid?
Yeah, glass, water. Air isn't a
Okay, so
solid.
they only reflect when it's a difference in phase.
A different medium, yeah. It refracts a little bit in the atmosphere, but not as much as going through glass or water. But there's water in the atmosphere, and the sun's still a long way away. So, yeah, you're going
What
to get a
happens
bit of
when you increase in
refraction.
altitude? Does that water like get
But
less and
there's
less? Or?
refraction like going through glass and stuff, and then there's atmospheric refraction. It's two different things.
Same thing.
No, it's not. One is really obvious and striking when it goes like a pencil in the water. You can see it's a split. But in the atmosphere, it's much more subtle, and you can only see it over long distances and that sort of thing. It's two different subjects.
Okay.
But it's almost like 2 millions because you've got really thin air and then you've got thicker air at the bottom. So it's kind of going through 2 mediums, but it's not technically 2 mediums, but it does move around and refract in that in different light. But no, we don't deny refraction. That's retarded.
Well, you do deny the fact that there's atmospheric refraction, or you can't grapple that light bends because of the difference in density.
The light doesn't bend; it refracts and scatters.
There's also something called Snell's window that, let's say, a fish is looking from underwater, is looking up towards the air, and the fish can see a 360-degree horizon doing a circle above him. So that's another phenomena that is interesting. That it could be happening in the medium above, and you are the fish in the water, and you're looking towards the other medium, and you see this 360-degree circle of the sun in the medium above you. Snell's window.
So yeah, that light's going to be really refracted coming from the air through the water, and if you're looking in the water up, yeah, it's going to be all refracted as hell. But it's really cool when you look at the swimming pool and it's the sunlight going through the water on the bottom of the pool. It's all, trippy.
You're saying that's what we should observe? Same thing.
Not just Snell window. There might be multiple variables that make it look the way it looks, but it's definitely a light show.
Yeah,
And
correct. And they are not all called refraction. Like, for example, when an eagle tried to catch a fish, she's inside water. That's not refraction. That's not the same angle when you see the water from a horizontal plane, not from above. When you see it from above, that's magnification of that fish inside water and that the light being scattered, dispersed, and some of that light will just reflect from the surface of water, going back to the source or to other sides, other angles. You can't just call every thing that you see the light behave differently inside a medium refraction, because it's not. Looking at the coin inside a cup, and the bottom of the cup sitting in the floor from the top, it's not like looking at the pencil from the side. The light will not bend dependently to your where you are. No, it will bend the same direction that it bends all time. Down. You look at it from above or from the side. It's different.
Hello. Anyone there?
Yes.
Yeah, hey bro,
How are
what's up?
you?
Oh, good. What about you?
Doing very well. What brings you here this morning?
I'm just wanting to listen to
Oh, cool.
in flat Earth
Oh,
discussion. I
yeah,
don't have
cool.
any particular in mind to discuss. Just want to maybe discuss something. I don't know.
It's been a bit quiet lately, just tonight. So there hasn't been a lot of discussion here. Maybe you could bring a discussion to the table.
We could talk about free will.
Sorry?
We could talk about free will. I don't know. That's not flat Earth related.
No, it's not flat Earth related.
But yeah, I don't have anything on mind.
How about why do you believe that Earth is a globe? What's that based
I
on?
don't.
Can you tell us? Or you just don't think
I
about it?
don't. I don't believe in it.
In the globe?
I'm a flat earther. Well, yeah, I'm a flat earther myself.
Oh, okay, cool. So you've been on flat Earth for a couple of years?
Well, since summer of 2021.
Okay.
Was saw an interview on a channel I watched a lot with Dave Weiss, and what he said made a lot of sense. So, and I love people with interesting takes, and when they speak confident and logically. So, and I looked more into it, and yeah, it's flat. Definitely, it's a lot of.
Seems to be a lot of flat earthers who say, "Oh, I became a flat earther in 2021." There seems to be a lot of those.
Might have been me one of those times before because my other account got nuked. Well, I had maybe 3 accounts actually where I've been a flat earther, and said it. Yeah, Discord doesn't like me being in certain servers.
Oh, if you go into any other server and start talking about flat Earth, they'll freak out and ban you straight away. Yeah.
What do you mean?
All the other channels here, there's Christian channels and atheists and politics and conspiracy channels. And it's a lot of different channels. But yeah, if you go in there and talk about flat Earth, they'll freak out and you get banned.
No, I mean server. No, yeah, if I'm in certain servers, not particularly necessarily flat Earth related. Discord themselves they suspend my account. Like if they say if they deem the server to be like something dangerous or whatever, in their opinion, they suspend or strike all the users that are in there, because apparently,
Yeah, I heard that.
yeah, the collective punishment that's like the philosophy.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
It's like how the teachers, like if one student does something wrong in the class, everyone gets punished.
Yeah.
Like some.
Yeah, me too. So you saw Dave Weiss? If you saw a Dave Weiss video and it made sense.
Yeah, I mean it was on High Impact Flicks channel. I used to watch that for news and such. And then he had an interview with Dave Weiss. It was like an hour interview where he went over different things relating to Flat Earth, and it was very interesting. So I looked more into it and got into different channels. I'm not particularly a fan of Dave Weiss, but yeah,
He hasn't got many fans here.
Yeah, but I'm just saying he's the guy. He's the reason I got into it. Well, I would have got into it eventually, regardless, because I was watching a different guy who later spoke about Flat Earth. But then he hadn't before that.
Oh yeah.
That was I think it's called Jeff Berwick. It's a bit of a shady character, but yeah, he says a lot of good stuff. You know about him?
No, I can't say I have.
Alright. He does like these walk and talks with his dog in, I think, Mexico or something. Speaks about like things probably not allowed to speak about there, and about government being shit. So he's like an anarcho-capitalist and such. And also also a flat author, which is cool.
Tink, 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 tink. Who is it? Close the door. It's cold out there. There should be a greeting for people that pop in, like, come on in.
What are you doing, dude? Watch, he's gonna leave now. Because he knows he can't mic spam. Yeah, there you go. Oh, he joined back. Oh, now he's spamming the chat, dude. Now he's spamming, bro. Look at this guy. Hello, are there any Globers in the chat?
Yes.
Do you have proof for your globe?
Evidence.
What is it?
What's my evidence?
Yeah.
Well, there's a bunch of different ones. Probably the one I look into the most is measuring the acceleration of Earth.
You measured the acceleration of Earth. Is that what you're seriously telling me?
I didn't measure the acceleration of Earth. Other people have measured the
Who
acceleration of
did?
Earth.
Who did? Foucault's pendulum? Is that what you're gonna say?
That is a measurement of acceleration.
So when they admit that the device requires a magnet to get it to work, that proves that it's accelerating. That's what you're telling me, because that's what the
No.
manual says.
Well, no, you're actually incorrect because Foucault's pendulum didn't use a magnet. So you might want to look into that a little bit more. You there?
Yeah, here we go. The lower section of the cabinet also contains the electromagnetic used to maintain the pendulum swing amplitude. This is part of the Foucault pendulum manual for the apparatus.
Yeah, that's not Foucault's original pendulum. That's just a recreation of it that uses a magnet. The original did not use a magnet. So again, you might want to look more into it. I can tell you why they use the magnet if you're interested.
I don't need you to tell me. It tells me in the manual.
So you know why they use the magnet?
Yes, to maintain the swing amplitude.
Yeah, so they don't have to reset it all the time. But yeah, Foucault's pendulum does not use magnets. These magnets are used for like public display, for ones in like science museums, because otherwise they'd have to, pay somebody to constantly set it up. So that's why they use drives, magnet drives, things like that. So that manual you're reading from, it's not the manual from the Foucault's pendulum. It's a manual from a company that sells recreations of Foucault's pendulums for like science museums and things like that.
Do you have citation for your claim?
Citation for the original Foucault pendulum?
Yep.
I'm actually trying to find a paper on the original, but I can't. All I have is Wikipedia.
Yeah, the original was, I believe he did it in an old church. The weight, the bob, I think was about 60 pounds. The line, I think it was over 100 feet. It was pretty big. So they would get a decent period of oscillation. I think when he let it go, I think it goes about 8 hours, and you get good readable results for about half that time, maybe 5 hours. It's really interesting when you get into how he figured out why it would work, and then, I mean, that's the invention of the gyroscope is from the pendulum.
So, where's the paper that shows the original Foucault pendulum?
The paper?
Yeah, you know, when scientists do stuff like this, they write papers on it and describe what they did, how they did it. Where's the paper? From 1851.
You looked and you didn't find it?
No, I can't find it.
I'd imagine in the Wikipedia, when you go down at the bottom and they have citations for their information, I would assume that it would be one of those citations if you're looking for it.
And how did Foucault get this pendulum into motion? By pushing it?
No, by releasing it.
So just by dropping it?
Well, what you do is you set the pendulum, and they usually use like a string, like a piece of string, and then they burn the string so they can impart as they can reduce any kind of inertia or motion they may introduce into the system.
Have you ever been in a tire swing before?
Yeah.
You know the same shit happens on a tire swing, right?
No, the same shit doesn't happen on a tire swing. I don't know what you're trying to get by saying that.
So the claim is Earth rotates underneath the gyro. Is that correct? I mean the pendulum. Is that correct?
Yeah, the Earth is rotating.
Okay. So we don't see this effect anywhere else. If Earth was rotating under the
Well, no, you can't. You don't measure
pendulum,
it. You don't
that's what I'm
measure
going to.
things.
So there's no other observable Coriolis effect.
It's a measurement. Yeah, because it's a measurement of acceleration. It's not just something we observe, like some natural phenomenon we're just observing.
So if Earth was rotating under the pendulum, we would see the effects of Earth rotating under planes, drones, hot air balloons, anything in the inertial reference frame.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. Is a helicopter an accelerometer?
So
it's not.
So is
helicopter's in the inertial reference frame, and you're standing on the non-inertial reference frame, the turning reference frame. So the helicopter is supposedly in the same position as the pendulum, just in an inertial reference frame. Yes. And it doesn't appear to deviate. So we only get a deviation apparently in this contraption of a pendulum that you have to charge up or pull back and let go or whatever.
No, it's not whatever. It's a device. It's an accelerometer, and it has inertia. It's the inertial reference frame, and that's because of the way it's built. It's built to be precisely in that plane of swing. A helicopter is constantly moving, constantly adjusting, constantly correcting. No such correction is happening on a pendulum. A pendulum is designed in this way, so it swings only in that plane of inertia. That's why it was created, because of the inertial reference frame. If you have a drone, a helicopter, something hovering that's moving massive amounts of air, it's always correcting, constantly correcting. That's not in the inertial reference frame.
Yes, the air is supposedly the inertial reference frame. So anything in the air, balloons, drones, anything like that. The Earth, how much does a balloon have to adjust? It doesn't adjust, just go straight up.
No, it doesn't go
wind
straight.
a bit. Look at the wind a little bit.
It moves all over the place.
Basically going to go straight up.
Have you never let go of a balloon?
Yeah. So if Earth is rotating, it would rotate underneath the balloon that's in the separate reference frame. Nope. Yes, it would. Yes, it would.
Why would it?
Yeah, just not in reality.
No, okay. Have you ever, out of curiosity, have you ever driven in a car?
Okay, so if you're sitting on top of the car,
the
car's going 1,000 miles an hour. Are you going to feel it? And the car turns.
Yeah,
are you going to feel it?
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah,
you feel it. Okay.
So we don't feel that on the Earth.
Okay, but when you're driving 1,000 miles an hour, you feel like you're at rest, though, right?
Not when you're sitting on top of the car.
No, you're inside the car. When you're inside the car.
Oh, you're inside the car. Oh, yeah. Earth has a roof. Okay. So Earth has a container to contain all the gas pressure then?
Earth is the container.
Oh, Earth is the container.
Yes, gravity forms a well in gravity forms a well in space that things fall into. Earth is the container. I know it's hard to imagine, but it is.
No. So Earth is a car, so it has a solid container roof to keep in all the gas
No, it doesn't have
pressure.
a solid container roof. It's like a cup. It's a cup that things are sitting inside of.
You know, usually when they
So
talk about
convertible.
gravity wells, they talk about black holes, dude. I've never heard about a gravity well on a planet.
Yeah, everything
to learn your own model,
that
dude.
has mass has its own well of gravity. That's how it works.
Bro, a ball is a container, like a beach ball is a container for the air inside the ball.
Correct, I agree.
Not outside the ball.
It also has gravity. It also has gravity that pulls other things towards it. And if gravity is enough such that it pulls everything towards it, it becomes a container.
Okay, great.
That's the dumbest argument ever.
Where's your experiment that proves space-time and its manipulation?
Oh, so...
They don't have one.
Okay, I personally don't have one. You're right.
Nobody has one.
We can go look one up if you want. We can go look one up if you want.
So you don't even know what you're talking about now.
No, come on, man. Come on.
What do you mean, come on? You don't have any scientific proof that
Okay, cool. Where's your model for the flat Earth? Where's your model?
Oh, shut up. Go get
your model for the flat Earth. Oh, no, selective evidence. Okay, cool.
You know what? Here, I'll give you a model for the flat Earth.
Do you have any argument? Do you have any argument that's not special pleading?
Hold on a second. Go get this evidence you spoke about for space-time. Post it in the side chat.
Okay, post me evidence for your model of the flat Earth.
You are the one.
No,
that's going to get the
this is the flat Earth channel, right? So you must have some sort of evidence that the Earth is.
No, we're not doing this, right? You made a positive claim, and you said that you can get evidence. I didn't make the positive claim. I don't have to provide shit for you, right? Go get the evidence, post it in the side chat. And if I unmute you now, don't try to change the subject.
So you want
just
evidence?
Admit you can't get it.
So hold on.
Admit you
hold
can't.
on, hold
admit
on.
you don't have any evidence, and we can move forward.
Okay. You want evidence of what specifically?
So you didn't even know what you said?
No. I'm willing to get you evidence. I want to know what you'll accept as evidence.
Do you think? No. What do you think when you were saying there is evidence? What were you talking about?
I'm talking about gravity, and an object with sufficient enough gravity could be considered a container because it creates a big enough well that things fall into it.
Pendos, can you ask him your question again?
Okay, so for you to prove that scientifically under the scientific method, you need to demonstrate through an experiment that follows the scientific method how you manipulate the cause, which is apparently your space-time that causes objects to follow the shortest path curve along it. So where is your experiment that proves space-time and its manipulation?
All right. So first of all, proving space-time would not prove gravity. Right? Gravity is something that should be demonstrated. Gravity is something that should be demonstrated, and I can demonstrate gravity.
No, you can demonstrate something you call gravity that you don't understand.
Oh my gosh. Okay, sure.
Have you ever taken a third grade science course where they teach you the scientific method?
Yes. Have you?
Did you just forget what the scientific method was?
No, I haven't.
Right, you just got indoctrinated by the higher up science.
Oh my god, do you have a point or do you want a soapbox?
Yeah, you don't. What my point is, you don't know what you're speaking about when you're talking about gravity.
Okay, hold on. So we didn't get there, right? All we had was you asked me for evidence. I asked you evidence for what, and then we clarified. So now that we're clear, should I go get you evidence, or do you want to pontificate and soapbox about how stupid I am?
The thing is when somebody asks you for evidence, that you should not be deflecting and saying, "Oh, where's your evidence?"
No, I didn't do that. That's a lie. I did not do that. I asked you
DJ, what
you would accept
5 minutes ago?
As evidence. I asked you what you would accept as evidence. Basically.
I just told you. A scientific experiment that manipulates space-time, proving gravity.
We can't manipulate space-time. You're asking for something you know is impossible.
Okay, so you can't prove gravity. Thank you very much.
We can't manipulate space-time. We can witness its effects.
Who can then?
You're
the fucking aliens?
Gravity. We have calculations for the amount that time dilates from planes traveling, right? We know about these effects. If you want a specific thing that we can test for, then yes, we can test for it. But when you say prove by manipulating space-time, I guess, okay, there you go, planes.
We also have calculations that talk about multiverses, dude.
I know.
Okay,
You're
so why
asking
don't
for
you go
something
in? Why don't you go
impossible
into
and
your
then
own
dancing a victory
multiverse
dance.
and prove yourself right?
You're asking for something impossible and then dancing a victory dance.
Okay, so this is all you have to do now, right? Because we just want you to be intellectually honest.
I am
Just say
trying.
I don't have a scientific experiment to prove space-time.
I don't have a scientific experiment where we can manipulate space-time because we don't have that ability yet. But can I show demonstrations of our understanding of space-time? Yeah.
No, you're going to show observations and then you're going
Yes,
to assume the
that's all
cause
we
of the
have.
effect. You're
That's
going
all
to
we
assume
have.
the cause of effect based on some mathematical construct, right? And
Yes.
that's the okay.
That is what I'm going to do. Yes.
All right. Glad we sorted that out.
Okay. Do you think, let me ask you this. How do you feel about induction?
Who are you talking to? Me or your Pandos?
You.
Dude.
You, DJ.
You look, if you can't validate it, you can't validate something, then it's just going to be something that is
Okay, I am talking about what you would accept as validation. Because if you accept induction, right, which is something that can't be proven, right? So if you accept induction, okay, and you accept the scientific method, okay, then
no, dude, that's not the same thing, though.
I know it's not the same
I
thing.
got some.
Okay, so do you
nephew
accept
came in once.
induction? Hey, over the fences, what was I closed-minded on, or were you talking to someone in chat? Okay, fair enough. That's why I asked for clarification. Thank you.
Hello, DJ, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, but I got family over, so might have to
All right.
go sporadically.
I'm gonna send you a
Little kids
message.
running around like crazy. Yeah, what's happening, man?
Can you look in the message I sent you?
Mm-hmm.
Amor, hija.
Hello, who's there? Gemsy, I got a question for you.
Sí, mi amor.
Gemsy.
Sí, mi amor. Ponga la lechita. Póngale unos huevitos.
Hello, La Gitana, Gemsy, La Gitana.
For you. Póngale como 1 cup of, like 1 cup of milk. 2 huevitos.
Gemsy, are you there, dude?
Avenita, like half a cup or 1/4 of a
Gemsy.
cup. Oh, 1 second, baby.
Hello, Gemsy, are you there?
I'm sorry, bro. I'm on the phone. Just give me 1 minute.
No,
Can you
I
hear
could
me?
hear it all, dude.
Yeah, give
What are
me a
you
minute.
talking about? Making coffee?
No, my daughter wants trying to make uh oatmeal breakfast.
I got a question for you, Gemsy.
Yeah, give me a minute, okay?
Okay.
¿Me escucha, baby? So, añade la lechita, le echas 1 or 2 huevitos, le añades el butter, like 1/4 of butter because for yourself only. Y una pizquita de sal, una pizquita de sal. Yeah, a pinch of salt. And then you make sure you warm all that up together y le añade la avenita para que se mezcle. Le añades un poquito de la avenita y you cook it all together. And make sure you move it so it mixes well. You have to move it, not stop, so it mixes well. And then when it's about to get a little bit, like avena, then you remove it from the fire so it doesn't get too hard. Like 1/4 of a cup. Cause okay, baby, call me later, baby, love you. Send me a picture of the avena. Oh gosh, dude, I'm still unmuted. Yeah, you can ask me now. Jello?
Hello?
Yeah, I didn't mute myself.
So, can I ask you a question now?
Go ahead.
How do you explain Foucault's pendulum essentially rotating in a circle?
I wouldn't be the first. Yeah, focal pendulum. I
Like
get it.
a lot of the new like every recreation I see uses magnets and circuits, but this guy Mushkane says that the original, which is apparently the only one that I can find that doesn't use magnets. He said it doesn't use a magnet, but I can't find any paper on Google that talks about the original Foucault pendulum. I looked 10 pages into Google, dude. I can't find anything.
Yeah, it's about you observe a phenomena of this thing moving, pendulum moving, and have the ones that are practical. I guess they have the magnets, and you observe this phenomena, and then they say that's the Earth moving, but obviously it's not. But how to explain it? I mean, like quantums talk about it from a frame of reference, from the how do you say, the inertia frame of reference. So if they're saying that the Earth is moving below the pendulum, then you could get on a helicopter or a hot air balloon and wait for the west to come to you.
Well, no, because conservation is like if you're riding in a car, ball, it's not gonna shoot to the back. It's gonna conserve that momentum. So the
Still,
same thing with a drone, a helicopter, something like that. You know.
the drone will be hovering. Yeah, the drone debunks the movement of the ground, obviously.
It doesn't.
It does, because the drone it hovers above the ground, and then you see the moon, the stars, and the luminaries moving, and the Earth doesn't move below it. The sky
You
moves
see
above it.
when a drone is hovering over a
You can
spot
put,
on the ground,
yep, you
it's
can put up.
carrying that momentum.
That's your claim.
You're constantly correcting it, and with a pendulum, that's why they constructed a pendulum so they could have the inertial reference frame. That's the whole point of a pendulum.
Mushkane, I'm just curious, because I hear this all the time from Globe people. How long does that momentum get conserved? Because you seem to think it's conserved forever. So let's
He
say
doesn't know.
I throw a baseball. It doesn't fly forever because the momentum isn't conserved. So I'm wondering, for your drone hovering, if it's flying along with an atmosphere.
Okay, well, let's stick with that baseball. When you threw the baseball, when it left your hand, when it was still sitting in your hand, it's got that whatever motion it may be undergoing. When it leaves your hand, it's still in that motion, and when it lands on the ground, right, the earth again, it would still be in that reference frame. So it's never losing it. It always had it.
It slows down though and starts to arc downward toward the ground. So it loses it. It doesn't continue traveling as fast as it did when it left my hand. Just like a drone isn't going to. Let's go with
that acceleration it loses, just like when you're in a car and you throw a ball up. Yeah, it's not going to go up forever. It's going to come back down, and you're still traveling at whatever that car is traveling.
Yeah, so a drone, it goes up and it's hovering. The ground is traveling underneath it, and you're saying they're traveling, at the
the drone is traveling with the ground. Yes,
forever at the same speed, even though it's not on the ground anymore.
Yeah, it's not touching. It's not touching the ground.
Yeah, but does the ground? I mean, the ground isn't going to slow down in your model yet. The drone cannot fly forever at 1,000 miles an hour. The ground's going to start getting ahead of it eventually. How long does that take?
Well, it won't. It depends on how you control the drone. I mean, when you're in a helicopter or a drone, you're constantly correcting it. You're constantly moving it to keep with whatever reference point that you're keeping it hovering over. You're going to be constantly correcting it to keep it over that reference point. This is why, to get the inertial reference frame, they designed a pendulum. Because a pendulum just has that initial inertia. When you let it go and swing, it will not deviate from that plane. If the mechanical hinge that it's built on is built correctly, it's going to keep that that plane of motion. And even then, it's not like 99. It's like 99.999%, but it's not completely. You can't completely detach it from the reference frame. The only way to do that would be to completely go outside of Earth. It's just as close as you can get. So a drone or a helicopter is not even approaching anywhere close enough to get away from that reference frame.
is completely separate from the reference frame, unlike the pendulum, which is attached to the ground. You haven't answered my question.
I can't get you any farther past that. You're gonna have to either go study a physics book or I don't know how else to explain that to you.
Well, you can't. That's the problem. Things do not maintain their momentum forever. That's the problem with your concept.
Well, you just contradicted yourself because you said if the Earth was rotating, it wouldn't lose that moment. It's going to keep rotating. Correct? Isn't that what you said?
Well, no, even the Earth, even your Earth. I'm not saying if the Earth was. It's obviously not. What I'm
Yeah,
saying,
well, that's what you said.
even in your model, even the Earth itself will slow down eventually and stop. But everything lasts forever in your model. Conservation of momentum doesn't mean it lasts forever.
So if you're on top of a car and the car's going 100 miles an hour and then it slams on the brakes and you go flying off the car, are you just going to just keep flying forever, are you? Or is it eventually going to slow down? Because that's what you're claiming, that the momentum is just continues endlessly.
No, I'm saying the momentum's conserved. You're denying the first law of motion. Is that what you're doing right now? You're denying the first law of motion?
So I would just continue 100 miles an hour flying through the air indefinitely.
Are you denying the first law of motion?
I'm just asking you that. I gave you the example. I want you to explain it. Am I just going to be continuously flying 100 miles an hour when they slam on the brakes and I go off flying off the car? Am I just going to continue indefinitely? Yeah?
Obviously not.
Obviously not. Yeah. So what are you talking about?
What? So conservation of momentum doesn't exist?
It's going to run.
Is that what you're saying? Conservation of momentum does not exist?
Oh, so I'm just going to fly 100 miles an hour indefinitely then? That's what you're saying.
I guess you just misunderstand what the conservation of momentum means.
No. That means an object's going at a certain speed, and then when it leaves the reference frame, you're saying it's going to continue that speed indefinitely. It doesn't happen, bro.
It didn't leave the reference frame.
I'm in the car.
What are you talking? It didn't leave the reference frame.
So are you saying the ground is not a different reference frame than the air? So when it leaves the ground, it's not leaving the reference frame?
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't have anything to say to you about that because that's absurd.
What? That's absurd?
That is absurd. If you're claiming that the ground is spinning and something leaves the ground, then it is not on the same reference frame as that spinning ground.
It conserves the momentum.
Yeah,
it's not indefinite though, bro.
Those are two different reference frames. I don't know how you can convince yourself that they're not.
I have a question, right? So if I'm on a merry-go-round, what's it called in the playground where it spins faster? Yeah, anyway, like a roundabout type thing, right? I'm sitting on the edge. Yeah, okay, so I'm sitting on the edge of it, right?
Yeah.
And I have a drone in my lap, right? And then I'm controlling the drone, and then I lift up the drone, right, with the remote control, and it lifts up. It's not going to keep spinning with me.
No.
I'm going to spin away from it. It's going to continue staying in the same position, and I'm going to continue spinning on the spinning reference frame, on the moving reference frame.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the non-moving reference frame. I'm in the moving reference frame.
Okay.
So just change it to I'm on like a spinning globe-shaped merry-go-round. I do the same thing.
Yeah, well, you'd have to make the merry-go-round that same size as the globe. And then, yeah.
Or on a smaller scale, it would happen. You agree with that? You just think if you
No.
made it big enough, then all of a sudden...
Well, it's not all of the sudden, but as the Earth spins, there's fluid forces. You know, the atmosphere. There's viscous forces. It's not like it's complete. It's not like the air has. It's not like the spinning of Earth has no bearing on the atmosphere. If that's what you're implying.
No, not at all. I mean, you could just do the same thing in a room that has no air. I mean, you know what I mean. No moving air, no wind, no breezes.
Well, taking that DJ, if you take that same example, you know, with the helicopter and the drone and the merry-go-round, you can. I mean, that's a good way to explain how a pendulum works, because you can put that pendulum on that same merry-go-round that you're talking about. And the thing about the merry-go-round is you can step off of it, and then you can view the outside of that reference frame, like you were saying, that rotational reference frame, and you can view the pendulum, and you'll see that it keeps its linear path of oscillation, that back and forth. As the merry-go-round spins around, you'll see that the bob is staying in that same straight line, showing that you've created that reference frame on that rotating reference frame, which would be the same idea.
No, I get you. I get you. And that's what we always come down to after these conversations. I'd be like, okay, so show me non-magnet driven pendulums in different locations around the world that show the predicted results happen consistently. And, you know, you've already admitted that you don't have that. So that's why we usually end at that point.
Well, it's funny reading the Wikipedia page pendulum. Is it the Wikipedia page? There's something on there, and it said after Foucault made his pendulum, there was a pendulum frenzy. They say it was a pendulum craze. People were making millions. It says millions of pendulums. And
it's a lot of pendulums.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Like, where's... I'm going to try and find that quote.
Yeah, I would just think, like, especially if we had this pendulum frenzy, then there should be so many practical demonstrations of different locations showing consistent results.
Hey,
You know,
explain something for me, Mushkane. If the Earth is rotating in one direction and not changing, why does the Foucault pendulum sometimes change its direction of precession?
Well, this is first off, to build a Foucault's pendulum is no easy task. And
Okay,
if
so
you
are
were
you going to
if
explain
you
it
were
or just like go on about nonsense?
oh well, I'll just
Your
no, go
first
ahead,
reaction
man.
was to say it's not easy to build it, dude. Like,
Let's hear his explanation.
well, yeah, if you're not even going to give me a chance to respond to your question and just say it's nonsense, then I don't see why I would put the effort in responding to
Go
it.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, well, yeah, there's a reason why I was saying it's difficult to build. It's because that's why when you see pendulums that you're saying they go this way, they go that way, it's like iteration after iteration after iteration to make the what's it called, the hinge part. And you were looking for a paper earlier. I have one, or I had it. I'll see if I can find it. It's another scientist who recreated the Foucault's pendulum. Like, didn't use magnets or anything. This was like 100 years ago too. And it took him years. He had to get special wire made because when they manufacture steel wire, the way they manufacture it, it kind of kinks after when you make it so long. So you had to like anneal it, heat it up so it was straight. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. And then when you're
Yeah.
saying it goes this way and that way, there's a thing called the some certain eclipse that happens, and they say, I've never seen any proof of this, but they say that okay, when the moon is in this position, now all of a sudden these pendulums start going reverse. I haven't seen. I've only heard claims of this. So I mean,
Right.
I don't
So
have the answer.
exactly. I mean, that's what I've gathered over the years of hearing about pendulums. Is it's like you said, it's so difficult to set it up, and then you keep tweaking it until you reverse engineer it enough to it starts doing finally what you thought it should do, right? But maybe it's only doing that because you've tweaked it in a specific way. And then even after they do that, they can't just keep doing it over and over again and keep getting the same results, right? Like all of a sudden
Yeah.
it'll start going the wrong way again, and then you try to say it's this or that reason. It's just something that seems like it's not the best evidence for a globe.
Well, the thing is, it would be great evidence if there was enough of them. So if this pendulum craze, this pendulum frenzy that they claimed happened, if that did happen, like if that happened now, like if for some reason there was a pendulum craze now, and you actually saw all these pendulums at different latitudes, different places on Earth doing the same thing, then you could say, okay, now we have something here because the physics checks out. The physics of what it should do checks out. So if it does do that, then there's some explaining to do. But the problem is, we only have those that I've found are 3 independently created Foucault's pendulum that were true to the design. So we need more. And then the Wikipedia page talking about frenzy, and there's millions of them. Like, where's that? Because that's what I want to see.
Yep. Yep. Fair enough.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning.
Ben.
Hey, that guy that was asking me about the paper for the pendulum, you still there?
Yeah.
Alright, I went digging. I found it. I'll post it for you.
Where is it from?
Hold on,
You
let me
wrote
look.
it. Was it
AC
Fulton
Long.
wrote it?
This is AC Longdon. He did a recreation of the Foucault's pendulum, and it was. Let me see what year it was. Here, I'm gonna post it so you can see.
Where is it?
This goes. This is the guy I was saying. He went really in depth on the construction of a pendulum. So if you read this, you'll really see like the mechanism behind it.
Just below that, Mitchell from Australia, Flat Earth School. He went to a pendulum demonstration in Sydney. It's kind of funny video if you want to watch it. It predicts, exactly how the pendulum should rotate, right? And he observes it, and it doesn't do at all like
How do I
anything
actually
close
open
to what
this
they're claiming.
file that Mishkane sent?
What's that?
How do I actually open this file?
You just click on it, right?
Yeah, but it just brings me to some page that says physical review with the front page, but I can't actually see anything in here. I don't know how to get this open.
Yeah, me either. By the way.
Oh, weird. Let me see.
Did someone a rotating Earth because pendulums?
Well, that's what they're trying to say. They're trying to say that this pendulum shows the rotation of the Earth, but the Earth must be rotating in two different directions because sometimes this pendulum changes direction. I wonder how that happens. How does the Earth rotate in one direction, then just switch and rotate in the other direction?
Well, how would a
Are you
pendulum
not
prove
seeing
anything
the?
about Earth rotation?
I posted a picture of what I see on the screen when I click on it, and then you can just.
How do you see that?
I don't know.
Oh,
I
you're on
clicked
your
on
phone.
it. Yeah.
Maybe it's because I'm on a computer.
I'm on a computer also, and I couldn't. I got the same thing. I just got a picture of the front or whatever.
Yeah. It's probably because it's a mobile. Maybe if I hold on, let me try to do something different.
Oh, it's from Harvard, dude. Harvard wrote this.
All right, I changed it to desktop site and copied that link. Maybe it'll work.
Okay. Let me see that. No, same shit. I don't get this.
Try the link I put. I brought up the link and then I reposted the link. It looks like the same thing. I was able to bring it up, but I run a Linux machine. I don't know if that makes a difference.
Yeah, it probably does. I can't bring it up either on an iPad.
When I clicked on the link that said read ebook, it brought me to a site that is requesting an account sign in. So that might be why. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't find any other way to get to the paper. I've read it before, and I didn't think it was the same site, but I'm not finding anything else. All right. I think I found one that you could open. It's just a PDF file.
It's good to see that some people have started to answer my questions that I put in the chat about 15 minutes ago. It's the question I've got for flat earthers mostly, but globe earthers as well. But anybody who wants to answer these two questions, and it comes in two parts because I feel at this moment in time it bloody has to. And the first question, for anyone who's listening, who hasn't read the side chat, is what is a celestial pole? Second question is, how many are there? And then from that moment onwards, when we can agree to the answers, we can move on in the conversation. The reason why I'm asking it like this is because I've started to ask this question in random conversations and bring it up over the last 2.5 months. And you get a bit of pushback for some reason, especially from some flat earthers.
What is up, my hot babes?
Sky's up.
Glober's blood pressure is up.
Yep.
What is up, my hot babes?
Yeah, Glober's anxiety level is going up, obviously.
I have an answer, but it's probably not the right one. But I have what I think. I think it's 2, the sun and the moon, but
2 and the sun and the moon. Okay. This be a good chance to have
I'm new, so I wasn't sure. So.
No, you're fine. So I'll ask the question, maybe you didn't catch it. What is a celestial pole? What's that? How do you think we define a celestial pole?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Clue's kind of in the question. Celestial, right? So not on the earth, it's in the sky, and it's probably got to do with the stars. And it's a rotation point. A point in the sky in which stars rotate around. They complete a cycle in, say, 24 hours. So this is where we get the rotation of the Earth from, right? So a point in the sky that appears to which stars appear to rotate around. The North Star, Polaris, this is very, very close, almost right next to, touching the axis of rotation of which all the stars rotate around. But it looks like pretty much all of the stars in this instance rotate around Polaris, the pole star, the North Star. This is where we get north from. How many celestial rotation points do we have?
Probably just one, the North Star?
No, it's 2. There are 2 celestial poles. One we call north, one we call south.
No, there's literally not, dude.
There's literally not, dude. There's not 2 poles in which we call north celestial pole and south celestial pole. There are not 2 rotation points in the sky.
No, what direction does your compass point, bro? South is not a fixed location like the north is.
Excuse me. For some reason, you brought compasses up into this. I'm not talking about magnetic poles. If I was talking about magnetic poles, I'd have asked you to define what a magnetic pole is. I asked you to define what a celestial pole is, and then tell me how many there are. You're not listening. That's why you brought up a compass.
Oh, really? There's not any celestial poles. I mean, that's to claim there's a celestial pole making the question anyway. And I'm just as guilty because I'll say there's a north celestial pole, but that's just as bad as saying there's a southern one. Okay. There's just, apparent points of rotation is not the same thing as a pole.
Sorry. You understand why I'm bringing this up, right? Because in the sky there's 2 points of rotation. Stars rotate around points in the sky, don't they? No. Okay.
Is Vac still bricked?
Well, no, it just comes down to and please, guys, don't mute me. Like, don't tase me, bro. I'm just saying. Like, if you got a person in Moscow, I've said this a million times. I don't mean to be a broken record, but if you have a person in Moscow, a person in Dallas, a person in LA, and a person in whatever city in Peru that's north of the equator, everybody can go outside at some point within a 24-hour period from all those locations simultaneously seeing Polaris. You can't do that in the south.
Yeah, and why is Polaris?
It's not a 1-for-1 trade-off. It's not equal equivalence.
Sorry. So
Oh
why is
my
Polaris?
god.
Is it stationary where you can all can see it, and the other stars in the north are rotating around this one? Is this what we're seeing?
That's what I believe. I know that.
Yeah.
It has nothing. It has nothing to do with the AE map either. That's a misconception. But sorry.
All right. We're just trying to get to the conclusion that there are two in the sky. Now we've defined what they are. Now we need to admit that there are two. It's not just one in the north that we call north.
Well, there's not one in the south either because south is different for
not
everybody.
one in
North,
the south either.
no, north is the only place that's a fixed. Like north is the only direction that's a stationary fixed point.
Okay. So
that's the whole.
Okay. So the Southern Cross. You know what the Southern Cross is, right?
Right, and you can't see the Southern Cross from Brazil, New Zealand, Australia, and South Africa simultaneously, like you can see north. And the Southern Cross is not a one-for-one equivalent to Polaris either. The Southern Cross, that would be more of a comp to like Ursa Minor.
Okay, so you don't agree with the observations that we see the Southern Cross rotate another rotation point. Not the northern one, another one.
An apparent one, sure, but it's not seen the same way as the northern ones are seen.
Apparent. Does it circle this point in the sky? Not the northern one, another one.
No, there's no 0.42 circle. There's no
Yes,
Polaris in the south.
This is the upsetting point. Yes, there is.
No, there's not. There's no southern equivalence to Polaris, man. You guys can chant Ursa Minor. I mean, Sigma Octantis, but that's not really. I don't.
Polaris is a star.
Really think.
Polaris is a star, like all the other stars, and it rotates around an unseen central point.
Not Polaris doesn't rotate around an unseen point.
Okay, Waxwax, what the hell, dude? Listen, no one's saying that there's a star that has to demarcate that point. Apparently, you think so, but there is a central point around which the stars appear to rotate. It doesn't need to be demarcated by a star. Get a hold of yourself.
Well, that's not fair to say because you guys are about to start telling me about how awesome Sigma Octantis is, and it's just
no. We're going to get to the conclusion that there are 2 points in the sky, that stars rotate around. When we get to this conclusion, we're going to understand that they're going to have ground positions, poles, things on the floor that they geographically represent the ground position of that central axis of rotation. 2, one we call north, one we call south. One rotates one way, one rotates another way.
No, they're all going east to west. So they're not rotating opposite ways. It's they say clockwise and counterclockwise is subjective.
Sorry. No, we've got 2 rotations, and when you stand in the middle of these rotations, you can watch different rotations, left to right or right to left, depending on which one you're standing in, because they rotate in different directions.
I mean,
you observed this.
I hate to ask the question, but is there? Do we have proof for both sides of the rotations, like a video of showing both?
Sorry, say that again.
Do we have like a video showing both sides of the rotations there?
Yeah.
To clarify things.
Yeah, so we can observe these things in the sky for 24 hours.
But let's ask them.
Around point in the sky.
Let's ask them. What is he? What do you see in the video? Somebody posted something, right? I'm assuming. I just heard them say.
I'm just asking if we can get the videos posted. That way we can both see what happens on both sides. That's all I'm saying.
Well, just about to explain it to you. I can post you videos in a moment with regards to 24 observations of things in the sky from the Arctic and the Antarctic. The point is, within these two circles of rotation, celestial rotation, because the ground position, you're standing at the center of the ground position of the rotation. You observe the rotation in different directions. In one in the north, it observes to go around the observer from left to right. You can express this as clockwise. If 12 is directly in front of you, 12, 1, 2, 3, towards the horizon, round you and back again. In the Antarctic, that's why it's called Antarctica, it's an opposite rotation. Sun moves across the sky from 12, 11, 10, 9, blah, blah, blah. Counterclockwise rotation from right to left. It's just getting to the conclusion that a celestial pole is rotation in the sky, and there are two of them, and they rotate in different directions if you stand in the middle of these two circles. That's all. Faxback seems to be upset about this.
Well, no, to say that people are standing in the middle of these quote unquote two circles is.
Yeah, I mean, we observed 24 hours.
Nobody has been to the GP of Polaris, and no one certainly has ever been to the GP of whatever's claimed to be in the south.
Okay, so you understand how elevation angles and celestial navigation works, right?
Yeah, I probably have a better grasp on that than most people.
You understand that these stars, the things in the sky, can be expressed on the Earth as ground positions. This is all flat Earth shit.
The Southern Cross's ground position changes throughout the night.
So
stationary ground position.
Yeah. The Southern Cross.
The only luminary in the sky that has ground position. The only. Sorry, go ahead. My bad.
Cross isn't the center of rotation. It acts like the Big Dipper does in the north, rotates around a central point. But there are different central points. The Southern Cross doesn't rotate around the northern one, and the Big Dipper doesn't rotate around the southern one.
I don't know about that. See, everything in the sky moves east to west. The only thing that there's only one. Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Can I measure to the central point of rotation of Polaris?
Can you measure the central? No, Polaris doesn't have.
Sorry, can I measure an elevation angle to find geographic north?
Yeah, that's where latitude comes from.
Yeah, that's what we do. We measure angles, so it's got a ground position of 90 degrees. You can go stand under it.
Well, I mean, you might be able to, but nobody has.
Stand under. Same thing, central point of rotation in the south. You can go stand under it.
Under in the south. There's nothing you're gonna. Oh, I'm 90 degrees from this star in the south. That's not a thing. Sorry, that there's not a point in the south where it's going to be completely zenith to your position and stay stationary. That only happens
completely. What is this arbitrary term? Completely. What are you talking about?
It's not arbitrary. I mean, you guys are claiming a one. Well, you guys are claiming a one-for-one equivalence to Polaris, and they're just, quite frankly, there isn't.
Do you know why I measure an angle to Polaris?
I'm sorry. Say that again, Joe.
Why do I measure an elevation angle to any fucking star? Why?
I gotta find my head. Say that one more time, pal. I'm really sorry. I tried.
Why do I measure an elevation angle to any celestial object, a star? Why am I doing that?
I mean, there could be a million reasons why you're doing that.
No, if I'm measuring angles to stars, I want to find ground positions, don't I?
Sure.
Yeah, because they're on the fucking ground. Now, I'm measuring an elevation angle to Polaris because I have to take in corrections at different times of year, because we know when we do this, it rotates around a central axis, a black point in space, that actually I want to correct for, because that's the ground position I'm actually interested in, the geographic ground position of the North Polar rotation. You can do the same with the southern one, because there are two.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. This is what we do. If you think and understand that celestial navigation proves a flat Earth, then this is what you're left with. Measuring the things in the sky that have ground positions, two axes of rotation. One we call north, one we call south. Poles.
No, that's not really.
Poles.
No, it's not, because, like I said, And I don't get why this is so controversial to say, but in South Africa, South America, New Zealand, and Australia, everybody can't like point at a celestial object and be like, hey, look, south, and have all these different people from these different locations simultaneously point south. You can do that in the north, but that becomes the problem, right? Because if like I said, if you have someone in Boston, someone in Moscow, somebody in Helsinki, somebody in Dallas, somebody in, wherever, all throughout the north, everybody can at the same time point their crusty finger to Polaris. But the thing is, how is south? The south isn't the same equivalence. You cannot.
Sorry. What do we observe for 2 months of the year in our winter if we're inside the Antarctic Circle? With regards to the sun?
Well, I don't know. Like, what do you observe?
Well, clue was in the question. For 24 hours, the sun. You observe the 24 hours rotate around an observer inside this circle.
Yeah, but the thing is that a substantiated fact, or is it just people are afraid to say that it's not true because no one wants to be called an auto hoaxer because of, what Jaron and a couple of shady people claim they saw something doesn't mean it's actually a true event.
True since we've been looking at the fucking stars.
What?
This has been true since we've been looking at the stars, dude, because we measure and rotate around 2 points in the sky. At different times of year, we see the sun do the same. Throughout the months, we see the moon do the same too, rotating around 2 points in the sky. Not at the same time with sun and moon.
No, that's not true. There's only one point that everything rotates.
Yes, it is. We have 2 celestial poles, axes of rotation in the sky, represented as ground positions on the floor. We could then draw circles around them. Yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah.
For you to just blatantly ignore this is just weird to me.
Well, no, it's weird that you guys are claiming that there's a 1-to-1 equivalence of north, and there's not. South is different. South is literally different for everybody. I've given this. I've explained this as clearly as I possibly can. Like I said, if somebody's in Boston, someone's in Dallas, someone's in Moscow, someone's in Beijing, and they're all looking north, how is south all the same direction as well? Not. South isn't a fixed point.
Degrees from north.
Right, but that 180 degrees is going to be. It's like okay. Imagine a bicycle tire, like with all the spokes going towards the center. Everybody's looking at that center. How is that center? How is the opposite of where they're looking at the same for everyone?
I know he didn't just give you your example.
Yeah, I know.
Misunderstood. Like, I don't trust this. I don't give a fuck what you guys say or how you feel about me being an extreme view warrior. Fam, I'm not condoning weird behavior, bro. Like, what I mean by weird behavior is I don't care how nice you sound. I don't care how genuine you sound. These behaviors right here are blatant to me. There's no way you can be saying the same shit to somebody for weeks and they don't get it. The only people that act like that are anti-flat earthers. These motherfuckers are no different. So what do we do? So what do we do every time we try to elucidate this point, educate people on this point? You got somebody like Vaxwax just talking forever, and it never ends. Why would we let them waste our time like that? You got more important shit to do. Like there are regular people out there who would most definitely appreciate the information.
And it seems like every time I bring it up, somebody gets upset.
What is there to get upset about? It's like getting upset that level is.
Yeah, I know.
What is
that? Oh man.
No, I'm not doing it. I'm sorry. Well, well, I wanted to get that out, but I don't want to mute him just yet because it is kind of entertaining for me, like at the moment. But when there's other people coming in, like, no, we can't have that. Just understand he's on the not even extremely suspect. He's not a flat earther. I don't trust him. It doesn't matter. That's it. You know?
Vaxwax, you don't seem to understand when you're speaking with Jedi, who is obviously quite calm. Your voice and your tone is paranoid, nervous, excited. You sound upset. You're freaking out, dude. So, yeah, it sounds like you're upset.
Am I still muted? Oh, shit, my bad. I didn't realize I was off mute. No, no one's upset. I'm just, I don't have headphones in. I don't know how good my connection is, so.
It's not
No,
that.
all I'm simply saying, I don't understand why no one's following this, right? I'm going to sound like a broken record. If someone is in Boston, someone's in New York City, someone's in LA, somebody's in Moscow, someone's in some place in Bangladesh, somebody's in some place in China, there's going to be a time period within within 24 hours where each and every one of those places can look at the sky at the same time. Everyone can pull out their phones and call everyone in that city, get on a party line. You get on the same phone call with everybody. Be like, hey guys, where are you looking? Oh, I'm looking at Polaris. Okay, we're all looking at Polaris. Everyone point. We're all pointing at Polaris, right? Oh no, hold
so what
on.
you're telling me is it's dark for everybody. It's nighttime for everybody.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. How is this? Are you saying it's not?
I'm asking you, is it nighttime for everybody in the north?
It can't. Yeah. Within a 24-hour window of time, it might be 4 o'clock in dark. It might be 4 o'clock in the afternoon and dark for somebody, and it might be 5 o'clock in the morning and dark for somebody, and then some other person it'll be like 8 o'clock at night. Another person it'll be midnight. Like, yeah, there's always going to be a window where everybody from all these places can look at the sky and see the same star at the same time. But that only happens with Polaris.
I want to see this done right now. I want to see this done.
Well, it's not dark for me right now.
I think it's very
an area of contention. For example, when it's winter inside the Arctic Circle, you literally watch the stars rotate around Polaris. They do this inside the Arctic Circle. Now, you're bringing up examples that are not within this circle, outside of the circle, closer to the tropics. That's an interesting thing about the Earth. It's more
okay, what would be a location?
Sorry? That you can stand inside these two circles and watch opposite rotations of stars in the sky.
They're not opposite rotations. They're going east to west. Opposite.
No. For the observer facing forward, the stars will either come from the left and go to the right, or go from the right and go to the left. These are
it's still east to west.
Yes, but they will be clockwise or counterclockwise.
Yeah, well, that's subjective. I mean, who cares about clockwise and counterclockwise?
No, it's subjective. Yeah, to you looking at it. Sorry, for you looking at it with 12 directly in front of you as you look towards the horizon, the stars would either come from the 3 o'clock position or the 9 o'clock position, passing in front of you, like the sun, from right to left or left to right, clockwise or counterclockwise. They converge in the east and diverge in the west. Don't know what fucking east and west are, do you?
No, it seems like you guys are the ones having the issue.
Sorry.
If I'm looking, hold on, you just asserted that I don't know what east and west is. If I'm looking at a clock, all right.
If you're standing by two circles of opposite rotation, how do you express it?
I think the part that Vaxwax is missing, he's obviously, I don't know if he's navigated, but Jedi and I have both navigated. This is all depending on which direction you're facing. Obviously, that's what he's talking about. So if you're traveling south, you're looking at stars ahead of you. Mostly, I mean, could you do elevation angles from the stars behind you? I suppose yes. You can. Eventually, you start losing those northern stars. You're more facing south because that's the direction you're traveling. You're getting elevation angles with the stars that are in the south because you're facing that direction. When you're facing that direction, they have a different rotation. Yes, they're still going from east to west. Yes, we know this. So you're missing that part by saying that a person in 3 different locations can see the same thing. You're missing the point entirely. That's not what he's talking about.
Yeah, I get that. Think of it like this. If you're looking at a clock and the hour hand is pointing at 12 o'clock, and the hour hand goes from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock, right? But then let's just speed up time a little bit, and let's say the hour hand's going from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. Did that hour hand change directions? No.
Sorry. When it went from... If you're inside this circle, then no, the rotation was the same direction, clockwise.
Inside what circle? Like where?
Sorry.
Okay.
Are you misunderstanding everything that's going on?
No, that's an ad hoc, dude. Don't just say I'm misunderstanding
Right, okay.
things.
So we're standing inside the circle of rotation, designated by the ground position of the rotation point for 24 hours, observing either the sun go around us or the stars in the winter.
But the thing is, you're claiming ground positions for the Southern Cross and Octantis and all these other places, but those ground positions are not stationary ground positions.
No.
There's only one luminary in the sky that has a ground position that doesn't change.
Dickhead, yeah. Thanks for pointing out that these ground positions they move.
Bro, I'm trying to be cool.
You're not listening.
Like,
and you're acting stupid. And it's really
okay. So what's the star in the south that doesn't change its ground position?
No star in the sky has one ground position. They all move.
What about Polaris?
Polaris.
Pretty sure Polaris has one ground position, bro.
It moves.
Polaris moves.
Yes, it rotates very closely, about half a degree around a central axis point. Depending on the time of year, using celestial navigation, you have to correct for its movement.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
Oh my god.
Okay, citation. Give me a citation saying you have to correct for Polaris's GP changing. I'll wait.
Go on to 24/7. Go down to additional information. Celestial navigation. It will be in there.
Okay, sure. Well, just send me the citation that backs up your claim that Polaris's GP changes.
We've learned for the last 3-4 years with regards to celestial navigation, they have ground positions. When we adjust to find polar ground positions, right, the bits that we get longitude from, latitude from, these circles around these points on the floor, yeah, that's a point of rotation, not the actual star as Polaris, because that moves. Same in the south. The stars move around the central axis point. We call this the south. There's 2.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. This is what.
Okay, so what you're if you're claiming
you're denying everything that points to a flat Earth. This is all flat Earth proof. This is, my friend, of all measuring angles to the sky. But you have to, because this is what we measure, accept the measurement. There's 2 rotations in the sky. That's what we measure.
Anyway, oh man, I just lost my train of thought. No, you're okay. So you're claiming that the GP of Polaris changes. So that means if I take a 35-degree elevation angle to Polaris, that means I'm at 35 degrees latitude. I mean, everyone. That's not beautiful. It is what it is. But okay. But if Polaris is changing, if Polaris's GP is changing, that means that the latitude I'm on is not always going to be. Just because I'm taking a 35-degree angle measurement, now you're claiming, based on the time of the day, that might not be correct.
Yeah, time of year.
Time of year. My bad. Yeah, not obviously. I mean, no one's.
Yeah, and it's
no
only
one's going outside.
It's only about half a degree. It's only about half a degree. So at maximum, about 30 miles off of your latitude point. You all correct for this if you want to be super specific and use celestial navigation the way that it's supposed to be.
What's the correction?
But for all intents and purposes, you're just going to be off a little bit. Same process.
Okay,
You're
so
going
what's
to
this
correct.
correction called? Right, what's the name of this correction?
Oh my God! Right, I tell you what, I'll go get it for you. Jesus
Thank
Christ, fucking people. So
you.
you
Yeah, I
can,
know.
dude, dude,
Want me
dude,
to
dude.
support your
You can.
claim? My bad.
Excuse me. You can Google this.
I could Google
You're
it,
going to
but
do
I
the
don't feel like it. The thing is, that's not my claim, so why should I look up the citation
No,
for it?
you're absolutely correct. I am educating you, so I would give you the education that you fucking need because you're not willing to accept this for some reason. I don't know why.
I'm not willing to accept two celestial poles. Yeah.
You don't even know what
Yes,
you don't even know what one is at the moment. You think it's a star.
I'm not. You know what? To be fair, I have no business claiming a northern celestial pole either. I'm just as guilty because I was thinking about that the other day. I'm like, because I mean, dude, I mean, there's been history with me in here about the celestial poles, and it's gotten really heated. But then I was corrected by some friends on here, and they're like, dude, what are you doing? You're over here claiming a northern celestial pole. That's just as bad as people claiming two, So, I mean, I gotta work on that myself because I don't think anybody's going to the GP of Polaris, just like no one's going to any other GPs.
Yeah,
Of
that's a red herring. That's a red herring.
no,
But
no,
what
it's
is a
not.
That's why it's
celestial
called a celestial pole. How do you
pole?
not get the word celestial?
Listen. I was already talking. That's a red herring. 'Cause what is a celestial pole? First of all, define that.
Oh shit, I'm off. Man,
Yeah. So now that you're aware that I'm going to mute you and then unmute you to answer this question and this question alone, what is a celestial pole? Define it.
hmm, what is a celestial pole? That's a good question, isn't it? I mean, I suppose I
Holy
could go
cow.
try to find a
Take
definition.
your
Do you
time.
have one?
Take your time and figure it out. Because you're sitting here saying there's no north one, no south one. You don't even know what it is.
A point on a celestial sphere.
Yeah, there we go. Who said that? Is that Rigger?
So do you agree or disagree?
The point on a celestial sphere? No, I don't think a celestial sphere is an actual thing. No.
So then why don't you go get a definition for it and then tell us if you agree or disagree? Because until we are speaking the same language, there's no point in you engaging with us on this point.
I'm still
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Does it? Get the definition that you agree with, that you understand, so that you and I are talking about the same thing. Call semantics, right?
Right, we're talking about celestial.
Go get a definition that you agree with. We'll start from there.
So, like, what do you claim it as? Because I'm trying to understand this too.
Oh my god!
Like, why is that a bad thing? Like, what's a huff and a puff about?
It's in the name. When we say celestial pole, what is a celestial? What are the celestials?
Bit like the Eternals.
Yeah, it's obvious.
Literally Marvel characters to these people.
I mean, we got Vaxwax in here going. I understand celestial navigation the most, and he doesn't even know what a celestial pole is.
if we've come to a deeper understanding about how the Earth is flat due to this process of celestial navigation, jumping up and down saying we're measuring shit, then we have to take all of the measurements. And we've got 2 poles. So let's just be clear about that. We measure the way that they rotate around these 2 poles. Let's just be very clear about that. East and west isn't the same fucking direction. It's convergence and divergence. In the east, out in the west, for the 2 circles. One goes clockwise, one goes counterclockwise. That's what we measure. Well, I didn't mean for the conversation to end there, but that's what's going to happen.
He's muted.
He's getting a definition of a celestial pole. But we also want to make sure that we're not making any claims about there being one of the navigational stars being in the south as a central point used for navigation. We're only showing you the observation that there are 2 central points of rotation, one in the north, one in the south. Do not have to be demarcated by any star. Do not even have to be a navigational star. Just points. This is not difficult. Instead of somebody just going, oh, I'll be damned, I guess there are 2 central points of rotation in each end, whatever you want to call it. That's interesting. That's fascinating. That's all this conversation has to be. Instead, it's about GPs and not even knowing what a pole is and freaking out over nothing. My goodness gracious.
I think people are scared because it's what the globe says. The globe says that we spin and it causes 2 points of rotation, one north and one south.
That's 100% what it is. It's like, oh, we can't give them this inch, they'll take the mile. It's like, no, we're just going to tell you what's observed.
Well,
Can't change what's observed.
These flat earthers, like Jeremy, they've been paper thin since the beginning because they, for whatever reason, when globe earthers don't agree, it fucks with their mind. I never gave a fuck about agreement. I just need to know if what I'm saying is accurate or if what you're saying is accurate. And as human beings with reasoning and logic, you can actually figure that out. But because they're still used to begging the question and affirming the consequent and subject to reification and all of that, they don't really have a thinking foundation to stand on. So when someone says, "Oh, it's refraction," they're like, "Well, come on, guys, that's not like the bullet that kills it all for the globe. So we need to find something better, right?" So when we start talking about this stuff and they're like, "Oh, it sounds like globe," they're like, "No, we can't give them that because then it'll be a globe," like because they don't actually understand how the Earth is flat to begin with. Feel me?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
100%. Some of y'all flat earthers are going to have to be okay with the fact that there's countless mysteries and anomalies that occur in the heavens. It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that the Earth is still measured to The sky is going to do what the sky is going to do, and you can't figure it out, neither can I. So what?
Right.
Put on your big boy pants. It's not a big deal.
It sucks because it doesn't work for their. It doesn't work for electromagnetic Earth either. And talking about the almost died. Oh, you son of a bitch! Oh, you I should have picked the shotgun. Anyway, because what is there like a negative and positive? Like what? How do you explain that negative and positive charge with two poles side by side? You can't. Don't make sense. So all of you people out there with an agenda, you're fucked. It is what it is. Let it go. Because we're not going to stop pointing it out. All these ideas that you've been filling other people's heads with your question proofs and how's this and oh my god, like yeah, you're fucked. All of you.
Wax, you were asked to do something simple to continue the conversation, which was to get a definition of what a celestial pole is so we could agree upon the terms and continue the conversation. Not for you to wait for somebody else to post it for you and then ask if a sufficient definition has been given. We want to know what you think it is. So, do that. Tell us what you think it is or get the definition that feels nice and warm and fuzzy, and then we'll move forward. All right, Vaxwax, that's no problem. So if you don't have any belief or claim for celestial poles, I don't want to hear another word out of your mouth about any of this shit. Because we're having a conversation about celestial navigation, star rotations, poles, all that stuff. These are concepts, conventions that have been around for a while, help us to have discussions about these sorts of things. If you have no claims, I don't want to hear a damn word out of your mouth about anything related to the sky or celestial navigation.
What are lines of longitude in reference to?
The sun's GP.
Lines of longitude are in reference to the sun's GP.
If you can imagine cutting a circle up into, say, 24 segments, where you've got the central point of radius. If you were to stand to your back at that central point of radius throughout a 24-hour period, the sun will appear in front of you at this time, for example. We'll call this a line of meridian with regards to the sun. Everything to the left of you, when facing towards the sun, is anti-meridian, before noontime. Everything to the right of this line of meridian is post-meridian. So it's with regards to an angle to the sun with representation of its circle around a point of observation. Like radial wheels, spokes coming out from the middle of a wheel to the tyre.
Oh, so they're in reference to the Earth?
In reference to a pole on the Earth and the movement of things around that pole. Or poles.
Poles.
Depending on what time of year, yeah.
So wait, your longitude changes depending on what time of year you're in?
No.
Holy cow.
No.
No.
You didn't say anything like that, Duncan.
Who's Duncan?
What was your name before?
I had lots of names.
Yeah, I know who you are. You're the pseudo quasi surveyor that doesn't know a damn thing. And not at all did Jedi even imply what you asked a question about. So
So lines of longitude are in reference to a sphere?
No.
Nobody said that.
None of this has measured or utilised the sphere. We've measured angles and circles around poles. That's what we've done.
Circles around poles.
Yeah.
That's latitude, isn't it? I'm talking about longitude.
Yeah.
My
Longitude
God.
is exactly the same fucking thing, but instead of circles around this pole, we've got radial lines coming out from this pole.
Radial lines coming out from the polar longitude?
Yeah, they're longitude lines, yeah.
Aren't all like... Wait, I'm confused. Radial lines coming out from the poles are longitude?
Yeah. Latitude. Latitude are circles around a pole being a point. Latitude are the radial lines coming out from the middle of that circle. So we have to get the bike out again.
So if you were to like put all the lines of longitude, like, wouldn't that make a sphere?
No, it's a circle.
But no, all the lines of longitude though.
Well, all the lines of longitude.
Would that make a sphere?
How many lines of longitude are there? At the moment, we've just got one pole and radial lines coming out from that pole. That's not a sphere.
Well, I mean, you can have like an infinite, but like usually we when it comes to longitude and latitude, we break it down to seconds. Like so, like 60 seconds equals 1 minute. 1 minute equals.
That's a red herring. Thank you very much for bringing up something nothing to do with what Jedi was talking.
Wow.
Jeez.
Jeez, what?
Well, you're retarded. That's what Jeez is for.
In what way?
Even you asking me that question, when I just explained to you why I think you're retarded, since you asked a question having nothing to do with what Jedi said, or making a comment about something that was a total red herring, that's my evidence that you're retarded.
What question did I ask? That wasn't relevant.
My bad. The comment that you made, the red herring, about how we describe minutes and seconds of radians.
Of degrees.
Yeah. Tell me what. Tell me how you have a sphere with nothing but straight lines.
How do you have a sphere with nothing but straight lines?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Well, you said earlier, even though Jedi was telling you that we had these straight lines, these radian lines, longitude lines, straight lines
longitude
from a central point, how do you have a sphere with straight lines? And you said, so that makes a sphere.
Because the lines intersect.
Okay. So straight lines intersect. And that makes a sphere?
I mean, they only appear straight if you're facing them, like directly head on.
No, this is what we measure.
Like, for example, if you're looking at like the prime meridian, whatever, the 0 degree longitude line, then like the 90 degree longitude line is gonna look like a circle to you if you're looking at straight on.
Circle anyway.
So
a circle around a point. Circle doesn't mean sphere.
Around the center of a sphere.
No, around a geographical point.
Yes, yeah, a geographical point being the center of a sphere.
No, the geographical point being represented as 90 degrees underneath an axis of rotation. 90 degrees. So no sphere here. Every time we measure an angle to it, two straight lines, an elevation angle up from the Earth, that's measuring the Earth to be flat. There's no curvature here. If there was curvature here, we wouldn't be able to measure angles. We're just measuring circles around a point. We're just measuring straight lines radiating out from that point. The circles are latitude, the straight radial lines are longitude. We measure the longitude line, we divide them into time, depending on where the sun appears in the sky at the 0 meridian point, GMT, where I live. Greenwich University with the Solar Observatory dictates time. When the sun is here for us, it's this or that time for you and everybody else. Because it's a straight line from north to where it intersects the sun at a certain point of year.
Okay, so if you start at 0 degrees longitude and then go to 1 degree longitude, then all the way to 180, are you on the same longitude line as the 0 one?
Good question. Bigger question is, do all lines of longitude meet at both poles?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
But yes.
Okay, just keep saying yes over and over and over again without having any conclusory point.
I mean, do you want me to show you us mapping it?
I understand what a celestial sphere is. I
can show
understand
you a
that you
map
could
of
show
it.
me that. I understand that you could show me that, but we haven't measured that.
No, it was measured. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
no,
Like,
no, it
I'll
wasn't.
show you
We've
the
measured
measurement.
No, we've just measured angles around circles.
Do you want to see the measurements?
Yeah, I've just given them to you. That's what we've been talking about.
Maybe you did, but
yes, we were talking about
yeah,
longitude.
let me see if you gave the measurements. I'm going to give some measurements.
Sorry, why are you talking through me?
Oh, because I'm actually going to give you the measurements.
Okay, but
so I posted the measurements. So this shows you.
Sorry, I've just explained the whole process to you.
The lines of longitude to the north are, because this is in the northern hemisphere, they're converging.
Yeah, I've just explained this to you. I know you can show me this, but we didn't measure that. You've just put them together.
Well, no, me and you didn't measure it together, but we did when
surveyors
we measured this.
We did when we measured angles.
No, surveyors measured this.
No, angles. Longitude and latitude, there's angles to things in the sky.
No, longitude or not. No, longitude doesn't have to do with things to the sky.
Yeah, it does. It's how we get them.
No, it doesn't.
About it. It's what we've been fucking talking about, you ignorant twat.
No, longitude doesn't have to do with things in the sky.
Okay, what does it have to do with them?
It has to do with this Earth, the sphere of the Earth.
The sun.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Duncan, what is longitude?
Oh, they're lines that converge at the poles, and they represent degrees of a sphere.
And okay, get me the citation for that. And what are they in reference to, by the way?
A sphere, the Earth.
Okay, get the citation.
You want the citation that say longitude is of the Earth?
No, I want the citation to say exactly what you just told me.
What do lines of longitude represent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll start there. This will be good.
Sure. There you go. I see a spherical Earth.
Excuse me, I need a citation, please.
Yeah, I posted it.
That's not a citation.
Well, the citation is from the Ocean Service NOAA.
Excuse me, there is no citation that you've provided yet. I want the citation.
The citation of what?
Do you even know what a citation is?
Yeah, it's.
Well, I actually heard you say you.
Ocean Service NOAA.gov.
No, I asked you what a citation is now. I'm asking you specifically what a citation is because you haven't provided one.
Citation is where you usually link the source of your information.
No, that's not what it is at all. It's a quote within a source that backs up the claim that you made, specifically this one, having longitude, having something to do with just a sphere Earth, whatever it is that you rambled on about. So I want the citation, quotation within a source. I want that.
Okay. The lines of longitude, also called meridians, are imaginary lines that divide the Earth. They run north and south from pole to pole, but they measure the distances east or west. Longitude is measured in degrees, minutes, and seconds. Although latitude lines are equally spaced, longitude lines are furthest from each other at the equator and meet at the poles.
Perfect. So nothing about a sphere in there at any point.
Yeah, no, it's showing a sphere.
No, I know what it's showing. I'm asking for you to give me a citation that backs up what you claim, something about a sphere.
Yeah,
I don't care if they show me a sphere. You can project this and reify it any way that you want to, but in your citation, there was nothing having to do with a sphere.
Yeah,
so
it is.
because someone decided to reify it some way doesn't mean anything.
It is. You just don't understand. So, like when you have lines,
so now you're going to ad hom me, and you're going to go ahead and ignore what I said. You're not going to address what I said. You said I don't understand. That's an ad hom, directing your argument at me.
You don't even understand what an ad.
See, now in the middle of explain to me what an ad hom is. You ad hom. When you say you don't understand, that's an ad hominem. That's at the man. That's what ad hominem means. So, nowhere in your citation did it say anything about a sphere. The fact that people will go ahead and reify these particular lines, which, by the way, by definition are straight, and wrap them, bend them around a sphere, has nothing to do with what longitude actually is. You lose, Duncan.
Muted. That's what it was. See, I was muted. I thought I was muted. So what I was saying is that you don't understand.
Okay. So if you're going to continue to ad hom me, I'm just going to leave you on mute. So it's kind of up to you. Don't tell me about what I don't understand. I understand this perfectly. I understand that lines are straight. If you don't understand that lines are straight, and you want to take those lines, curve them, and then just kind of beg the question that they're on a sphere, I've got no time for that. So you can address what's been told to you. You can even address the citation that you gave that said nothing about spheres, and we can go from there. It's up to you.
All right, yeah, I'll address that. So lines that converge can't be straight. You know, if they converge at two different locations, they can't be straight lines. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
Have you ever seen the hands on a clock?
Uh-huh.
Those are two straight lines that converge at a point.
Do they converge at 2 points?
No.
Okay, so then that's what I'm saying. These lines converge at 2 different points.
Okay, in the reification?
So when lines converge...
I asked you a very specific question. In the reification process, the way that we project these lines.
Says who?
Do they meet it? What's up?
No, like says who?
Says who what? Are you that lost?
Like says who? Like that statement you just made.
You're going to stay on mute. You're retarded. So, if we reify this into a sphere, then yeah, on the ground, on your sphere Earth, which doesn't exist, you can make these lines, which are no longer lines because they're curving, meet at 2 points. Doesn't mean that's what actually is happening. So, instead of using your reification and back engineering this idea of yours, these are straight lines, angle measurements. Very simple.
Okay, so you asked me to explain why the lines of longitude represent a sphere, and I was saying, so when you have lines that separate at the midpoint between...
That's not what I asked you.
Well, it is. You asked me how lines of longitude, what I read, represents a sphere, so I'm trying to explain to you how what I
That's not even what I asked you. You don't listen. See, the funny thing about you globetards is you don't listen. I asked you how you can have straight lines and make a sphere out of them. So, in fact, I think I just want you to show me that. I want you to show me straight lines making a sphere. Because guess what? On your ball, those are not straight lines. They are curved. So I want you to show me a sphere using straight lines.
Again, I told you I can't do that.
Okay, well then there's the impossibility. Thank you very much. Welcome to Flat Earth. You can't have straight lines and make a sphere out of it. That was easy.
I mean, is this how we're going to have a conversation where I start to speak and you're just going to mute me? Like, I mean, are you that scared of information?
No, all you had to do was tell me that you can't make a sphere out of straight lines, and the day it's over, right?
But that's why I said they're not straight lines.
Oh, so now they're not straight. So these are not angular measurements.
It seems like you have a problem hearing me. When I say lines converge at 2 different points, that means they're not straight lines.
Remember the walls on the clock? Or the hands on the clock?
And then, I mean, I feel like we're having a circle. I said, do those hands on the clock converge at 2 different points? And you said no.
But you just said you can't have 2 lines converge at a point. And I said,
At
yes,
two
you can.
different points.
And I gave
At
you
two
an
different
example.
points. At two different
Oh,
points.
2 different points? I guess you'd have to show me that.
Exactly. So the lines of longitude that you asked about show them converging at 2 different points. And at the center point in this, now this is a 3D object. I mean, like, are you looking at what I posted?
What 3D object?
Are you looking?
Yeah, it's a reification. It's a reification.
So look at.
Why am I going to use your reification as an example?
You asked for a source for what lines of longitude are. I provided the source, and now you're not looking at the source. That seems
no. I saw the source.
So then, what does the source show?
It shows curved lines meeting at a point.
Right, and like that curved line, right? I said, if
is that curved line straight? Is that curved line straight?
If you're looking straight at it, you wouldn't be able to tell that it's curved, which is why the 0 degree line.
Orient yourself to that line.
Which is why the 0 degree line is the 180 degree line.
So what you do is, if you orient yourself this reification where the curved line appears to be straight, all of a sudden it is straight.
Well, that's the thing. Like, you're looking at a 2D picture of a 3D object.
What object?
Are you looking at the picture in the chat or not?
Yeah, I see what it is. I see the reification. Are you calling that reification the Earth?
Why do you keep asking what object?
Are you calling this reification the Earth? Are you going to go ahead and say, because we drew some curved lines and made a sphere out of these lines that we measured in the celestial sphere, according to a flat Earth, that all of a sudden that reification is now the Earth? Are you just going to go ahead and admit completely to saying, yes, I live on this reification?
I mean, you asked me for what lines of longitude are. I provide you a source, then you ask me about the source, and now you're ignoring the source.
No, I'm not ignoring the source. I'm telling you that you're using this reification as what you live on. Even though, see, now you're talking through me. Don't tell me what I'm being. That's more ad hominem. So you have a reification that used straight lines, angles to create, but basically backwards engineering the celestial sphere. And you're calling now these straight lines curved, because if you look at them the right way, all of a sudden they can be straight, even though they're always going. Yeah, that's what's going on. It's a really bad tactic, Duncan. You can do better than this. Well, actually, I don't know if you can, but it's silly.
So you just said a straight line angle. Can you explain to me what that is?
That's the definition of what an angle is: two straight lines meeting at a point or a vertex.
A straight line angle is two straight lines?
Meeting at a vertex. There's no such thing as a straight line angle. It's just an angle.
I know. That's why I was confused when you said something about a straight line angle.
Yeah, this is a red herring. Are you done here, bro? Like, since I've torn apart all the reification and the nonsense that you want to kind of dance around, are you done?
I mean, why are you asking me if I'm done and then having...
Okay, so you are done. People took angles to the celestials and the sun, straight lines, using the earth as the horizontal plane. And then they created a celestial sphere. And they turned that sphere into a globe. They reified it. They basically made everything backwards. And you guys think you live on that reification. It's nonsense.
What we're pointing out to you is this is where the magic trick is done. The earth is measured flat. Your ball comes after.
Oh, I'm back.
Apparently so.
Amish, how are those government cards working out for you?
That's probably why you got muted. I regret I'm muting you now.
Amish, those government cards, how they working out for you?
It's interesting to see how much pushback this is going to get. Some people are already really upset about it and have been upset about it for the last couple of months. Still don't understand why. You just have to accept the measurement for what the measurements are. They're all flat Earth measurements. We've got 2 points of rotation in the sky. That's what we measure. Some problems, though. Not every direction away from a pole will get you to the other pole, i.e., south is 180 degrees away from north at all times when you rotate around north. Can't be. And this is where clockwise and counterclockwise come in, and I think why everybody's really, really confused. One, I think the reason why some people are confused is because they don't want to admit there's 2 points of rotation to fucking begin with. But when we get over that hurdle, we understand what we measure and what we observe. Then we observe around these 2 separate rotation points 2 different rotations. One clockwise, one counterclockwise. One, if you were standing in the middle of one circle in the north, it'd rotate clockwise around you, from left to right, from 12 to 1 to 2 to 3. If you were standing at the ground position of the northern rotation point, this is what we observe with a 24-hour sun. Sun moving from left to right, clockwise. Sometime later, if you manage to travel down to the southern rotation point and stand on the ground position underneath the southern rotational axis, you will observe a 24-hour sun move counterclockwise, like the stars above, moving counterclockwise around this central point of rotation, from right to left, from 12 to 11 to 10. This is counterclockwise. So there are 2 separate rotations in the sky. Yes, they all come from the east and go to the west. That's lovely. But we have to understand what east and west are. And if we've got 2 poles, east and west are opposite rotations. They converge and diverge if we have 2 rotating circles or circular patterns above. They converge and diverge. Converge in the east, diverge in the west. This is what we observe and this is what we measure. I don't know why people have a problem with this. We're all measuring a flat Earth when we do this. It's just 2 points.
But Jedi,
yes.
Is it okay if I affirm the consequent with all these rotations and then reify the Earth into a sphere? Is it okay if I do that?
No, because we haven't measured a sphere when we're measuring anything to do with this. So no, it's not okay for you to then say it is a sphere. The sphere is a celestial sphere, the arc of the heavens above the observer, displayed in angles. 0 at the horizon, 90 degrees zenith at your head, and 180 degrees behind you. This is an arc that if you want to, in which we do, we can protract the floor into the sky and make it look curved underneath a curved sky. And then we can add all of our coordinates and reference points and longitude and latitude around the celestial sphere, understanding that the celestial sphere is solely observer-based. It's based on how you, the observer, observes the worlds and how you measure it. An arc in the sky isn't an arc on the floor. You measure from a horizontal plane the arc in the sky. The arc in the sky gets turned into a ball. That's where people think they live. So no, it's not good for people to reify this conceptual idea when the measurements are from a flat Earth.
So even though we use the sky or treat it as if it basically also a plane or flat, it's not arced. You're sure of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can go and stand underneath these stars. The sky is not arced, even though they appear to. Say, for example, you were standing underneath Polaris, and then you walked away from it, it would get closer to the floor. Doesn't mean it's touching the fucking floor. You can stand underneath it. You can stand underneath these things. They're not touching the floor. And this is part of the arc in the sky and its magic and whatnot. Sky's horizontal above you. You just see it as an arc.
Bro, this is starting to make sense. Relax.
No, this definitely has to be repeated. This happens every day, but people aren't getting it. So this is necessary.
It feels it. Definitely feels necessary at the moment.
What do you think is the best argument for a flat Earth? Like the number one argument where like the round earthers, they just get stumped, or like they don't really have a good answer.
What we just spoke about. How we measure the Earth. How we measure everything around us.
Yeah, because I'm new here. Like I think I joined yesterday or a couple of days ago, and one of the things that kind of shocked me was I don't remember who it was, but somebody said that the pilots have to treat the Earth as if it's flat to fly successfully. And at first I thought he was kind of joking, and then you look it up and it's all true. So that was kind of my thing, and it's like these people know more about aviation than any one of us.
The most compelling factor about flat Earth and the argument for it is that it measures flat. For you, for me, for everyone, we use sea level.
Mm-hmm.
Water, the water of the world takes up the majority of the world, the known world that we live in, and it rests flat on its surface. So even physics works in our favor.
What's the explanation with tides? Like, do you guys think the moon controls the tides, or you think it's something else?
Doesn't
make
sense.
There would have to be gravity first. Gravity.
Just think about the ocean and how dynamic it is.
Mm-hmm.
For there to be entropy taking place where hot goes to cold and high pressure goes to low pressure, and these things actively happening in many, and I mean you can't even count how many places it's happening all at once. So it would make sense that there's something going on in such a vast ocean.
Yeah.
The question you should ask yourself is, has anyone ever established a cause and effect relationships between the tides and anything else?
Yep. No, that's why I'm asking, because it's like I feel like I'm kind of deconstructing my brain, because we've pretty much all been fed this BS. Like nobody's ever been born a flat earther. We all had to do our research and we all had to listen to our people. So it's just me taking in everything that you guys are saying, and just having an open mind at the end of the day.
Beautiful.
Well, don't take our word for it. So let me post something for you really quick as far as tides are concerned. So you've been told. Oh my gosh, who's hot mic? Is it DJ?
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Sorry, man.
No worries. So I'm going to post this map, and this is going to give you where tides occur and where they don't occur on Earth. It turns out that they don't occur everywhere. Okay, and I didn't make this up. I think this is actually from Noah. So let me just copy this, post it.
You're gonna put in the.
We don't have tides everywhere on Earth. There are some places that have tides. There are some places that have much higher tides. And there are some places that have none. So we would need a uniform tide reading everywhere, right? This should be consistent everywhere. If the moon is really pulling the water up off the earth, raising the level of in certain places twice a day.
At best, it's a correlation. The moon's got anything to do with what the tides do. But to claim that gravity's got something to do with it, yeah, you're going to start stumbling over that straight away. You're going to have to start constructing hypotheses and doing experimentation, and none of this you can do with whatever the fuck gravity is and the moon. Can't do that shit.
So you guys wait. So like, is gravity not real, or is it just something that?
Okay.
Like, yeah. Can you explain that?
Yeah. No, gravity's not real. Right. That's the kind of the crescendo to the conversation. When we have these conversations, we must understand that no, there is no scientific experimentation that varies and manipulates gravity, whatever the fuck that is, to cause something to happen. It's all mathematical extrapolation, understanding that mathematics and science are two completely different things. The scientific method is empirical. We would want to have scientific evidence for this thing to make it empirical, but we've just got different mathematical models. The Newtonian way of thinking, the Einsteinian way of thinking, and there's loads of other ways of thinking when people are trying to describe these ideas.
Wait, so then can you explain why things like you throw up, they come down? Like, is that just not gravity, or is that just just what it is?
Okay, so scientifically, the only thing that we can do and call it is the varying manipulation of the object and the medium. So relative density, the object and whatever medium it is and how it acts. It will act this way or it will act that way. You drop a ball in the atmosphere, it will go downwards. You get something else like a balloon and take it down to the bottom of water, and you understand that it's going to go upwards. We understand that when we have gases, they move around in all directions and are only limited by containers and fixed volumes. So we have to take into account a lot of things, but we're never very manipulating the thing that makes them go up and down. We just make them go up and down.
Okay. Yeah, sorry if I keep asking questions because I'm really trying to. Yeah, I'm really just trying to think.
Ask them, absolutely.
No, but there, like I was here yesterday, and a guy, I don't remember his name, but he was saying a lot of interesting things, and I was starting to agree with him, which is kind of crazy because it's like you never really hear the other side, and when you do, you actually start to think a little bit and be like, hey, that kind of makes sense.
The vast majority of people are not like you, though, so they have some sort of agenda when they come in here. They automatically want to be the smartest person in the room.
I think it's just confirmation bias, like they're just taught this and then this is real. Like there's nothing else you can do if you argue against it. It's, the worst thing ever. So I don't know. Like even when I was young, I never really believed in a spherical earth. I just always thought we won't know and we'll never know. That's just how I kind of went about it. And one of the things that actually brought me here was this guy apparently went to Antarctica, 24-hour sun or whatever, but it's like that doesn't disprove a flat earth. Like in my head, I'm just like, that really doesn't disprove a flat earth. That just means some parts of the world will have more sunlight than others. So I don't know.
Questioning this when I was a Boy Scout and I saw a whole thing on celestial navigation or orienteering in one of the guidebooks. And it required you to imagine yourself at the center of Earth in order to make it work. I'm like, what?
But there's still two things that kind of bother me. Like there's, number one, I've asked this before. I'm pretty sure people have heard me ask this yesterday or the day before. It's what is the purpose of lying about a spherical Earth? Like I just don't see how the elites or the government would benefit from that.
nobody really has to lie, right? I mean, maybe this is a gigantic delusion, almost akin to a religion. Some would call it an imperial cult.
No,
where you
but
have the
there's
cult of the
reasons for
emperor.
religion to be used for the masses. Like I can understand that, but like
Yeah,
spherical
so
Earth,
this is
I
a
don't
salve
understand.
for the masses
Bro,
too. This
we're doing too
unites
much.
everybody behind
No,
one
we're doing too
cosmology.
much. We're doing too much. That's way too much.
I'm
Wait, what do you mean?
sorry. Elon's right. He's got this.
Do you know what an axiom is?
No, can you tell me?
Can you Google it?
Axiom. Okay. Axiom.
I just jumped in too, so yep, you got this, bro.
No, I'm just, because when this question comes up, it's like, it's hard to answer because you walk past the thing that's just like inherently true.
Yeah, how do you spell it? Because I keep getting like a car company.
AXIOM.
AXIOM. Okay, axiom. Axiom assumption is a statement that is taken to be true to serve as a premise or starting point for further. Oh, okay, I see. Okay. Yeah, now I start to see what you guys mean.
No, I didn't even say anything yet, bro.
No, but you. Okay.
Okay, now that you know what an axiom is level curved or is level level?
I'm pretty sure level is level, right?
Right. Now, is the Earth a globe?
I don't know.
There you go. You know that level is level, but you don't know that the Earth is not curved, even though you know what an axiom is. That is very useful for government. People who think like that.
Okay.
I mean, and it's not to insult you.
No, I know you're not.
If
Like,
you
don't worry.
if you recognize what just happened, and if you recognize it as sound and true, and it just being is what it is, that's why. There's a number of things the government can do with people who can't think beyond something as simple as an axiom truth. As a, you know, it has nothing to do with proof. It has nothing to do with logic. It has nothing to do with reason. You're literally confused on things that just are. If that's the case, imagine. Just imagine. That's all.
Damn. You're kind of blowing my mind right now.
No, so have you ever seen? Yeah,
It's just like, everything we've been taught, it's just a lie. That's all it is. I'm just kind of processing it. It's kind of like, holy crap.
Yeah, or a delusion.
Now, so have you ever seen? Sorry. So, have you seen the movie The Village?
No, I haven't.
Okay, I would recommend that you see that, and that'll give you a pretty good idea. Village. It's by M. Night Shyamalan.
Okay.
Oh, is that how like the informed few can control the many that are uninformed?
Correct, but of
movie?
course, yeah, it's a movie.
Okay.
So you've got this small group, this community, right? And spoiler alert for anybody that hasn't seen it yet. They have this. Well, it's a tight knit community. They stay where they're at, but there's always this understanding that you can't go into the forest that surrounds this particular village because there's monsters out there, and if you go out there, you'll disappear and you'll never. Right?
They're basically Amish. They're Amish guys. Amish.
Yeah, they're basically Amish. The outside of the safety of their village, it's nothing but danger. So occasionally, and I hate to even spoil it for you. I think you should watch it and you'll understand exactly what I'm telling you. But in the world that you live in, there's an axiom, there's a base premise that you've been given, right, about where you live, even though you experience something totally different. Like, You've never experienced the Earth moving, have you?
No, but like the argument is, inertia. You don't feel it. You're in a car. You don't feel
That's
yourself
right.
moving. Yeah.
Yeah, but the axiom that you've been given, even though your experience is contrary to it, is that you are moving, but you can't feel it. You don't experience it, right? The Earth is curving, but you don't experience that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all the things that you experience have been kind of skewed in such a way where you've been given some sort of excuse as to why what you experience is not truth. And that's the way you keep people confined, or at least calm, right? Not too busy exploring. Have you ever seen the Truman Show?
Yeah, that I have. Yeah.
Right. So there's no reason to go exploring. We've seen it all, right?
Well,
Oh, yeah.
why wouldn't the Earth moving be an axiom based on the definition you just read? Because Google can tell you what an axiom is, and then somebody can give you an example, meaning that it's a correct example. So, I mean, truth is the same for you as it is for everyone else ever born.
Mm-hmm.
It's either bullshit or it's facts, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, tell me why the Earth moving is an axiom.
I mean, from what I got from the definition, it's just something we were just taught to believe, and that's that, right?
So that means that that's not an axiom.
Wouldn't it be an axiom? Because it's something we were just taught as a starting point. Even though it's false, it's a starting point that we were all taught.
Your lived experience is of the Earth being stationary. It's the axiom.
No, I agree. That's my lived experience, but I'm just telling you what we were taught.
Yeah, exactly. So you are taught something that isn't true. You don't experience this.
Creation, that's true, bro. These flat earthers are cooking. 100%.
That's why Elijah's bringing this up.
Elijah, you're also hot mic and we can hear your background noise.
But another question
I'm on TikTok. You got me. No.
Is, I don't know if you guys all are on the consensus of this, but apparently, from what I heard, is that there is like no center of the Earth.
What do you mean by center?
Oh, let me take this one.
Yeah, go ahead. Because something I've heard from one person. I don't remember his name, but he said there
Just
was
real quick. It's kind of meta, but where's the center of you?
I mean, I would assume like my torso, I guess, like around that area, because it isn't just the center, like the middle of everything.
Well, I don't know.
Come on, that's her belly button.
I
mean, I don't know. I'm asking you guys. Like, isn't it? Like, isn't the center just the middle of everything? Like, I can take my phone and find the center. It's right in the middle. I can take a bottle. It's right in the middle. That would be classified as a center.
I would say it's a better statement that we wouldn't make a claim of where the center is because we don't know the extremities. We couldn't know. So we wouldn't be able to make that kind of claim. Now we can give you that that we have a center point for a grid system for latitude, longitude. We use Polaris because all of the stars appear to have that as its central point, and that's a pretty useful thing for navigation and using the stars in that manner to figure out like the ground positions of the stars. So you would be able to find somewhere on the ground at any given time with elevation angle measurements. But we wouldn't make a claim to where the center of the Earth is because we wouldn't be able to know such a thing.
Okay. Yeah, but the argument I've heard, I don't know if you guys all believe this, but that the Earth was created, right? Would you guys say that the Earth is created, or has it always existed?
100%
Here's question time again.
Right, I agree. I agree that the Earth is created.
Time again.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's question time again. Because
Yeah, the reason I asked
Have you heard of ontological primitives?
No.
Okay, so either a creator created the Earth or nature created
No, I agree that the Earth is created. Like I believe in God, so I think.
Well, that's not yeah. But when you ask if we're all on the same page, like again, just like with axioms, for someone to say, "Hey, was this car created?" I don't know. Does creation need a creator? Does information need an informer? I don't know. That's a tough question. Maybe I should ask a professor. Why? That's dumb. You should know better. Why do you even have to ask? You don't have a better question than that?
No, I'm like the reason I asked that is because everything that's created has a center, right? Like, can you think of one thing that's created that doesn't have a center?
I guess not.
You see, that's why I'm saying, like, we have to assume that there is a center if the Earth is created.
I'm gonna just for 1 second.
A center of what?
No, I'm just saying a center of the Earth. Like there is a center.
Well, I mean, is the Earth all there is in creation? Do we know?
I mean, I would say I don't think so.
Well, then,
but I'm speaking about specifically of the Earth, though.
Whatever. Okay, but like I just asked you, is Earth all there is in creation?
No.
So if you don't know the answer to that question, then we can't answer your previous question, can we?
Well, let me just throw this one in. Waving a magic wand over
let him answer that question. If we don't know the answer to that question, how can we answer your previous question?
Because anything that's created has a center, like I said.
All right,
let me assume that there's a center.
Let me address that.
Oh,
Let me
come
address
on,
that.
Creation Bear, please.
No, I'm trying to address it. Let's just wave a magic wand over the panel. Elijah, relax, dude.
No, I asked him a question,
dude.
And I'm trying to.
All right, bro.
And you're telling me to relax when you're the one interrupting.
I'm not interrupting. I'm trying to answer his question.
What do you mean? I asked him a question and you started talking.
He's asking. There has to be a center of everything.
And I already set it up with okay. He said there's a center of Earth. He didn't say everything. I said everything.
He said anything that's created has to have a center.
Okay, but then he prefaced it with just the Earth. He's talking about the Earth. You're not listening.
I'm listening very clearly, Elijah. I'm trying to just answer it if you'll stop blocking me from answering this question.
Okay, but he's not asking about everything because I keep trying to make him say everything, and he keeps going back to no, just the Earth though.
Well, I actually would say that Earth is everything, personally, but that might not be a reflection of the whole panel. But if you don't mind, if we wave a magic wand over the panel and the universe is some real thing,
is Earth heaven? Is Earth the heavens above?
Why are you guys?
Is Earth the sun, the moon, and the stars above?
Thanks, Gemzy. Appreciate the input, but I'm trying to answer his question.
Come on, bro. Is it or is it not? How can the Earth be everything? Is Earth water?
I just said that was my personal opinion, dude. Why are you coming at me?
Is water Earth?
Gemzy. Just pop Gemzy on mute, guys. But if the universe is real, where's this
everything? Creation Bear. How can Earth be everything?
I'm just gonna mute him.
Creation Bear is going to get what he wants, so just let him have it.
Yeah, it's just a quick statement. You got
go ahead.
It's better be worth it.
It better fucking be worth it, bro. Because you just interrupted the whole. Go ahead,
guys. He's saying there has to be a center of everything. Dude. All right, guys.
Go on. What the fuck?
I'm being server muted, guys. I'm being server muted.
Jimmy, stop. Come on. All right, both of y'all just chill. Let him finish what he's trying to say.
The universe is real. Where's the center of it? That's for the other guy. What's his name?
He's gone.
Holy fucking shit, guys.
Good job, CB. Well played. GG.
Don't blame that on me.
Guys,
the Earth is everything.
Guys, please, if you want to do dumb shit, take it to the mod channel and talk about it. Not in here. Take it elsewhere.
The Earth is not everything, dude.
Thanks, Gemzy. Appreciate your input, brother.
But the Earth is not everything. You're not Earth.
That's fine. That's your personal opinion.
Your heart is not Earth.
Thank you.
Your brain is not Earth.
Thanks,
Stop interrupting.
Thanks, Jemsy. I appreciate it. You interrupted me when I was trying to speak.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
You said the earth is everything. I said is the heavens above the earth.
Also, if you were listening, because it's live recorded, I said this is not a reflection of the entire panel. This is my own personal opinion. You felt the need to jump in and try
Well,
to
but
correct
I'm
my
still
own
allowed
opinion.
to ask questions and to reply on whatever is being said.
Well, it wasn't
So.
your time to speak. Okay, so there's
Well,
that.
it wasn't your time to speak.
This is an open panel, Jemsy.
No, it's an open panel, CB.
Yeah, where people can jump in and answer the question, which is what happened.
Yeah, it's this
You guys
time to
gonna do this
speak because
fucking meta bullshit.
Yeah, the earth is not everything.
It's going to interrupt me.
Jemsy always does this to you. You have a bad habit of this shit, dude.
I mean, always. What are you talking about?
Yeah, what you're doing right now.
Bro, the one that was arguing, it was you. I said the earth is not everything. You're the one
That's
arguing
fine.
that you don't like that opinion.
If you were listening clearly, I said this is my own personal opinion, not a reflection of the
Yeah,
panel. But
but
you felt
the
the
other
need
guy
to
was
chime in
trying
and
to have a
hey, I don't
conversation
agree
and
with
you
this.
jumped in interrupting.
That's fine. I've been saying this for a while too, but
Let him be a Glober, CB. Just let him be a Glober.
Gemsy, yeah, I know, facts. You're always on some weirdo time, for real.
Why are you being weird, dude?
All right, Gemsy. I've been saying the Earth is everything for a
Things
long
that a
time.
Glober would say.
I've been saying that the Earth is everything for a long time. That's not nothing new.
And then listen, but again, but CD, you know my problem is the same problem as it always is. You want to explain shit like you're running around trying to teach a class of females.
I wasn't
Why
even
are you
explaining anything,
making
Gemsy. It's just a question,
what?
Elijah. What is the center
Yeah,
of the
but I had already asked the question.
Well, that's fine.
Well,
But he's
what?
saying there has to be a center of anything that was created has to have a center. Where's the center of the universe? I don't think there even is a conception of the center of the universe.
Oh, sorry.
So that just answers his question and should remove this idea that there has to be a center, even when I asked him about the center of him. Well, I don't know.
No,
Maybe
but
it's
yeah,
here.
he made a good point. If something is created, everything that we know, I mean, unless it's an asymmetrical shape,
Which I
I
think
don't
it
know.
may be. Which I very well think it may be, which is the kind of how also I think of the universe when I was a glober. This is weird, oblong, irregular type shaped thing, which is kind of how your body is as well. So where's the center of your body? It's not like it's what he said. Well, I have my phone. I could put the center of my phone. Well, that's fine, but I don't think of the universe or the Earth like that, where it's some sort of easy shaped object that can have a pinpointed center. So just removing that idea away from him. I'm not trying to explain anything to the guy.
But the thing is that Elijah already had him on the next
I was
page.
already doing
You
that.
brought him back to
I
the.
was
That's fine,
literally
Jim.
already. No, but I was literally already. That's
fine.
No, but that's why. I mean, no, don't say that's fine. I was already doing that. Can't you go? Oh, my bad, bro.
Well, what we should do is talk to the guy. I don't know why you guys are trying to talk to me.
He left already, and you're not.
Well, that's because you guys started jumping in. You're like, yo.
Don't you watch Fresh and Fit? Oh my God, they're not accountable, and neither are you. That's what.
Accountable.
And they always talking about accountability.
No
Bro,
one's ducking accountability. I was trying to talk to the guy, and you're like, no.
I was already doing what you're claiming you was trying to do when you interrupted me doing it.
Not really.
Either you disagree, or you agree.
Yeah,
so
I don't
if you say you disagree, okay, how many people in the room heard me doing what he was already doing? What he interrupted me?
I heard you already having
Thank you. So you calling Jedi a liar? We have to go live stream. Which one is it?
Well, it's an open panel, guys. I heard a lot of people jumping in. What are we doing this thing where only one person's allowed?
This is what I'm talking about. You're not being accountable. I gave you two things. I asked someone in the chat. I said, if that's not good enough, you want to go back to the live stream. And instead of that, you're like, I heard everyone doing it. Now you're acting like the bitch you hate. I don't like that shit.
All right, bro. You don't have to like it.
Answer like a true bitch. You don't have to like it. Oh, what is that?
It's a bit weird, CB. It sounds like you're on your period or something.
Now, CB's not weird. I'm not pointing him out as one of the weird. I'm just saying, me and my brother are having a real tiffy right now, but I don't see him as my other guy. Just so y'all know. Not the same thing. This
You know
is
what's weird? That I asked
We
the
had a
following
different. We
question
had
and
differing
he
opinions a lot,
server
man.
muted me. Like, what's wrong with you? Why you server muted me?
Why are you interrupting when I'm trying to talk to the guy? When I made a clear
Really?
point, I said, "This is my
See,
opinion."
that's weird, right there. Why are you interrupting while I'm trying to talk to the guy? That's what Elijah's saying to you. Why are you interrupting when I'm trying to talk to the guy? I've asked him a fucking question, and you've come in with whether you think it's a good point or not. You're complaining about Gemsy doing the same thing that you done to Elijah.
No, but I see there was no need for Gemsy to jump in when I said
Dude,
No,
this
you said the
is
earth is everything, and I
here we
said
go.
it's the
Here we
heavens,
go.
the earth, and you say, oh, whoa, whoa,
That's
whoa,
fine. That's fine, Gemsy. I
and then
said very
server muted
clearly,
me.
this is my personal opinion and not a reflection of the panel. And you're like, no, you're not allowed to think that.
So this is
Well, why
about
do
you
you feel the
then.
need to
You said, because when Elijah was talking to the other guy, you said, let me throw this in, and you interrupted.
Yeah,
Let
just
me
throw
throw
it
this
in.
in, and
That's the point, guys.
Elijah told
That's
you,
what we
no,
do here.
don't throw it in,
I don't
and
need
you
to
still
explain
threw it
myself
in.
here. This is how the panel works. I've
Elijah
been doing this for a long
asked you,
time now.
don't throw it in, and you still wanted to throw it in. Like,
I
come
gotta
on, bro,
remind you
hold yourself.
guys, it does make sense. It depends on if someone's concise enough. Like if someone goes for like 15 whole minutes, just them talking and not really forwarding the conversation, then it's appropriate to interrupt them. Some people in here are more concise than others. Let's
Facts.
acknowledge that.
Yeah,
But
facts.
that
And I was
wasn't
just a
the
quick
point.
question.
That's moving away from the point, because Elijah had the guy
Not really.
agree that the earth is not the whole universe. Thus, he knows that the earth is everything in existence, and the guy agreed. You know what? You're right. And
All right.
then they were gonna go to the next page.
Let's get up the meta then, Gemsy. What else is there?
let's talk. Let's number one. We all know that I don't like Orion either. I don't even know why CD would side with any of his points, whether it was justified or not. Second of all,
Look, bro, I'm just saying that I had a quick. It was just a
being
very quick
long-winded.
point,
I
guys.
actually interrupted someone as well. I interrupted Amish. Now Amish said, "Hey, wait a
I
minute,
don't know.
Eli.
Whatever.
So I got this." I would have just shut the fuck up and went, "All right, you know what? Cool. I don't want to just go guard the shit like that." But he let me do it. I wasn't willing to let you do it, but you still did it.
Yeah, that's fine,
What
dude.
the fuck does that have to do with conciseness? I'm the most concise motherfucker here. You sit there and talk to niggas for hours. I get motherfuckers to shut the fuck up in 5 minutes if I'm not interrupted. What the fuck are y'all talking about?
I'm not this upset by what just happened.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Non-responsive, like a bitch.
What do you want me to say, Elijah? You're
bit disrespectful. Nothing.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
you server muted me, and that's disrespectful.
that's fine, dude.
No, it's not fine. That's the thing. It's not fine.
All right, bro.
So get off your high horse or something and just relax, okay?
Pretty chill. I feel like I'm the most calm right now compared to you guys.
Oh dear. So what about those two celestial poles? Woohoo!
If the Earth isn't everything, what else is there?
What's the sun? Is the sun the earth?
Is the sun the earth
I
creation,
don't know
Bear?
what the sun is there, Jedi. Do you?
Sorry, say that again.
I don't know what the sun is.
No, neither do I, but I know it's not the earth. So is the earth all that there is?
Well, what else is there?
The sky and things in it that move around.
That would be part of Earth there, dude. That would be part of Earth there.
Yeah, that wouldn't be part of Earth. That would be something else. But
The
the Earth
sky?
isn't all that there is.
The sky?
Yeah.
I'm not referring to just. I'm not referring
my
to.
God, not you as well. Please don't talk through me. I've had enough of it from Globers. Don't need it from you.
Well, I'm just trying to clarify. I'm not referring to just the dirt.
Fuck me.
Yeah, dude. I'm trying to clarify that I'm not referring to just the dirt or the rocks under your feet. This existence, I would declare that as Earth. This existence that we are living in, this realm or whatever, however you picture it, I would classify that as Earth.
Okay.
That's global mentality.
So what is? Well, what would be outside of?
When you say the Earth, do you include the sun?
I don't know what the sun is.
No,
but I would say it's part of this. I would say it's part of this existence. It's part of this realm or whatever this is, which I would say is Earth. Earth is this realm. Earth is the entirety of this reality that we exist within. Unless you want to say what's beyond this reality, how could you even say that?
Yeah, the things that we don't see. But you're saying the things that we do see, that's the Earth, our existence.
Let's
things that we see.
Let's talk about that. Things that we don't see. What things?
Sun, moon, and stars. Things
We
that you
see
don't
those.
want to make claims to.
Well, okay. Well, just you said we don't see them. We certainly see the sun, moon, and stars.
No, now you're not actually fucking listening.
Am I deaf? Did you not just say things we don't see?
No, the things that we do see, the sun, moon, and stars. I'm not talking about the things that we don't see.
Well, okay.
That's
What
the things
things?
that don't
What
exist
things
according
don't
to
we
you.
see?
Again, talking through me, CB. What the fuck?
What things do we not see, Jedi?
Well, CB is in Glober fashion.
Yeah, I'm just trying to have a direct conversation, though. What
in
things do we
a
not
pointless conversation because
Thank
again
you.
he already admitted it was belief. So to go
I'm doing the
any
meta
further,
thing again, but
so
Jedi,
to
what things do we not see?
go any further on CB bag is actually a fallacy.
Thanks,
And I
bro.
don't remember at the time, but remember Jim Z, when you weren't there.
Why are we doing this meta conversation, Jedi? What things do we not see?
Blue was there, and Quantum Erasure was pointing out the fact that I can't make a positive claim as to what it isn't, nor can the other party make a positive claim to what it is. We were both in fallacious land. Like what he's doing right now is one side of a two-sided fallacious coin. We just need to stop.
I'm trying to move forward. So, Jedi, what things do we not see?
So move on.
Can you show me any proof on the Earth being flat, or
Yeah, it's measured flat.
how is it measured flat?
How? Do you understand what horizontal is?
Yeah, but then we measure the.
No, just ask him that you understand what I'm saying before I continue what I'm going to explain.
Yeah, I understand it.
Cool. So you understand what horizontal is, right? Perpendicular to Earth, 90 degrees. So this is how we would measure the Earth, right? If we're talking about it being flat, it being horizontal. We understand that when we measure and use water, for example, or any body of liquid at rest, we understand that that's horizontal. That's where we get horizontal from. For example, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. The part of the surface of the Earth, the water, appears to meet the sky. We observe it, we use it, and measure it as a horizontal reference datum. Mean sea level is horizontal, not curved. Because it's horizontal, it can't be a ball.
Well, actually, we measure it with triangles. The spherical Earth.
No, triangles, 3 straight sides.
Yeah, okay, but we
no
measure
curvature. No
Okay.
curvature involved in triangles.
Do you know what a circular triangle is?
Oh, so circular triangles then. You said that we measure the Earth with triangles.
Yeah, and a circular triangle is still a triangle.
No, we measure elevation angles. We measure horizontal bearing angles. Angles is what we measure.
No.
Yes. For example, an elevation angle to a star. That will give you its geographic position. With a little bit of mathematics, you can figure out your distance to that geographic position. That geographic position is expressed as 90 degrees upon the surface of the Earth.
That's incorrect.
No, it is correct. For example, polar north, 90 degrees.
My bad.
Do you know what a circular triangle is?
Yeah, but we're not measuring them here.
We're not dealing with what is that, Rolo triangles, right? We're dealing with right angles.
Yeah. Do you know who okay, I understand that. Okay. Real quick.
I'm glad you understand.
Okay, real quick though.
In that case, there are no curved lines.
There are curved lines, and I can prove that right now. Do you
not
know?
In a 90 degree, not in a 90-degree triangle, not in the right angle.
Okay, I can disprove you if you give me like just 2 seconds.
With a right angle.
Do you know who Aristophanes is?
Shit. Well, I mean, he's not serious, so I guess have fun.
Yeah. Do you know who Eratosthenes is, though?
No, my
Yeah, he
God.
measured the Earth flat, the
Dude,
triangle.
you're just
He
gonna
didn't
bring up
measure the
angles
Earth
again.
flat.
Angles, 90-degree angle. You need to express what Elijah said to you. You have to
Yeah, and I'm
understand this.
expressing it.
90
Yeah,
degrees. What's 90 degrees?
90 degrees. The angle.
It's an angle. Describe it
Yeah,
to me.
it's a 90-degree angle.
Okay,
There's not much
describe
to
it to me.
explain. What do you want me to explain, like
A
specifically?
vertical line meeting a horizontal line, for example.
Okay, right. Well, the
Yeah.
Earth is curved, so there's no
No,
angles.
no, no. Not within the angle measurements we're going to be utilizing to figure out our latitude, or you in a moment when you talk about the sun being over a well.
Well, the Earth is, circular,
No,
so there's no possible
measure an
way.
angle.
You want to measure it how? Well,
What, mumbles?
how am I mumbling?
At 90 degrees, you're going to talk about that when you bring up Aristosthenes and the sun over a well, not casting any shadow. The sun at the zenith of the well, directly over the well, where the sun's ground position is the well. 90 degrees.
But the Earth's not flat, so
But
it's
the Earth's
impossible.
not flat, but you're going to talk about an angle measurement and say it's because the Earth's a ball when you take an angle measurement from the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be incorrect.
Yeah, we're going to measure an angle from the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, of course that wouldn't be incorrect, though. Would you not agree?
Well, if the surface of the Earth was curving, we wouldn't be measuring an angle.
We don't measure it like that. We don't measure.
We don't measure it like that's exactly what we measure. Remember, 90 degrees. In a minute, we're going to go away from being underneath the sun, with the sun not at our zenith, and we're going to measure the solar elevation angle of the sun above the horizon. It's going to be different. It's going to be an angle measurement.
But how is that going to be possible if the Earth's curved?
What do you mean if it wouldn't be possible if the Earth was curved? Because we're measuring angles. Angles require straight lines.
Yes, so that means that's incorrect. The statement you just made is incorrect.
What do you mean the statement I just made? An angle is the intersection of two straight sides. We're measuring elevation angles, if you're going to talk about Aristosthenes, to the sun.
Okay. You want evidence?
I want evidence. I want you to understand what an angle is.
Yeah, I understand what an angle is. I don't
Good.
think you do.
That's what we measure, angles.
Okay. Okay, so I have more evidence. To this
No,
topic.
you don't need any more evidence. The evidence that you gave us was the flat Earth angle measurements. You've proven a flat Earth. If you were going to bring up Aristosthenes,
I didn't prove a flat Earth.
you're just going to deny it, aren't you?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna deny it. I'm gonna, make you cope and show you evidence. Give me a
So,
second.
Master of Debates, you have Master of Debates as your name, implies you're committing an invincible ignorance fallacy. You realize that, right?
Ignorance fallacy. That's a good one.
No, invincible. It's an actual thing.
That's a good joke. That's a good joke. You can look in chat. You can cope with it. The other one's sounding good.
You're still committing that fallacy. When are you going to stop?
What fallacy? Like committing
invincible ignorance.
Ignorance. Okay, bro. You can look at the evidence in chat if you want to cope with it. The live
Hydrogen
stream.
power lines are not evident sunshine. How small do you believe the ball is that you live on?
It's not small. It's big.
If it bent at the rate that those power lines do, half of the United States would not exist.
Wait. Creation. Okay, I'm gonna address what you said. It's incorrect. I just want to let you know.
Okay, stop. Why is it incorrect?
The statement you just made. Well, first of all, the Earth is a sphere, as you can tell through the live stream.
Why do we do this with this fucking child?
Because we're bored.
Okay.
I'm not a child. I'm 19.
You stop acting like a fucking child then.
How am I acting like a child?
because you're not being direct with your answers. It's like trying to point out to the 5-year-old that they've stolen a chocolate bar, but they don't want to admit. They're going to lie and try and squirm their way out of it. It's what you're doing. You're not addressing, you're not taking accountability for anything that you're saying or addressing anything that's been said.
Yeah.
You're just going to say, well, you're wrong because the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, but I'm showing you evidence in chat. Like,
no, you haven't. You haven't addressed the angle measurements, and now you want to bring up this photography as evidence. No, your evidence that you were going to bring up with Aristosthenes measured a flat surface.
Yeah, and you're just going to deny the fact that, the live stream from the ISS is
Going to
good evidence.
deny the fact. How's it a fact?
Well, that is a fact. The ISS and
How is
NASA,
it a
right?
fact?
NASA has already confirmed that.
But how's it a fact?
Well, because
NASA confirmed it. Oh my God.
Well, wait. Anyways, NASA confirmed it. So, unless you can show me evidence against NASA's evidence.
Because NASA said so, that's it. It's gospel. Game over. No more credits. We're all done. So if NASA comes out tomorrow and said, you know what, we've fucked you all over for the last 60 years, what are you going to do then? Cry?
Well,
as for your live stream, 19 minutes past the hour in text chat, I'd like you to have a look at that picture.
It's authority.
Number one, that's your ISS live stream. If you care to have a look bottom centre, it's offline. Every time the ISS goes offline, they happen to show a picture of the curve. Why is that, young fellow? Why do they never ever show any curvature? It's always a direct, straight down view when it's online. And the only time they show this curved, stitched together image is when it's offline. Can you please explain that?
Well, because when they're offline, they don't have their satellites up.
So if it's offline, it's not running.
Yeah, currently at the moment, but it's online a lot of the time, just like you can see through the live stream I sent.
So when it's online, they don't show any curvature. You do know that. It's always a direct, straight down view. They've never ever shown any curvature when it's been online. Ever.
Well, they actually have. I just showed you.
No. They never have. You do comprehend never.
I just showed you.
No, you haven't. You showed us a picture of Lake Pontchartrain, which we've all seen 1,000 times.
You want me to send you the live stream so you can watch?
That snippet is from the live stream.
Yeah, no, the one I sent you, right? No, that isn't. That's off YouTube. But hold on. I'm gonna put the video in chat. You can watch that.
So if I scroll through it and it shows curvature and it says offline, do I get to ban you for annoying the shit out of us?
It's not gonna say online.
Yes or no?
Well, I'm confident.
You want to take up the challenge or what?
Yes, I'm confident in the fact that
You're confident? Oh,
yes.
I'll get the boot one. Monday morning madness for me.
Look in the chat. Look in the chat. Look at the live stream.
There we go. Scroll.
How's that an IP rapper? Why are you just lying on me? That's
International Space started 2 months ago. Also,
I thought you were doing the whole cap thing, bro. So I thought I was just playing along.
Oh, okay.
Because the cap is heavy right now, bro. You're posting lakes in the chat, which are flat water. So we'll take that evidence all day. By the way,
water if you had your eyes checked out.
No, just check water. Any body of water anywhere, you can check those. Doesn't have to do with your eyes. Even if you're blind, the water still behaves the same. Water doesn't form into a big hill, bro.
Do you know what the horizon is?
Yeah, flat horizontal. Yep.
You flat horizontal. Where do you get that from?
Where does the word horizontal? You don't see any similarities there?
We're not talking about that right now.
Yeah, you literally just brought it up. Yeah, we are talking about it.
Yeah, no. I said horizon, and we're going to talk.
Which is horizontal. Yeah, that's not.
No, that's incorrect. I don't know where you got that from.
Okay, show us curved horizon.
Okay, I'll show you.
Because you already just showed us flat water, so W for you, I guess.
Well, no, the curve isn't viewable by our eyes.
So then, what did you just post in the chat then? Not curvature.
The curve.
But you just said it's not viewable.
Well, no, you see those little things.
It's not viewable. See the purple screen that DJ posted up? That's all I'm getting. And I've scrolled back and I'm just getting black screens. That's it. You can't even see ground, nothing. And you're claiming this is proof of curvature. I should boot you out just for annoying us.
Dude, you're not watching the video, and I can tell you didn't
I am
watch
watching it. I'm scrubbing through it now.
You're scrolling through it. You're not watching it, so you're not going to the parts what I saw.
Bro, you didn't even watch it yourself. Relax.
I did watch it myself. So how did
No,
I
you didn't.
screenshot
You're a
that?
liar. I'm calling you out. You're a liar. Because both myself and
I literally
DJ,
showed you.
you can laugh all you like, but there's a couple of us looking through it.
You can look through it. I mean, you're not going to find anything that's going to say offline. So
Well, actually, so far the whole thing's offline because we haven't even got an image out of it. See that purple shit that DJ posted up at 22 past the hour? That's the best I've seen so far. Is purple like that?
you didn't even watch it. Oh my god, you didn't even watch it.
Let's not pretend like you watched it either, dude.
I did watch it. So how did I screenshot that? I would have to watch it to screenshot it.
Not really.
Hold on. Well, stop. You didn't screenshot anything. You copy-pasted a link to something that you're telling us you watched. You're a liar.
I literally showed you a screenshot from the live stream. You want me to show you it again? Hold on.
Let me scroll back. Where's your screenshot from the live stream? Scroll. What time did you post it up, son?
Yeah, what's the time?
I'm gonna add you in it. You can scroll out there. It's a second image.
And that's from the same place that you just sent us to?
Yes, correct.
Bro.
And how long ago was that meme created, Junior?
How long ago was that meme? What do you mean?
You know, you've got Lake Pontchartrain power lines glued to the side of looks like a mobile phone capture. How long ago did someone stitch those two pictures together or images together? See, what you've done, you've got this mental construct of this here little meme means I'm correct. So you're now telling us to go to this website and you haven't even checked to see if the website's operational. We're on the website now and there's a purple screen. That's it.
So you're not watching it? Okay.
Okay, are you fucking deaf? That's it. You've got 30 seconds to fucking prove yourself or I'm booting you. Go onto the fucking site now yourself and have a look.
If you go forward a bit, it shows what I just posted. It's not a purple screen, but like you said, it doesn't show anything other than a flat plane.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now.
And it says live stream, right? But it also says 20th of December.
Ooh, shit.
Oh my god. Hold on.
Get rid of the time waster. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
I'm a time waster. Anyways, I'm gonna screenshot the part for you.
Well, you can do it in silence because you're an idiot.
Who hurt you, bro?
There you go, DJ. I finally found some image. I scrolled back to the 21st of December, 0245, and it's direct straight down. The send one doesn't seem to show when it's on and offline. All it has is the timer down the bottom. Oh, no, it does. Replay whilst we're viewing darkness. Oh, really?
Is a replay a live stream?
Negative.
Strange.
You know what's so funny too, guys? Is like, remember back in the day when they'd be like, all you flat earthers only believe this stuff because of YouTube videos, and now they're like, just go watch the YouTube videos. Like, what the hell's happened? Is he still here?
Yeah, he's still in here.
Yeah, you can tell this is like the triggered type. Like somebody hurt him, and now he's just in pain.
This kid has been booted out of here multiple times. He's probably got about 6 accounts.
You can tell. You can tell.
Every time. Comes straight in here. What about spherical triangles? Every fucking time. I'll tell you something about your spherical triangles, kid. You got to prove the curve first before you can even consider using them.
But that's a globe because NASA said.
Pretty much.
That was
bro.
good.
Pretty much.
That was awesome.
Oh, shit.
Look at this flat water. Oh, well, you can't see the curve, but this is evidence of the curve. Are you all right over there, dude? Well, yeah, the water's flat, but look at the towers. Okay.
So look, and now straight in text chat. Oh, they conceded to my argument. They're done for. Kid, you don't have an argument, and you're too stupid to even realise that. That's the problem.
When you start throwing emojis in the chat, you know it's over. Especially that one in particular. And it was an easy debate when you cooked yourself, dude. You just said the water's flat. You can't see the curvature. Fucking retard.
So yeah, just so you know, Master of Dumbass, anytime anyone shows up a Lake Pontchartrain image of any description, instantly branded a tiny earther. So you now are a tiny earther. Have a nice day.
He doesn't even know what that means.
The fuck is going on?
When you tried to highlight that earlier about the Earth being small, he was like, "No, it's actually very big." Oh, really? Guarantee you don't know how big it's claimed to be. Because you wouldn't be posting that Pontchartrain shit if you did.
Leftist terrorist, welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me? Creation Bear?
Zerka.
Zerka's back. Nice one.
Let's go, Zerka.
Thanks. I'm fine. I just wanted
Zerka
to
is
say.
back.
Thank you, guys. I just wanted to say I had to work for a couple of weeks, 2 jobs. It was hard. Yeah, I just want to apologize that I was not here for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that.
Yeah, that's
Good to see you
unacceptable.
back, man.
It's unacceptable.
Yeah. Yeah, I bowed down. Please forgive me, Malone. I don't know. Is the connection good? Because I'm logged in the PC. When I'm logged at the PC, sometimes
It's good,
the
man.
root set. Okay. Need to switch to the smartphone. Okay. Oh, how it's going?
We are cooking big time.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask. Have you roasted enough Globers? Sure.
Leftist terrorist. Who is this?
Where is this? Leftist.
Matrix. Is that a Glover?
Karl Marx. Oh, he has Karl Marx.
Yeah, he's a Glober.
Marx.
Oh, all right. Well, let's get the
Yeah.
pitchforks out.
Cook him up.
Let's get the pitchforks out, guys.
Get him.
Because if we don't cook these Globers, bro, I'm about to ask Jedi a question. we're about to go back.
It looks he's from Germany because the German. It is the German language. Karl Marx und der Maximus.
Give me a
Bist du
photo of the
Deutsch?
flat Earth from above or somewhere.
Berserker, you're back.
What?
You're back. I noticed. You've been away for a while.
Oh yeah. I came back a couple of minutes ago, and I said, explain. I had to work two jobs a day, and it was hard. I had not even enough time to sleep. Only 6 hours. Only 6 hours to yeah
It's good to see you back anyway, mate.
to take a shower. To take. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you.
No good.
So if I would cut again today or next week and I'm absent, so you should know you would know that it's because I'm working and yeah don't find the
All right.
time.
We did notice that
Just
you disappeared. We did notice that you disappeared for a while. Just wondered where you were.
yeah, you missed my Arnold accent. I'll be back.
Yeah.
W. So leftists, are we cooking? Are we cooking or
Leftist
All right.
terrorist.
Yeah, we got to cook, dude.
Pitchforks, torches to the ready.
Let's go. Mob. About to mob deep right now.
Or was you going to ask me a question?
Well, I just look, bro. I'm not. I'm not. I just wanted to clarify a couple things. But if there's a glober here, we should get to that. But you guys have heard me say this for a long time. Earth is the universe. When I'm like presenting it to like newbies, and I don't hear normally people don't like. No, I don't agree. Like I haven't had anyone jump in and say like,
You like
I
drain balls?
disavow.
You like drain balls, sir?
Huh?
It's the contrast between
You
what
act
you're
like Frieza,
clarifying
not
the
like
Earth
Son
to be
Gohan, sir.
within your statement.
You act
That's
like
all.
Frieza.
Right. But I don't mean. I mean, obviously, when we
You are
say Earth,
lying to
we're
us of
referring
the
to.
flat Earth like Frieza lied to the Saiyajins, you know?
Oh shit! Okay, let's
Same.
go.
Yeah.
All
You
right,
like Frieza
cool.
more than Son Gohan?
I mean, Frieza's
I
kind of
think Son
basic, dude.
Gohan would
Frieza's
believe
kind
in
of
globe.
cool. I fuck with Frieza.
I think Son Gohan would believe in globe.
Maybe. But good thing Globes and Dragon Ball Z are both fictional settings.
I've got a question for you, CP.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've got two questions for you, really.
Mm-hmm.
What is a celestial pole?
I don't know. I actually don't know.
You don't know what a celestial pole is?
Is that what he was like? Polaris, and then the southern celestial pole. Is that what you're
Yeah.
asking?
Yeah. So celestial mean things in the sky. Pole, you know what the North Pole is, right?
Yeah.
Cool. You know what the South Pole is, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same as the North Pole. It's a center of rotation that other stars rotate around.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's how many of them are there?
Well, I guess two.
Two. Awesome stuff. So there are two celestial poles above the Earth, expressed as two geographical positions. That's why we call them poles. Like two poles in the floor.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome stuff. Been getting some pushback on this recently. Just wondered how you were going to answer the question.
Is the other
And
one on
honestly,
the ground? The southern pole's on the referenced from the ground?
yeah, it's a geographical position. We understand that when we use celestial navigation, right, we're looking for its ground position. The star in question, we can look at Polaris. We can do other things with Polaris because it doesn't move, quote unquote. We can draw circles around it depending on the elevation angle to it. But we're always interested in the ground positions of stars or centers of rotation, denoted by two poles, axes in the sky, one north, one south, expressed as two ground positions for things like an observer to watch things rotate around you over a course of time, 24 hours throughout a year.
Admittedly, I do have a hard time picturing a South Pole, but I do understand the Southern Cross thing
Why?
somewhat.
Do you understand what the North Pole is?
I think so, to some degree. Yeah, it's just
Cool.
that
So,
makes
for
more sense
example,
than a South Pole, I guess. But I'm open-minded to whatever you're trying to get at.
that's the same thing. If you understand what one area of rotation is, the stars rotating around a point in the north, then it's the same in the south. There's another place. Maybe the north and south gets people really, really confused. There's this place where rotation happens in the sky, and another place where other stars rotate around this rotation area in the sky. One we call north, one we call south.
I see.
They're the same thing. They just rotate differently. For
Would you say
example,
there's like sorry, go ahead.
no, go on. Ask your question.
Well, so in my understanding, you could essentially mark an X on the ground for the north and say that this North Pole celestially is above that mark on the ground. So where would we mark that ground in the south? Because my understanding is that south is every direction away from that northern point.
Good lad. No. South is like the north, where you can draw an X on the floor. Like
Really?
the north, yeah, same thing.
Could you do that with east and west?
Ah, good question. What is it, east and west?
Well, they're directions, in my understanding.
Yeah. They're directions to express rotation around poles. You
Okay.
can have two types of rotation, can't you?
Well,
You can,
in my
if
understanding, you
if you
can.
got a clock, it can only rotate two ways: one clockwise, one anti or counterclockwise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that would be going around. In my understanding, it's going around that northern, the center point.
No.
No.
The northern ones rotate around the northern star point in the sky. The southern ones rotate around another point on the
Well,
floor.
if you're using the clock, where's the south on the clock?
There's two clocks.
Two clocks. Oh. Where's the second clock?
Wherever you want to put it. Let's put it for your imagination underneath the underneath. So, yeah, if it's on the wall below it, we call the northern one north and the southern one south. If you want to put them on the floor, put one on top of another. You can put them next to each other. Doesn't really matter. You can walk around them if you want, but next to each other.
So, like when we have the clock and we have the hands, the center of the clock would be the north. Yes, in this example, or no?
The center of the top clock would be the north. The center of the southern clock would be the southern one underneath.
Well, that's sort of just tripping me up a little bit. Wouldn't the center of the second clock also be north?
The center of the second clock also be north. Yeah, the center of that clock is north. Yeah, the center of the other one is south.
Yeah. I'm having a hard time understanding that. We're putting they can be side by side, up and down, left or right.
It doesn't matter for you to express two circles off the floor and express them in rotations. Yeah, you've got two clocks. So, for example, if you were to stand at the ground position of Polaris in the north during the winter, right, you would see the stars rotate around you in 24 hours. That's what we see. In the summertime, you see the sun rotate around you for 24 hours. Now, the expression of you looking towards the horizon and watching the stars move across the sky in the north is from left to right. It's clockwise, right? If 12 o'clock is directly in front of you, it moves across the sky to 1, to 2, to 3, goes around you behind at 6 o'clock, back to 9 at your left-hand position, and then across in front of you, 9, 10, 11, 12, clockwise. In the south, during the winter, remember where the sun is in the north, so during the winter in the south, you observe the stars rotate around you counterclockwise, across from your right to your left. The 12 o'clock position is right in front of you, from 12 to 11 to 10 to 9, 6 behind you, then back up to 3, 2, 1, counterclockwise.
Okay. I guess my difficulty.
We observe the same thing with the sun. It's what we observed within the TFE, right? The sun went across the screen from right to left. This would be counterclockwise. So what are east and west? East and west are circles around poles. Depending which pole it is, depending which way it's going to be expressed. They converge in the east, diverge in the west.
Nice. I mean, I just I'm trying to visualize it a little bit because I guess the way I've been trying to help a new person understand flat Earth, I've sometimes talked about like a room where you have a pole in the center, and that's north, and then around everything around that pole would be south. But you're saying that there's a spot you can mark in. If I could finish, there's a spot you can mark in the south that is the southern point. But I just don't. I'm having a hard time registering that Even like east and west.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I thought you were done. You took a pause. Keep going.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a reason that I've heard flat earthers do that 1, 2, and there's a reason that you've not heard me do it.
Sorry, you cut out. What? What's the reason? What?
So there's a reason why you've done that with Glowworks, and there's a reason why I have not. Specifically, because we come up with problems like the one that you have. Now, some of us have known that. Wow. Some of us, even though they've heard people say, well, we kind of don't want to give people a way to look at the earth because you can't do that. And those people, regardless of our warning, continue to do that. So here we are today.
You talking about me?
And now, yeah.
That's actually something I say verbatim.
No, that's what I'm saying. I know. That's the point. The point is, you've never heard me use that same tactic with anyone.
I'm kind of confused because I don't give people a visual. Like, here's a visual. Like, here's like, you know, that thing that Lulu always posts, the Sheksy meme, where it's like the ice and the dome and stuff like that. I don't. That's never been part of my presentation, unless you're talking about someone else.
Rome includes one pot. That's the problem.
You're cutting out, Elijah. It's hard to hear what you're saying, but I'm listening.
The room, your room example still utilizes the same idea.
No, I only use that when people are confused about how directions work. I'm not actually saying like this is how the Earth is.
Yeah, but that's the problem though, because that's not all we observe, and that's not what we use to navigate. So when people talk about the South, you're already wrong. What are you trying to explain that?
So can we both be in the South and in different places?
No. Can we
No?
both be in the north at different places?
Well, I would say
the
like
north is underneath a rotation in the sky.
So in Australia, right, you can use the Southern Cross if you draw a line down from the top of when it's oriented as a cross, right, and it's on the right side of the center rotational point that they call a rotational point. It's really just an arc, but I mean, you see, you can draw a line from the top star down to the bottom star until it meets the horizon. And then you go over to the left side of your central rotation point, and there's two stars that that if you draw a line between them and then find the center point of that line and then draw a line down to the horizon, it'll intersect your first line. And then you just go vertical where the intersection is, vertical, draw another imaginary line through that, down to your horizon, and they say that's really close to true south. And that's a way of being able to tell which way's south at night if you're like whatever lost at sea or whatever, and they're in that position. You can use that method to find south. Now that's south, not south. Not southwest, or I mean, like, because that, the whole Dave Weiss EA map thing, that's south in all directions. Now that that idea shits on being able to find south using that method, and so south is a fixed point. That's what we've been taught all our lives, like as growing up as Australian kids, that you can find south using that method.
Interesting. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I'm learning. So is east and west the same? Like also, like they can be like points.
No.
No. Okay, I didn't think so. I'm just asking.
You got two circles expressed in the sky that rotate around 2 points, and they rotate in comparatively, when compared to each other, different directions.
Yeah.
They converge and diverge like gears.
Yeah, I get that part. That's interesting, bro. I mean, yeah, cool. I don't have any issue with that necessarily. I do want. I'm wondering why. What I'm just. What are you trying to get at? Like, why did you feel the need to bring it up?
The misunderstanding about clockwise and counterclockwise. And what happens when you look in a direction? We're explaining half of the story, not all of it in its entirety. Because what we measure and what we observe, if we understand that celestial navigation is a route to flat Earth, for example, understand the Earth is measured flat, right, for angles and shit.
Yeah.
We have to understand what we actually measure. We're measuring two rotational points in the sky. One we call north, one we call south. Dependent on which circle you are in, which circle you are observing, how you're going to reference it, there are two. And they are clockwise and counterclockwise reference to each other. One does go clockwise. Northern one, if you stand in the middle of it. In the southern one, it goes counterclockwise. If you were to look between the north and the south, this is where they converge. And you would see the stars in the sky coming from the east and coming to the west. Because that's how they appear in the sky. That's how we reference east and west.
Gotcha.
But east and west are two different directions around two different circles.
Yeah. All right. Well, what we were talking about earlier was like the difference between like what Earth is and other things, which is cool. I mean, but you just wondering like why you wanted to bring this up.
It also helps. It's not more of an argument base. It's more understanding what we do actually observe and measure around us. One of the questions that we get asked, right, is seasons. What causes seasons? Well, we can see what causes seasons. We express them as summer and winter. In the center of these circles, in the Arctic and Antarctic circle, summertime is when the sun is above the sky for 2 months of the year, for 24 hours throughout the day. It is summer there. That's where the sun is. 6 months later, or almost a year later, when the sun moves from one circle and then starts rotating around another central point, a circle, it's summer there. And it's winter where it was, where it's left in darkness, because when the sun is rotating around one place for 24 hours, the other one is left in darkness. We call this winter. And the seasons are expressed because of the movement of the sun around these points in the sky.
Okay.
And I know it's Sunday, so that's why I'm expressing this like right.
There are
Okay,
anomalies.
gotcha.
Yeah,
there are anomalies. I mean, like right at the moment, Melbourne is getting highs like that beat New South Wales highs, and they're further south. Well, it should be the other way around. So, because the sun's now moving back towards the north, like it's a bit strange, but like so this shit does happen.
Indeed.
I don't know how they explain it, but yeah.
Can I ask a question? I mean, since it is Sunday, I guess. You know, you guys are familiar with that GIF that Lulu would post every now and again back in the home server, the Sheksy meme, where it's the ice infinitely and then a dome and stuff like that. You guys are familiar with that?
No, it doesn't ring a bell.
No. Let me. I can. Well, you've probably seen stuff like it before, Jedi, where it's like circular Earth, dome, sun and moon spinning around the top.
Yeah.
Antarctica is like ice around and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is something that I've never really agreed with. So, and then in terms of like giving people a visual of the Earth, a representation is something I'm very hesitant of. But I wanted to ask with this like 2 points thing, like how do you if you don't, that's fine. But how do you visualize the Earth? I mean, I like I said, I don't think it's like what Lily would post.
Wait, so all this time that we
Why are people jumping in?
we're not trying to give people a representation.
Man, I feel like people aren't listening that clearly. I know I said it's Sunday. I know you probably don't do this, but if you do, how would you sort of picture this? If you don't, that's fine. That's what I said. I don't. I'm trying to ask Jedi, please. Like you guys get the other guys to jump in, but Jedi, this was for you.
Okay, so we understand that Gleason's AE map isn't correct, right?
Yeah, I don't.
One way that is expressed is one point of rotation, right? Where Antarctica is the ring around it. Now, we have to understand that one of the reasons that's incorrect is because it's only got one pole in it. So there's only one circle in this idea that the sun does.
Yeah.
That can be expressed as like a tent with a pole in the middle of it, right? And on the canvas of the tent, the stars are fixed, like rotating in one direction. The tent hasn't got one pole; it's got two.
Okay.
And around these two poles, the sky rotates. The sun moves between those poles between the course of the year, giving the seasons, right? One circle in one direction around one pole. So yeah, it's not one polar.
The reason that answer is obviously not sufficient is because, like I've explained, we know that not we know. So we mapped and we utilize portion of the earth navigation. By nature of how navigation works is two circles. And that is the extent of our view, is what we're using to navigate. But that's not the full earth, though. We have no idea what we got. We don't know.
Yeah.
You can't go. You can't go to space. You can't go to space and take a snapshot. So why today? Because it's Sunday. No, don't know.
Well, I'm certainly not asking for a snapshot from space, to be clear. And you made a good point, but it's just a portion, which is fine. But I was just asking, dude. Like when you gave me the two clocks, I had a hard time sort of understanding how that works. I do now with the two poles under the tent. That makes a lot more sense. But I'm just asking, bro. Why y'all trying to come at my throat, man, dude? I'm just asking. Jedi's trying to go through this thing, and this could be helpful for other people listening as well. I haven't pushed back on anything he said.
Hello, Creation Bear.
So, dude.
Hello, bro.
It's good.
Well,
I've been
because I don't visualize. Actually, I mean, I didn't even. I kind of understand where you're coming from, because I would never really answer the question when someone's like, "Well, how do you view the Earth?" I go, "I don't. I just look at it. I open my eyes." But when you're talking about how it's navigated in portions, that's pretty helpful.
Yeah, it's like we're asking you the same way we tell you and ask you about the black hole.
You are cutting out a bit. It is kind of hard to hear. I'm trying to listen pretty closely, but it is choppy.
Is this any better?
Yes.
Yeah, just like we would explain Black Swan, we're explaining this.
Yeah, portion.
No, it's not. It's not an argument. It's just we're trying to explain that there are a lot of circle earthers out there, and there are residuals from that circle earth, like having one roof where you have a clock and you go to the other side. That's like residuals of the circle earth. We're trying to explain to people, have you ever considered that all the stars don't rotate around the northern point? You can literally see it when you're near the equator. So some of the stars are arcing in the direction that would, and then the other stars are arcing in a counterclockwise way, if you will. That we can see that they're not all circling the same point. It's just really that simple.
Yeah, I get that part.
Which leads people to think, with the same with the sun, leads people like percentage to say there's no other way to explain this but through a looping system. Because when somebody goes like to Antarctica, like, okay, so Whitsitt went to Antarctica, he's got his back facing the way he came, and he can see the sun in front of him. Somebody behind him can see that same sun, apparently, right? They can see the sun as well behind. So someone way to the north behind him, the direction that he came from, can see that sun. And then the Globers are saying, flat earthers, explain that.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a circle earther. I don't agree with that necessarily. But Elijah is making a good point about the residuals, and I might be guilty of that slightly, but willing to make some adjustments there. But again, I'm with all the points being made here. You know, like you can't give people a visual. It's definitely something I'll be more careful of. I do. Look, man, like you guys are good for these technical things, and I'm not. I've never really. My role in this thing. Um, I feel more like the greeter, if you will. Like, welcome. You know, give you a quick introduction, and the boys will go into the finer details. So I appreciate you helping me with some of the finer details here.
So just to reply to your question earlier, the earth will be the soil, and then the heavens, in plural, will be starting with the air on the medium that you're in, the air above you, the clouds. Uh, Beyond that, people will say the firmament and the house of God above that. But that's why it's in plural, because there will be the sky, that will be heavens, cielo in Spanish, in other languages as well, is heaven. The sky is part of the heavens. And then above that, like I said, the firmament or whatever, the sun, the moon, the stars, all of those, whatever that is, that's part of the heavens for whatever it is. But that's still. You asked about the earth is reality. Yeah, the earth is reality. The sky is also reality. The clouds are reality. The gases in it, the atmos is part of this heaven, and then there is the other heavens above that, and whatever layers are above that. So that will be those heavens that you asked about earlier.
Well, look,
Interesting.
there's no reason. There's no reason to answer certain questions because we come to realize that because of a global reason, what they're trying to force us to do, because if we try to explain to them how it's fallacious logic, they won't accept it, right? Sorry, hold on.
Yeah, let me address that real quick. What Jazzy was saying. What?
I'm gonna
Because
have
I
to
think he
start
was trying
over.
to. Well, he was
Go ahead.
talking to me though. He was trying to because we were. I asked him something in the chat. He responded. I was just going to quickly respond to that
But what he's doing the same thing. That's why I'm. Okay, go ahead.
because I asked him in the chat about the heavens. He responded. So I feel like that'd be a good time for me to respond there. But I do understand where you're coming from with like the earth being soil, but also I sort of classify this. There's different ways to call it, this reality, this realm. I've heard people use different terminology for that, but I would say that is earth, not just the dirt or
My
just.
question was
Okay,
it's
all
so
right, yeah,
relevant.
okay. I guess I wasn't talking, but
The question is, why are you answering?
because he was addressing
That,
me.
yeah, but just like a Glober, though, when they ask you a question that you're answering, the only way you can answer is that's fallacious. It's an illogical question. It doesn't make sense. Or you can do what you and Jimsy are trying to do, which is going to force you, not the Glober at this point, because they got you answering now. So now that you start answering, guess what you start doing? Committing the fallacy of reification. That's why I'm asking you why you're doing that. You don't have to do that. It's the same thing that percentage does. It's like, okay, well, you're either trying to justify your reification or by asking me questions forces me into a position where I have to reify something. So why would I be answering if I'm the case? Don't you guys play chess? I'm
Yeah.
saying that for your benefit, not because I'm beefing with you, but you're not listening.
I mean, I'm slightly lost in what you're getting at, but I'm listening.
Do you know what reification is?
Yeah, when you try to um, maybe solidify something that can't be solidified, or reify an idea into something solid, like an object or something like that, objectify something that maybe can't be objectified.
So then again, why would you answer the question of what the earth looks like? What is the center of the earth? Because these are tricky ways to get you into the fallacy of reification. Now, I'm pointing that out as your brother, and you're like, oh, you're insulting me. I'm just trying to do the thing that you're warning me not to do. Now, you can do what you want. I'm just trying to help.
I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. What I was trying to get at was what is outside of reality. Because what I'm saying is that I typically say Earth is reality. So people are saying, well, no, there's more than that. I would like to know maybe how you know that, and then what is beyond the reality. Which I
One of
would,
the mysteries of life.
huh?
It's one of the mysteries of life. Falls into
I
that
agree.
category.
I agree. But earlier there was like subtraction, some friction when I was saying that Earth is it. This is it. Earth is it. And they were like, no, no, there's more. I'm like, okay, well, what? And they were like, well, air and other things. I'm like, well, that would be part of this reality. That would be part of this realm, which I think you can swap out the words realm, reality, universe, Earth. I think I kind of picture that all as one. It's all the same thing.
It might be the confusion the way you're using the word Earth because
Well, of course, I'm not just
when you think
referring to
about
the dirt.
yeah, when you think about because words have meanings, right? And the word Earth, if we use it from the meaning, the soil, the thing below our feet that we travel across and we construct and we dig into, right? And then the glober will tell you Earth is this sphere, and they give you a cartoon, right? So in the meaning of the actual meaning and then the globe meaning, so there's differences between that and whatever you're saying. Yeah,
For sure, I get that, but I did feel that I clarified what I mean when I say Earth. I mean, I'm creation bear. I believe in this place was created. So this creation, if that's a better word, what is beyond this creation? Not the creation. The thing that was created is Earth. So that's what I was getting at. Is like this is everything. The creation is everything. Unless you guys want to go on and say what else there is, which I'm open to hearing. I want to be open to learning what you guys
Well,
have to say about that.
yeah, God created the heavens and the earth, but you keep saying that everything is the earth. I don't know why you would say that.
The
Like,
heavens.
I hear you. Like, as a matter of fact, you know why you're saying that? Because you're saying, well, you guys know what I mean. When I say earth, I'm not talking about just dirt. I'm talking about everything. And I'm like, yeah, why would you classify everything as earth when there are different classifications for earth and then everything? I keep asking you why why you want to or feel the need to do something that makes no sense. That's not me being hostile. It's a legitimate question.
I don't think it makes no sense in particular. But go ahead, Tito.
A short answer is I don't know, right? But that same guy, I'm pretty sure it must have been the same guy because it was the exact same question, and he was in the live stream last night, and we were talking to him, and I gave him a similar pitch, but I said try not to think about Earth as an isolated object from other things like that. Like, so it's like it's more like some people like to describe this is the floor of reality, the floor of the universe, right? This is essentially all we know. What's down here and what's above us is it, like a single system, right? So I understand where you're coming from, as in like an Earth system, rather than saying separating it from being a body separate from the moon and the sun and all that, right? And I understand Jamesy saying like the water isn't Earth, but it's if we include the water, the land, the air, right, as a system, right? And as far as we know, those things are above us somewhere, right? Whatever they are, however they're being, however they're manifesting to us in our visual, like we can't say definitively that it's part of this system, but for all intents and purposes, it is. Like we don't know anything else. We don't. That the sky is a mystery. What is it? I don't know. We use it for practical purposes like navigation and stuff, but what it is, I don't know.
What it is? Hey, what's up?
Right, so we can't. We can point that out too. That you don't even know if those are fucking objects. Like, what are they? Like, nobody fucking knows. Like, so don't think about the Earth as this isolated thing surrounded by something, an area, like on all sides. Like, so where is the center of it? Who fucking knows what it even is in its entirety? Like, to be able to say where's that? And I did point that. I did say to him in the paradigm of heliocentrism, where's the center of the universe? I did point that out to him. I don't know why he came in trying to get another fucking answer. I guess he's just because we did say to him, look, you're going to get different takes from different people, so like ask around, I guess. So maybe that's what he was doing, taking that advice. But yeah.
Sorry, I was listening. I had someone come try to talk to me there real quick. But you said the center of the universe. That was exactly the point that I made earlier, or that I was going to.
Well, after that, I said, and if you want to get fancy, well, actually, that's the way astronomers treat their work, as if no matter where you are on the surface, at that time, you're at the center of everything. It's called the celestial sphere model, right? So, like, where do you go with that?
Right. Well, like I wanted to. You said system, and also I think that's a good word for it. But I'm just, unless we're trying to set a specific pronoun for this thing, if you will, it's whatever word we want to use. It's fine. But I'm referring to this system essentially when I say Earth. If you guys don't want me to use that word, I guess that's fine. That is what I mean. So if there's someone saying like, no, there is an outside the system. Okay, go on. Please
I
educate
have a
us.
suggestion for you. Just focus on using the word real and saying things that are not real, establishing them as not real. So, like, take for instance, I was just saying to someone the other day, three-dimensional space. There's two different kinds of space. There's three-dimensional space and there's a vacuum of space. Three-dimensional space is real. The vacuum of space is not real.
Yeah. Okay. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. I mean, something we probably haven't talked about in a while that might be worth discussing. So we're open for a little bit of back and forth on this. But I don't think I haven't heard. I mean, the heavens is interesting. I'm not sure would that be outside of the system, or if it is, how do you know? How do you know that? But I guess Elijah did make a good point about like he created the earth and the heavens. It's part of the biblical presentation, so that does make sense.
Well, it's actually singular, but yeah.
I would say it's singular too. I would say it's singular also. Oh, or you say earth and heaven, or not heavens?
Yeah, the heaven and the earth. Yeah, not heavens, heaven and the earth. That biblically speaking.
Okay. I'm not anti-Bible or anything like that. But what is heaven exactly? Is it outside of like how can we get into that more deeply? Not like actually go there, but like in terms of like part of your presentation, if you're saying like, well, there's the earth and heavens, like how do you argue that or present that to someone here? Like when I said earlier, I'm like, oh well, Earth, this is it. Like Earth is the system. Like, no, it's not. There's heaven too. Like that's something we would try to teach to new people, like when we're making presentation for like new.
If you're going to be literalists, right? Because there's the earth, and we're the hosts of that, and then there's the heaven and the heavens. There is mention of heavens, right? Like almost like they're describing layers, right? And then there's hosts of the heavens. So, and then there's the host of hosts, which is the Almighty. There's nothing above that, right? So he's right at the very top, and how that's structured, I know I've no fucking idea whatsoever. Like, I don't know how, and are those things in the sky the hosts? I don't know. It could be. Like it kind of alludes to that being the case. Like there's the word star in their language. It's the same word for their host or their malach, right? Their angels, those beings. Same word.
Okay. Well, you made a good point when you said like how it's structured. We don't know, but even when like because I was gonna jump in when you're above, which is again it's fine. That may very well be the case, but how do we know it's above? Like, what if it's? I don't know. You know what I mean? So.
Well, we know it's definitely not around and underneath us, right?
yeah. I guess so. I mean, but don't some people believe in like Sheol and things below? Well,
Now I say that now I can't actually say that for certain. Like I don't think anybody can. That there is no underneath us, right? Like there's like, but as far as it being a ball in space, wrong. No, so.
yeah.
Like, and if at any point in time there can be somebody looking at the sky and saying, like, you saw that at one point, like a couple of hours ago, and now I see it above me, right? And you can't see it, I can. Like, they're saying that it's like that's because Earth's a sphere. Like, what? They want explanations from us about how that works, like, and best we can go into is like, say, fucking perspective and atmo, obscurity, whatever, the light not attenuating through the air and all that. Like, it's the best we can say. I mean, like, who really fucking knows? Can you look? Because when you get down to it, nobody has that God's eye view perspective of all of reality to say exactly how it's all happening from that vantage point. You know what I mean?
All right, yeah. Yeah, that's something I've been saying for a while too, the God's eye view thing.
But do we need a God's eye view to understand that there are 2 points of rotation in the sky throughout the year? The sun circles them both.
No, you made a really good point about that earlier. I think you did a good job presenting that in a way that's pretty palatable, especially with the 2:10. That was helpful. The clock thing had me tripped up. I'm not gonna lie. When you're like, well, there's 2 clocks, and I was trying to think of how that works. But then Elijah said, well, think of it in portions. Like this isn't the whole thing. Like, this is just a portion. I'm like, okay, cool. That actually makes more sense then.
Well, have you ever considered that in the wintertime, when you're looking north, because the sun in the summertime comes from the northeast, then if you're still, like, imagine all day you're looking towards the north. You can see to the right of you the sun coming in northeast, then it goes behind your back, then it comes back up and around and leaves northwest. In the wintertime, though, if you were looking north, you would never see the sun at all because it comes from the south, still arcs behind your back, and then goes southwest. That's what we observe. That's not an argument. That's not logic and reason. That's just what it is. Now, the logic is if it's going from southeast behind me, southwest, it must not be circling the north thing at that time. Can't be. We're looking at it.
But do we say that that's the way it appears to it? That's our experience of it, and that's the way it's appearing to be. So, because like, is the argument that everything about the sky is just apparent? We can't say definitively that it's this thing actually doing this particular thing.
It has a ground position.
An apparent, but it has apparent location.
It has a ground position.
Yeah.
For any observer on the Earth measuring to these things, they have ground positions located
Yes.
above a portion of the Earth. So do
Yes,
we
where
know
it
where they are?
appears to be. Yeah.
Yeah,
In
that is
relation to where it appears to be in the sky.
yeah,
How are you?
that's an actual, not actual location.
Yeah, its apparent position in the sky has an actual location on the ground.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we can observe this for 2 months of the year when we stand in one of the two circles that it performs. So the question about where does the sun go? You can watch it for 2 months of the year. There it is, never going away from an observer, always having a ground position. The sun always has a ground position. We can see and measure where it is, depending where you're going to measure and observe it and your reference frame is. But inside the two circles, yeah, there it is. We can see it.
Right, so when Witsit Scotty's back to the direction that he came from at Antarctica, and the sun's in front of him, it's got a ground position. Where's that? Where is that?
No. Well, if for example, right, if he went in from South America, well, over your head, I would have presumed. It would have been over you when he was looking at it if he was coming from South America.
Yeah, I don't know. So he's looking. Yeah, okay. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, in the north, right? If I was to perform the same observation in the north and stand inside that circle of rotation, if I was coming from America, I'd keep going forward and I'd go towards Russia, right?
Say that one more time.
If I was going from North America towards the North Pole and the sun was rising in front of me, that would be over Russia, right? Say rising, just in front of me. It's not rising. Same thing from going from South America to Australia. It's more or less a straight path. You're just observing the sun between you as it circles around that thing, even though it's kind of behind you and then in front of you, because it only goes as far south as the Tropic of Capricorn. You have to be inside the circle to see the sun do the full circle. Can't be on the edge of the circle. But yeah, if Whitsit's coming in from South America, if he's back towards South America, Australia would kind of more or less be in front. So the sun would be over Australia when we would see it. Tropic of Capricorn, it's North Australia, right? In the summer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's where it would be if it was in front of him.
I'm not gonna lie, like some of this is pretty complex. I could see how like a new globe would be like, what the fuck? It's all this.
Just trying to imagine two circles instead of just one.
No, but even I feel like I'm like doing what the Globers do when they're like, well, what does it all look like? That's part of me really wants to ask that. Like, what do you speculate is the layout of this place? It's hard to ask and hard to answer, but boy, I want to ask that
Yeah.
so bad.
It is before you start reifying all of these fucking ideas into existence.
Right. I know what you said. I know what you mean.
At the very core of what we're discussing, right, it's 2 points on the floor.
Okay.
2 poles underneath 2 rotations in the sky.
Cool.
Now these, they represent positions on the Earth because this is what we're talking about. Right, especially within celestial navigation, navigating. Remember, we have to have charts, like land masses and waters and shit. How we navigate east to west and what they fucking are. It's all a fucking complex system. But the core of it, when we get past it, it's obviously flat Earth measurements. At the core of it, right, we've got 2 points. We must admit this, and then when we're free to admit this, then we can move on. It's when we get locked up in the AE as a muffle equidistant idea.
Right.
Well, another question is why is it when we get further away from those points, do they appear to like flip on their side?
So what?
Well, you look at the star trail photography. It's almost like you're looking at a clock on the wall. Like, how is it? I mean, why doesn't it just stay flat? and then you see like a difference in angular distance between stars and things. Like, you don't.
That's crazy.
That's some deep shit, bro. That's some deep shit. But I do appreciate the lesson that I did not actually have that understanding prior, so take that.
I think it's the moving on from this idea that we've all kind of serendipitously had placed upon us that Antarctica is a ring of rice. Right? And the AE maps, some kind describes what it is, but yes, it was all a massive psychological operation for the last 10 years, the AE map. Remember, they went to Antarctica and they burnt it down because, look, the sun's going in the opposite direction for 24 hours. The AE map was never our map to begin with. This is what they wanted to burn down so they could, pour water on the fires of flat Earth. Make people turn around and start saying, yeah, that's fucking stupid, look, 24 hours sun.
Yeah.
But no, that's not the truth. The truth is what we haven't wanted to admit. It's 2 rotations in the sky, not 1.
Fascinating stuff. Wow, the Earth just got like even more interesting. Like, it was already interesting and weird and complex before, but like, damn, where the hell are we?
What do you mean 2 rotations?
Oh shit!
Celestial rotations in the sky.
Well, what do you mean 2?
North and south.
So they're 2 different. They're rotating in opposite directions, or one direction, or
no? There's 2 rotations, and if you want to talk about opposite, yeah, they don't rotate in the same direction.
Yes, they do.
But they come from east and go to west.
Yeah, those are directions.
Yes.
I thought we've already been over this.
Yeah, are we talking about standing in 2 different circles of rotation?
Yeah, you keep on saying 2 different circles of rotation. I only got a few minutes too because I got to go in 15 minutes. Probably just wasn't a good time to join. Let's just go with what we got. Okay, you got 2. The 2 rotations are throwing me.
It threw me too. Not gonna lie.
2 celestial poles.
Oh, stop.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Citation, please.
Yeah.
If you haven't got time, I'll have to come back with it.
I got it for you. Let's discuss it.
Okay.
From Cornell University. Now, these are ball tarts. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And the 1 minute astronomer. From Cornell, there is no South Star. It's just a coincidence that there happens to be a bright star, Polaris, close to the celestial North Pole.
Mm-hmm.
The southern hemisphere isn't so lucky. The only star that comes close is Sigma Octans, which is 1 degree away from the south celestial pole.
Mm-hmm.
But it's only only 6 magnitude too dim to see
Yeah.
Except under optimal conditions.
Yeah.
So this is a better one. But this is a better one, the next one. 1 minute astronomer. He's certifiable. In Baltardia. In the northern hemisphere, the bright and easy to find star Polaris marks the position of the north celestial pole. This makes it easy for stargazers and navigators to find north and get oriented in the night sky. But in the southern hemisphere, it is different. By sheer bad luck, the south celestial pole, here's the key part, the imaginary point in the sky, directly above the Earth's south pole. Yeah, I'd like to see somebody confirm that. Coincides with no bright star. You get the gist.
Yeah, I understand, but we're still talking about 2 points of rotation. Right?
Yeah, what are points?
Well, the area of which other bodies in the sky, like the Big Dipper or the Southern Cross, rotate around.
There's definitely the north. In the south, it's more or less an arc, right?
No, it's a circle. So, for example, the Southern Cross rotates around the southern point in the sky. Yeah.
Well, let's see that. I need to see that.
Okay. We observe this with other things in the sky as well, like the sun and the moon.
No, I don't care about the sun. I want to see. Okay. I want to see it rotate these circles. Mm-hmm. I want to see the full circle.
Okay. I'll see if I can find it for you.
You won't be able to.
Yeah, you don't let him talk to you like that.
I've got more respect.
Honestly, I'm just joking. By the way, I'm just joking.
I know you are. You're a fly in the ointment. You're a monkey in the
ring. That's what I said earlier. It's not really rotation. It's more of an arc. But that's from my perspective here at 29 degrees south latitude. I mean, but I haven't gone further than that and looked at the night sky to see what it does.
Huey, they were trying to cook me on this point too, so I'm kind of jumping on a good time.
We're also expressed as singular ground positions, right? Points on the floor expressed as the GPS.
Again? Yeah, you can't, because Sigma Octans is not one of the navigation stars.
Yes, no, I completely agree. We don't see this star, but the center of the rotation of the other stars.
I'd like to see somebody do that. I want to see 90 degrees above their head, this empty space point.
Mm. Yeah, me too.
That's what
around
I'm talking
which
about.
The stars move.
Yeah. So I don't know. What's the main? Is there a point? No pun intended.
The point for me at the moment is the clarification of the observation that there are 2 rotation points in the sky. Now we've got one Polaris that we can all see that the stars move in this direction around that area in the sky. They move around it. Same like the ones we were called the south. These ones move around this point.
Yeah, not the same though. It's not the same.
Okay.
And it's getting a little squirrely with these points. I don't like that.
90-degree ground position, the zenith.
Yeah, you keep on. And I need to see that then.
Okay.
I need to see that ground position. I need to see somebody look up. And it's impossible. It wouldn't be impossible to do unless somebody could see Sigma Octans.
I agree with you. It's the area of rotation. Same with Polaris. It rotates around the area. That was in the citation he gave earlier.
Yeah. It's like half a degree. They say it wobbles a little bit.
Half a degree. But we're lucky enough to see that stuff. And all the other stars we measure in degrees away from that point.
Say that again?
We measure all of the stars in rotations around that point, the same one that Polaris is rotating around. All of the other stars are rotating around that point, around the northern circle. That's what it's referenced to. That's why we're talking about it.
Yeah, you said something else before, but that's all right. Go on.
Okay. Just trying to get to the conclusion about the 2 points in the sky that stars rotate around. And there's 2 of them, not just one.
Yeah, you keep saying that, and I'm telling
Yeah,
you,
I
they
know.
don't.
Okay.
So Jimsy posted some. What is this? Is Jimsy here? What's the left, right? What are these photos?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's the? I'm looking at them in one from left to right, and then down left to right. What's the one in the upper left?
So the top left will be celestial north, so Polaris, and the other one will be, like you're saying, the cross, the Southern Cross, goes around a center that is not a star. So the stars that we call the cross go around this center area that it's, let's say, dark for whatever, for the lack of a better term, a dark area of the sky
Yeah,
at the center.
I understand. Is that the one beneath?
Yeah, the second one, yeah, or the third one before the last one.
1, 2, 3. Where's the Southern Cross at? This is too murky.
Yeah, it is. That's why the cartoon ones kind of give you like a perspective of them.
Is there one that can identify the Southern Cross and then follow it the whole way? Is there any? Has anyone seen any of those?
I have an alleged photograph from the dome in the Antarctica, from the what is it called, the observatory dome.
You have the dome?
No, that's not what I meant. It's called the Dome Observatory in the geographical south, and they claim allegedly that they take a photograph 90 degrees up.
Yes.
Which is
all people in the south see the celestial south.
Which is this one. This is
and
from
all
the
people in the north see the north.
Bro.
That's not what we're
Only
talking about.
QE thinks planets don't exist.
Shut up.
What?
Stay out of the argument. Stay out of this
Yeah,
discussion.
QE claims
Stay
there
out
is
of
no
this. Somebody
Sigma
mute his
Octantis.
dumbass.
Why are you lying,
Mute
QE?
his
Why?
dumbass.
Why are you so stupid
Mute.
and
Would
disgusting,
somebody
QE?
mute
Who hurt
him,
you, bro?
please? Thank you. For fuck's
Who hurt
sake.
you, bro?
So back to the topic. So they claimed I need to see a time lapse.
Yeah, that will be everything.
Like a video. Somebody has to have it. I mean, this is, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. That will be
from the alleged South Pole, and that'd be Antarctica pointing directly up.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to do it.
Time lapse that at night.
I don't know if that's going to do it. That's going to be a little squirrely. It would probably have to be back away, maybe in South America or something. You know what I mean?
I was explaining to the lads earlier how you can use the Southern Cross and two other stars on the other side.
Yeah, I know.
And
I know how to do it.
Find south.
I know. Yeah, I know it.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, to find these poles and these points. I get the hair starts to climb up on the back of my neck.
That's what I'm saying.
It's just
So glad you said that. So fucking glad you said that.
It's just a way to express the center area of rotation.
Yeah.
It's called a celestial pole, right? That's what it's called. But there are two of them.
Yeah, I know you keep saying that. My citation said that that's horseshit.
Okay.
It's an imaginary point in the sky. Okay, if we're going to talk about imaginary points in the sky, okay.
Yeah, an area that the other stars rotate around.
All right, I guess I could deal with that. I'm not trying to be obtuse purposely. I'm just getting a little squirrely.
Yeah, I appreciate
There is other phenomena from these points. Is called the radiance from the radiant sources of the sporadic meteor phenomena, and the sporadic meteor phenomena sources from 6 specific points in the sky, and 2 of these points are the north toroidal and the south toroidal. which is in reference to celestial north and celestial south.
Can we just get to the overall point? And then maybe, because I'm going to have to take off here in a couple minutes. So the overall point is that there's two celestial points. There's two celestial points of rotation in the sky. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And understanding that's because we know this because the stars are rotating around them, but they're moving in different directions.
No, they're not.
Yes, they're converging in the east and going to the west.
They're not. Yeah, that's not different directions, dude.
I know. All right. But if you're talking about two things to circle around, right, and they are moving in different directions, if you were to stand in the middle and observe them rotate around you, like, for example, a 24-hour sun in the Arctic or the Antarctic, it moves clockwise from right to left.
Nope. I'm going to stop you. Clockwise is not. Do you ever hear a weather forecaster get on there and say it's going to be partly cloudy today, high 76, winds out of the counterclockwise?
Yeah. No, because I'm describing the rotation around a point from left to right.
No, don't do it. They're not directions. That's counterclockwise and clockwise, left and right are not, let me say this, are not objective directions. You just muddy the waters.
Yeah, I get that they're not objective directions. They're relative to the observer and how they're observing a rotation around them.
Yeah, but don't say different directions. Don't do it.
I was going to say that the observation, let's say the two circles in the sky could be still observed, but that doesn't mean directions. Like, that's what you're trying to correct, the direction in the wording of it.
Yeah, they're not. If you say two different directions, then like these ballers been doing for years, right? If you say there's two different directions, then if one direction is east to west, then if they're traveling in two different directions, then the next one's going to be opposite. Now, there's a problem here too. If you're thinking about that sun that's circling those fruitcakes down there in Antarctica, then you can't, because nothing's rising or setting. It's going in a circle. So out of necessity, it's going to be going east to west and west to east because it's not setting. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
From right to left.
How we express
No, don't right to left.
No right to left, or no clockwise or counterclockwise.
Yeah.
Even though in the two different circles, they move around different to you, the observer.
Yeah, so we're taking the sun out of it because it's meaningless anyway. Or the circle, above your head. If something's circling above your head, it's going east to west and west to east. That's not what I'm talking about. Because the stars don't do that. They go from east to west, right? The sun rises in the east and sets in the west, except for Polaris, right?
Yeah, so they come from the east and go to the west. But you've got two circles of rotation.
You keep going back here, man. You're like,
I know.
Okay, two circles of rotation, 2 points of rotation. Okay, all right, fair enough. And
it's just it's getting over the expression of clockwise and counterclockwise, which you don't want me to do. So okay,
you do it. I'm going to jack your yard.
Okay, but you understand. But you understand.
I'm going to pull the weatherman out on your ass.
Yeah, but seem relative. Why? Why is the storm rotating, clockwise or counterclockwise?
Second?
Which way is the storm rotating, clockwise or counterclockwise?
Show me.
Any storm.
Any hurricane?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also moving in a direction, right?
Yeah.
So that
it'll be rotating around an axis, and I won't it?
Down.
That will complicate matters. So the rotation of the hurricane itself, I guess you could categorize it as counterclockwise and clockwise. I guess you could do that.
Yeah, because that's how we us people, we're going to clarify rotations You can either, if you've got a clock, go clockwise or counterclockwise, which is expresses a rotation around a central point.
Yeah, you're not going to get away with this, by the way.
Oh, no, not from you anyway.
Well, this is super helpful. This is super helpful. So I'm listening.
I don't think there's a point.
Hopeful.
Well, you came in at a good time for me because they were cooking me. They're like trying to teach me this stuff.
Well,
and
you
I'm
should be
here with
cooked.
them. Yeah. All right, Huey.
What causes the rotation?
Oh, here we go.
Not with me, it's not.
What causes the rotation?
Shut up.
Hurricanes.
Yeah, Brenda. Not the Earth rotating.
It's
That's
Coriolis. It's Coriolis.
That's not Coriolis. You wouldn't know what the Coriolis effect was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire. You'd think a shoe is a hypothesis. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it's provable.
Shut the fuck up.
Provably.
Shut the provable. Get your dumb ass out of here.
Oh, you're so afraid.
Shut the fuck up.
No one's afraid of
Shut
you,
the
Brenda.
fuck up. I'm not
Prove it
wasting
isn't.
my last 2 minutes here listening to your dumb ass.
Isn't Coriolis.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Prove
All
it
right,
isn't.
yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Brenda. We're finishing. We're doing a thing right now. Just relax.
So, Jetty, that was it?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Why don't you have to science the heavens above to determine the cause of the effect that we observe from the ground? Brenda's asking what causes the rotation.
I don't speak to Brenda. Go see my numpty clips. You'll see why.
Yeah.
I don't speak to abject retards.
But I'm saying, like, how can we do what she's asking or whatever?
You can't.
Like,
You cannot. You cannot.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, we can't do that.
Also, it's the
determine cause of
Coriolis
the
effect, not the Coriolis cause. Most people don't catch that. I don't know why they're not thinking on their feet. If it's Coriolis effect, it ain't fucking causing anything because it's not the Coriolis cause. It's the Coriolis effect.
Correct.
My God.
Okay.
All right. I got to go, but I can't wait to get back later.
Yeah, definitely.
Sounds good.
I don't know what's going to come up next.
Oh, gonna get a spanking.
Oh my.
All right. So carry on, guys. We all good?
All righty, Huey.
See you in a few hours, boss.
You're leaving. We are good now.
That's fine.
Oh, shots fired.
Shots fired, man. Your sister doesn't seem to mind.
Speculation Sunday. You're not supposed to show up on Speculation Sunday.
You guys start that like in the middle of Saturday in the afternoon. That's some bullshit.
I know. I know.
We're gonna wait for Samoa and then to turn over on the Monday, and we were good.
Oh, somebody gave me the excuse that was on GMT. Is that what it was?
Yeah. I control your time. I do when you do stuff.
Yeah.
When it's midnight for me, you talk about it.
Should be some. Yeah, too.
Blame the Australians.
Yeah.
We gotta start
right, guys,
it with the
I'll catch you
Australians.
guys later.
All right, Uncle.
Have a good one, man.
Peace.
Later, Quantum.
There we go, folks. W's in the chat.
So,
when the hand of a clock is moving from 3 towards the 9, is it going anti-clockwise?
3 to the 9, no, which is in between. It's the 12 in between or the 6. Which does it hit first?
Yeah, it gets to 6.
Yeah, clockwise.
But it's going from right to left.
Directions are hard.
You guys don't want to talk to Brenda, right?
Fuck that.
You know he's wrong. Hurricanes are caused by the Coriolis effect.
But when hey, I wanted to ask that Jedi or someone else when Brenda says Coriolis effect or whatever, right? And then says that is the Earth doing the movement, but we obviously that the sky, the heavens above, whatever sky is doing movement, right? Can someone just, I mean, just flip it and say, but that's not the Earth, that's the sky and heavens above and that kind of stuff? Because I don't know, he's claiming is the cause of the effect or whatever, or the
Isn't the
it's
Coriolis effect a fake, just an optical thing?
No,
Not
it's
an
real.
actual effect.
It's the
Well, it's what
It's
you. It's
real.
something you see. It's not
the
whatever.
apparent
It ain't causing
deflection of a
shit.
That doesn't make it
non-accelerated
Apparent.
object as viewed from a turning reference frame.
Yeah, that doesn't make it unreal.
It's an illusion.
That
That
means
doesn't
it's
mean
not
it's
pushing
unreal.
anything. Holy crap! Well, why don't you just say Earth spin's causing it? Shouldn't use the Coriolis word, even though it's nonsense anyway.
Yeah, you're saying an illusion
it's a
causes
standard.
storms to rotate. That's weird.
Yes, the cause is the Coriolis. The twirls that we see are caused by the effect of the Coriolis force.
So they're not really twirling.
Of course they are.
You just heard him read the freaking definition. Why would you use the word Coriolis?
From the point of view of an individual bit of water vapor, you don't turn. That's the inertial reference frame. But we are in the non-inertial reference frame. We see the winds turn.
Steam does not do a Coriolis inside a building. So the Earth is not spinning. Steam out of a pan does not start moving in a toroidal pattern ever. It does not do that, Brenda. Why is that? In the north or the south? Why is that, Brenda?
Again, so the Coriolis force, the effect is
That doesn't
caused
happen
by.
on the steam.
It's caused by the conservation of momentum.
It's not happening on the steam.
If we're viewing it, if we're viewing that storm not from a turning non-inertial reference frame, then it won't appear to be twirling.
Correct. If you were riding on an individual molecule of water vapor, you would be on an inertial reference frame. You would be traveling in a straight line.
So what would it look like then from an inertial reference?
It would look to you like you were just moving from an area of high pressure to low pressure. In a
What?
What the fuck?
What?
Yeah, that's what causes
She's
it.
riding on molecules of water now.
Yeah, you
Holy
can imagine that. You can imagine that. What happens is the sun heats a spot, an area of the
But you
ocean.
can't demonstrate it? But
The
how can
air
you imagine
rises.
something that doesn't exist?
The air rises, creating low pressure, and then high pressure air from surrounding it rushes in to fill it. And because the Earth is turning, it creates the Coriolis effect.
Brenda,
Dude, just say it's Earth spin. Your imaginary, even though it's not spinning, it just stop using Coriolis. So you're using the wrong word.
I just want to ask Brenda about tornadoes, right? We got tornadoes. Brenda, why don't tornadoes dip down?
I don't know what you mean dip down. What does that mean?
Brenda, why
They
don't
touch the ground,
tornadoes
dude.
dip down?
They touch the ground. What are you talking about?
Why don't tornadoes dip down, Brenda?
I don't know what you mean, Denmark.
Tornadoes don't trace curved dirt. Fucking retard.
I
Now,
don't
one
have
more
any
time.
idea what you mean.
Brenda, I just told you, Brenda, are you that slow? Tornadoes don't trace the dirt. Do
Yeah,
you
they do.
understand?
Yeah, they do.
They do? Well, go get in a 10-foot ditch and let's see the tornado go over and go down and touch you. You lying son of a
There are
bitch.
plenty of videos and photographs you can show of tornadoes
No, you
touching
can't.
ground and
No,
disturbing dirt
Brenda,
and everything else.
why don't they dip down below curbs and below cliffs? You fucking retard.
Yeah, I'm not.
If you're below a cliff or below curved dirt, the tornado goes over your head, retard. Why is that?
Okay.
Retard. In a tornado, to stay safe, you want to go get in a ditch, retard. So why
Okay,
don't
Denmark.
tornadoes dip down, Brenda?
Okay.
Around a
All
curve?
right. All right. All right, Denmark.
No, it's
Okay.
it's all right. We know it's all right, flat earth tornadoer. Why don't tornadoes dip down around curbs, Brenda?
They can.
Let's see. Go film one. Do it
You go.
from the side view. You
You do
fucking
it.
retard. Retardo. We'll wait for your video.
Okay.
Go get one. We'll take a
Okay,
peek.
Denmark. All right.
We'll take a peek, liar.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay that you lie? Is that the okay thing that you lie all the time? You don't have any evidence.
Off the topic. We're not talking.
We're talking about wind.
Coriolis.
Tornado is made from wind spinning, is it not, motherfucker?
It's not caused by Coriolis force.
Brenda, a tornado is not caused by anything you could even comprehend. Now, Brenda,
Yeah, it is. You can
tornadoes
make
don't
one.
dip down around 8 inches per mile curves. Why?
You can make a tornado in a laboratory.
Tornadoes don't dip around. Make one dip around. Make one dip down below the
You can
curve.
make them. Lots of science museums
Make
have
it
tornadoes.
dip. Put a hole in the floor and make it dip down and sit down in there.
Okay,
You
Denmark.
retard.
All right. It's okay.
What valley does a tornado settle in? What hole? What crater? What canyon does it fall down into, retard? How many tornadoes are in the Grand Canyon? Retarded Brenda. How many tornadoes are down in the Grand Canyon, dropping down, Brenda? How many can you film? How many are dropping down below Niagara Falls live? Let's see one. Go across the top, just drop on down. Isn't that weird? You can't even film a tornado drop down around a curve, but you think gravity makes everything go around a curve? I think I just disproved all your ignorance.
Okay. So quantum eraser was wrong.
Tornadoes,
right?
Brenda. We're on tornadoes, Brenda.
Damn, you
Flat
changed the
earthers want to know
topic.
why you don't have any. No, you're trying to change the topic.
No,
We're
I was
talking
talking
about the
about
wind
Coriolis
turning.
and hurricanes.
No. You're talking about nothing that nobody gives a fuck about. You're retarded. Now, what we want to know is why you don't have tornadoes dropping down and gravity make them drop down and they don't follow the curve of Earth. Why not? Aren't they supposed to, Brenda? Why are you running, Brenda? Why are you running from your tornado proof?
Show me why they should drop down.
Gravity would negate they have to. An Earth curve would negate they can't go horizontal, wouldn't it?
Why would gravity make a tornado?
Why would gravity affect something on Earth to make it go to the center? Because that's what it's supposed to do, you girl.
What was that?
Hypothesis. Yes.
Was that an
Your
anti-Semitic slur?
hypothesis says gravity is
You're going
supposed to hold stuff to the center
You're
of
putting
mass.
the room in danger by using anti-Semitic slurs. Down.
Anti-Semitic slurs.
What the fuck?
Speaking of slurs, Jew girl. He said Jew girl. Yeah, you'll get.
No, I didn't say. I didn't
Yes,
say
you did.
any.
Yes, you
Shoe
did.
girl. I said shoe girl. You
shoe
stupid
girl.
bitch. No, I didn't. You non-listening fuck. Clean your ears out. Clean your fucking ears out, shoepothesis. I said shoe girl. Shoepothesis. Because you think a shoe is fucking science. So why would a shoe word be, Brenda? Shut your ignorant fucking mouth and quit trying to run. You pussy bitch. Now, tornadoes.
Right. Maybe ease up there a bit, Denmark, please, mate.
I'm eased up. I'm just saying I don't like when people lie about the goofiest stuff and try to say
I don't like fucking nigger!
I clearly didn't say. Clearly. Brenda is the shoe expert, so why would I say any other word than shoepothesis or shoe girl?
That's anti-Semitic, sir.
Hey, for the guy asking for the N words, your daddy's not here. Go to a different room. He might be somewhere else, but he's not here.
I saw him at the bar.
Dad.
He's over at the bar looking for tornadoes with Brenda to drop down. Brenda doesn't know how gravity works. Brenda doesn't know about air or tornadoes or gravity or spheres or anything really. So really, and I'm surprised that you could know anything about a sphere when you don't have a demonstration of one doing anything. How could you learn about one without one? Weird.
Brenda said at one point that you would
Bro,
yeah.
it's
Good
okay,
book.
bro. Does anyone have? I'm not looking at the phone, so
Hold on. Brenda was saying at one point that it would appear to you as if you were moving from low pressure to high pressure, like you could actually see high pressure and low pressure. When do you actually see high pressure and low pressures? What a numpty.
I don't think you see the air. I think it's invisible. Now you can see the attribute of the effects of air. You can see like the stuff gleaming off like a shadow of heat coming off your car and all kind. Like you can see leaves and like you can see a tornado when it's got the dirt in it and stuff. But the air itself, no, you're not seeing pressure. The only way you see pressure is by a reading or a thing that reads the pressure. Correct?
Well, Brenda's got major problems with what was described, because if we're seeing it twirl right from the ground because we're on a turning non-inertial reference frame, then why is it that when the so-called satellites take imagery of these storms from the inertial reference frame, are they still turning and twirling?
The satellites are not in the reference frame of the air that is rushing in to fill the low pressure area.
Are they in a reference frame that is turning?
No, they're not in the same reference frame as the air.
They're not in the same reference frame as you being on the ground on the supposedly turning non-inertial reference frame, looking up, seeing the storm twirl, right?
They're in a non-inertial reference frame.
Oh, they're also in a non-inertial reference frame, the satellites.
Yeah, they're in the reference frame of the Earth.
So they're in...
Yeah.
What?
They're on the ground, are they?
You don't have to be on the ground.
Oh, you don't have to be on the ground. Because I could have sworn that, that like the storm being in the inertial reference frame, the satellite would also be in that same reference frame. How is it that they went through an inertial reference frame to reach another turning non-inertial reference frame?
Because they're accelerating. That's why.
Oh, they're accelerating. All right, so...
Yes, that's what an orbit is.
Right, okay. So
And the air that's rushing in to fill the low pressure area is moving at a constant velocity. It's not accelerating. It's an inertial reference frame.
Any imagery of storms from an inertial reference frame to show that they're not twirling?
I didn't catch part of that.
Can you show any imagery, right, of storms filmed from an inertial reference frame to demonstrate that they're not actually twirling and that's just an illusion?
Yeah, I don't know if there is any such thing. You would have to shrink yourself. Well, maybe I'm wrong, but I would think you would have to shrink yourself down to the size of the water vapor. Because that's the point. That's the reference frame we're talking about.
This is great. Actually,
this is W content.
Shrink yourself down.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me if you guys think that I'm saying silly things. That doesn't bother me at all.
It should.
Honey, I shrunk the glober.
That's the problem right there, is that it should. That you've got no shame in this at all. No shame at all.
Yeah, can you guess why? It's because I know I'm right.
Yeah,
Let's cap, bro.
Look at dog bones or clocks. And
yes, they are.
Amino acids.
Yes, they are. What?
Yes, dog bones are clocks.
What?
No shame. No shame at all.
Absolutely.
Where's the hands on the dog bone?
They're
Really?
shrunk down to microscopic
where are the
levels,
hands?
Sonny.
Clocks have hands.
Do they?
Yeah, a clock face, which is flat, horizontal, actually, has hands that designate what time it is. So, where are the hands on your dog bone clock?
Right. So that's it. A clock doesn't have to have hands.
Okay, how does a dog bone designate
Can it have
time?
like bone marrow? Can it have bone marrow or something?
It tracks time.
So
Makes it a clock. It tracks
Okay, what
time.
method does a dog bone track time?
Radioactive decay from carbon-14. There we go. I like that.
What a numpty.
So are storms accelerating?
See that? See that? That's how
Where's
you.
the ball at?
That's how
Where's
you
the little
shut
ball,
the mouth
Brenda?
of the flat earther.
Where's
Are
the
storms?
here, Brenda, with your stuff on it? I want to shut the mouth of all the globers, still man the tornado globe, and see the little ball with tornadoes on it in a lab.
No,
Let's cut right to the chase there, Brenda.
The silence was laughing at you.
Is that
yeah,
right?
facts.
It's carbon-14 would have been the clock, not the dog bone.
But it's in the bone.
You
so it
fucked
counts.
up again.
But it's in the bone, so it counts as being part of the bone, and there's therefore a clock.
No.
Holy shit.
Incorrect, sir.
Did people
show us?
This is not interesting to me, but did people watch the debate with Nathan Thompson and Will Duffy last night?
No.
I'd love to get people's reactions.
Why do I care what a megachurch super pastor, known liar, young earth creationist cares or says about anything?
Aren't you a young earth creationist?
No.
Are you an old earth creationist?
No.
What are you then?
I'm a none of the above. I would say none of that fits into my worldview.
Well, then I'm curious. What do you think about the age of the earth? What is the age of the earth?
Yeah, I wouldn't even know. Wouldn't even begin to guess.
Oh, okay. So you're not even at the table. Good.
Yeah,
Good to
yeah,
know.
exactly what I told you.
The table of making stuff up. Yeah,
Well,
we
the
don't like that
table
table.
of the science table.
Yeah,
Yeah, make stuff
if you
up
sound
table.
your worldview is just as ridiculous as Duffy's, just as even more so, because
doesn't
Duffy
disqualify
has.
Chris from being able to comment on any of it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I
Duffy.
didn't
At
hear.
least Duffy has some kind of logical framework for why he says the stupid shit that he says. You do not.
Okay, Chris. But you were really upset the other day. But I would
About
think
what? What was I upset about?
the last time I talked to you, you're really upset about
Which
Mike
one?
Toon saying
I
things.
was McToon.
Yeah, you were.
No, dude, McToon screaming into the ether was probably the highlight of 2024. I couldn't have. If someone said, "Hey, what do you want for Christmas?" I want somebody to just scream loudly and just pretend they're angry. It was epic, dude. It was probably, I couldn't think of another way to close out the final experiment than a complete freak out. That's what the one of the things I say. Hey, what would make the final experiment even better? I go, well, we got a lot of globalists acting stupid, irrational. Can we get one to freak out? Certainly, we can make that happen. It's going to be known. That's when people look back, especially on the flat earth side. The globaler side kind of hand waved it as like he was sleep deprived. He was a little goofy from like his theta waves being up all night.
I agree with you about all of this, Crit. I think it
doesn't matter if you agree or disagree.
Yeah,
your
for different
anything
reasons,
from
of
you,
course.
anything from you is completely irrelevant.
No, I think
even in your own worldview, you think this is some kind of echo chamber. So following your own worldview, your voice here is just drowned out by your own stupidity that no one's listening to.
About that. I think that Mike Toon yelling at Nathan Oakley was a high point of the final experiment. Yes, I agree. For
You mean
different
yelling
reasons.
at the air?
For different reasons than you think.
You mean he yelled at the air, Brenda? He said into the air. He yelled at the air.
The phone. It was into the phone, dude. He had a phone. What
into
are you
the
talking
ether.
About?
Screamed.
And he was on the phone with who? You?
Nathan Oakley.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, he was. Nathan has a recording of it.
He screamed into the ether. So he basically got double. It's a double whammy. Oakley walked away being able to mock both anti-flat earthers and ether boys. Like it was a 2-for-1. And all he had to do was say something kind of as a symposium some 10 years ago. And taking all the context. Like imagine if I said something today and then 10 years later someone freaks the fuck out. And you're like, wow, that statement broke the space-time continuum. It echoed and reverberated through all of creation and caused a thermonuclear meltdown of somebody else in some faraway land. And you're like, wow, the power of the voice.
I thought it was great. I thought it was great, Crit. I thought it was great.
The power of the voice would have been amazing.
I thought it was
would have been good. Would have been really powerful had McToon jumped on a snowmobile or some other vehicle, rode his ass anywhere he wanted to go, freely explored Antarctica, and then called somebody. I wouldn't say you should have just left Nathan alone. He said no, thank you. Like no should mean something. If someone says no, thank you, no means no. Nathan Oakley said, no, thank you. I do not wish to partake. And he's like, okay, I respect your no.
Well, he could have hung up on McToon, but he didn't.
Because the comedy level was too great.
Why do you think it's great?
I think it was comedy level was great too.
But Brendan, why do you think it's great that McToon lies and lied about
what
Nathan?
lie? What lie?
He lied.
What was the lie?
He misrepresented what Nathan had ever said. Nathan never said that that nobody, period, can go to Antarctica without facing guns in their face. He never said that. No, he didn't. No, he did not. Do you think Nathan is that stupid that he thinks you can't get on a fucking tourist boat and go to a place called Antarctica?
That was the entire flat Earth community said that for years.
It was not.
Definitely
now
not.
You're lying. Now you're lying. You're trying to lying now. Why are you lying?
There were no flat earthers at that time who said that you could travel to Antarctica. They said you would be met with guns and forced to turn around.
Said that. Nobody said you couldn't get on a tourist boat and go there and see the penguins. Nobody ever fucking said that.
I don't even remember anybody going to any fucking Antarctica. They went to McMurdo Base.
Yeah,
or Union Glacier.
You guys
That's a fucking glacier or a base.
You'll need a challenge. Everyone knows it's a bold-faced lie. The best quote they got was 10 years prior, which is very interesting because they're constantly mocking Nathan for the way he looks, and then pull up a video of him 10 years prior, a young, handsome, married man, about to have a family and everything, and talk to him about, I would like to go to Antarctica someday. No context, no understanding, completely didn't realize that in the last 10 years his life has changed. That's because in the globalists, they are stuck in the mud, spinning their wheels. They don't go anywhere. They don't do anything. Their life never advanced. They heard Flat Earth 10 years ago. It stopped. It just stopped their life in tracks. They spent the next 10 years dedicating their life trying to debunk something they can't even define.
That's not been my experience, Crit. My experience, if you like, is that whenever flat earthers come up with their arguments, I check into it and I research it and I try to find out it. And I try to find out what
Somebody asked that dude about science. Somebody, please.
Listen, Brenda's a woman. I don't know if you know that or not.
Dude, what are you talking about?
Prove it.
I want to know, right? I want to know if Nathan didn't think that anybody could go to Antarctica without facing guns, why the fuck did he interview his friend, which spent 6 months there? and ask him the questions about it.
Or even say, I would like to go. If I had the opportunity, I would jump in it, but I don't.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
It's like, hey, now that you're a married man and you've got responsibilities, you've got children to take care of, you've got all these things going on with your life, will you uproot all that and then do this thing you said you would maybe like to do 10 years ago? And you're like, well, no. I'm number one. It was called this final experiment. I asked what the hypothesis was. They wouldn't tell me. So that raised a red flag. Number two, I asked who would be going. I wasn't told that either. That raised a red flag. Then the invitation came via a bunch of trolls who flooded my YouTube channel and Discord servers rather than the person running it. So that was red flag number 3. And 3 strikes and you're out. Generally 1 strike, I'm going to be like, no, thank you. But 3 strikes, like, if this guy really wanted me to come, he would have pulled up his big boy pants, walked over to me, introduced himself, said, hello, my name is William McDuffie. I invite you to the final experiment. Here's the hypothesis we are going to test. And none of that happened. None of it. And they wonder why. Like when a globalist got invited, he would go onto their channel, hat in hand. Oh, I really like your content. You're so important to the community. You're a very special person. God loves you. America loves you. Like, you are just the finest, most respectable person. It's very important to have honest, decent human beings in the world. And I would like to pay your way an extraordinary adventure to the ends of the earth for mankind and science. The flat earthers got invited like, if you don't take this invitation, you're a chicken shit asshole. Yeah, okay, do it. Come on, punk. Do it, punk. You chicken? Bark, 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 bark. Chicken? Chicken? And they wonder why. And they wonder why, like, no one took the invitation. And the one dude who was dying to go, like Brian Leakey or Brian Latesse or whatever. Like, there's 2 Brians, Brian Logic, and so the one of them. Brian Leakey was, I'm prepared. I got all my documentation. I've never really traveled outside my home state. This is the most exciting adventure of all time. I jumped through all your hoops. I cannot believe this is just I'm beside myself. I'm absolutely beside myself at just the opportunity. And he's the first dude to get eliminated on the Wonka and the Chocolate Factory golden ticket. It's like, here's Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. We got a golden ticket for a flurf. Who wants it? Brian Leakey's like, oh my God, you won't believe it. I've always wanted to go to Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory. No, not you. Yeah, like, I see that you're on globalist channels. You're constantly debating them. You're willing to, like, make maps and models and test your assumptions. You? No, fuck you. You go away. We're going to pick some rando person that no one's ever heard of.
Yeah, some random 304.
Yeah. Yeah, the final experiment was amazing. It's like, you are not going to find a better observation or better example, I would say, to the Barbra Streisand effect than the final experiment.
What's the Barbra Streisand effect?
Oh, that's where Barbra Streisand's house was photographed by Google Street View, and she got pissed. She's like, I find this to be a physical security violation of my rights and my humanity. I want this image taken down now. And then once she started yelling about it, everyone's like, damn, let's go check her house out. No one even gave a fuck where she lived. No one cared who she was. She's some walked up singer, actress that hadn't done anything in years. And then because she raised her arm and just pretended like she was flipping out, then everyone, oh, where did she live? Let's check her house out.
Cooked.
This is what they did. They said, like, they tell you flat earth is some harmful misinformation driving all of humanity back to the Stone Age. And they say, look over there, go check it out. The worldview of the globalists is a constant, logical, irrational contradiction. Just one single thing after another. If you really think it's such irrational, such a horrible position to take that is causing all this damage to humanity, why are you drawing attention to it? If it also doesn't matter, it's just a bunch of idiots online, why do you care? So ask yourself, why does it matter? Why do you care? And they can't. They can't figure it out because it's a showcase that they're not thinking. They're not paying attention. They're not in tune with their own thoughts and ideas. For some reason, which they won't take questions on or explain, the Earth needs to be a globe for their worldview to work. Like some sort of nihilistic space genie crap. So rather than explain that and open up their own worldview to criticism, they would rather think they're going to troll, mock, and ridicule a group of people who don't give a fuck what they're saying anyway. If my worldview mattered what someone else thought, then you'd be a globalist. You'd be a theist. You'd fit in all the boxes of all the other normie 51% crap. You'd wonder who won Mr. Beast's whatever crap he did. Like, you go to any channel, you'll hear Mr. Beast this and Mr. Beast that, and the suitcase and the suitcase challenge, and who gives a fuck? I put the globe worldview in that same box. I really don't give a shit because the crying's over. It's not like anything's going to change around here. It's not suddenly, bang, people are going to wake up and realize the Earth is a globe and they're superpositioned in the universe. Like somehow, oh yeah, I know I've been kind of going on. Go ahead, D-Mock.
No, you're good. I would say the ball technology, the wonders of just when you look at the pool table and all the balls on it, and then you just when your baby gets 3 years old, you just walk them into a bar and look at all the balls on the pool table, and they're just going to be the most brilliant kids ever, There's so much technology on that pool table because of all the balls, right? I mean, the stupid shit that we get forced to fucking take in that supposedly makes sense. Well, if it wasn't a globe, you wouldn't know how to have a phone. If it wasn't for a magic word like gravity patronum, you wouldn't be able to do anything right now. I just don't even that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. They don't understand that you just take the physical attribute of things and you work with it until it does what you need it to do, or you get what you can to make it do what you need it to do. Like, it's trial and error. Like, man.
You made a good point, Crit, about how they're basically our marketing team. It would be more effective if they just left us alone, go away.
Right.
But instead, they keep plugging.
See, this is my okay. Let me say one last thing. I'll yield the mic. So, this is what I see. Okay, the globalists want the flat earther to believe in the globe. They never offer any reason to believe it. They offer reasons not to believe it. And on the backside, it's a failure. It's a failure of the globe model as it fails to offer an explanation on how to deal with anyone who disagrees with it. And if it does, say there is a explanation inside the globe world view of how to deal with disagreement, they're rejecting it. So they're the science denier of their own model. So the problem right now, the problem between why globalists can't leave flat earthers alone or why they can't use their own model to explain disagreement, it either boils down to a problem with them or a problem with their own model. It's nothing to do with flat earth. So when they come here trolling you, all they're telling you is either something's broken in their worldview or something's broken in their model, and they're scared to address that.
worldview and the model.
Yeah, all the above. See, I could easily explain disagreement on the flat Earth. Tribalism. They picked the winning side. They picked the Super Bowl champ, and now they think it means something. You'll hear it too. They always say we. It's almost impossible to get one of them to say I. Start your sentence off with I. They can't do it.
That is a good point. That is a good point. We did this. We went here. Who? Name the person. And what did they do specifically?
And what else do they sell? What else are they selling? They don't care about aliens. They don't care about Satan. They don't care about cults. They don't care about monsters and magic and dark and like what just I mean I don't know any word I could aliens trolls under the bridge, elves, goblins, chupacabra. Like they'll have 14-hour thing. Like I don't even get it, man. Like what else is not okay but flat Earth? You know what I mean? Like flat Earth, like the only thing. Yeah, it's kind of weird,
That
man.
should be a red flag for anyone that's new or listening. Like you're rolling into that phantom expert syndrome I've talked about before, where all the experts. Okay, who? Well, it's like a panel. It's a group. They figured it out together. That is a really good point. That they don't really stand on things themselves. I do
With
this.
what? What? Listen, I always ask them what they figure. Show me what they figured out with what material, with what physical stuff of a sphere, a 3D spherical thing. Like that's all I want to know. I don't care about an explanation or whatever, or how you say, oh, what we ain't got to. I don't care about it. I need to see a 3D sphere do the attribute with whoever claims it. Everybody keeps talking about a model and this and that. How do you have a model of a ball and none of it's a 3D sphere? That's the weirdest shit to me ever. Like that's really weird. All right, class, we're going to learn everything about a sphere and the attributes of a sphere. Take your cube out. Take your horizontal out, your ruler. And then, like, what? Huh? That's how you're going to. What?
Did Brenda get booted or what happened? I know, I'm sure it got muted for sure, but at some point I was like, there's no way she's going to let me talk.
No, Donald C. dipped on his own.
Donald C.
Yeah, that was already discovered. But anyway, the whole thing about the globe is
Wait, sorry, that went way over my head. What do you mean, Donald C?
Well, one time there was a little bit of lore there. I think Brenda had a hot mic and was listening to Donald C on Clubhouse. And then she opened her mic and you heard Donald doing a classic Donald freak out.
Oh, wow.
And it was kind of
there's a planet?
Yeah, and it was kind of in context too, which is funny. So it was like the burst, the blow up was actually almost like it sounded like it was in context. And then oh, Brenda's Donald C. But the problem is that people have seen, in the days of yore, Brenda would go on cam and debate on YouTube Spaces and whatnot.
Yeah, so I digress. But anyway, I could be wrong. Yeah, so the crits probably got it right. But anyway, the whole thing about this globe idea is they never really did teach us. Like, I don't remember. All I remember is like looking in encyclopedias, basically at home, and they would have like the size of Earth, the size of planets, how far away they are from each other. But no one was in school teaching us, like, this is the Nobel Prize winning measurement for Earth curvature. And this is the method they used to do that. So they never taught us like that Earth was a globe. That was all on TV. Now, if they're teaching that, like, if they're teaching some method in the schools today, I'm not aware of any of that. Like, I think they're still using the same technique they used when I was in school. They're just telling you that it's a globe. They're telling you what the sizes are, but they never say, how did they get these sizes? They never say that. They never even go into it far enough, like we've discovered on our own, like the Copernicus model, like how any of them, Tycho Brahe or whatever, any of those, how they presupposed sizes based on the transit of Venus, you know, all these types of things that we've discovered. They never even told us those things. So they would teach us about these different people, various little things about their telescopes or whatever, what they were looking at, but they never told us how they lied and presupposed about the distance to the sun and all that stuff. They never said that. So they do the same thing the Globers are doing today. They want to deny or just delete all those all that factual information completely off the radar and pretend it doesn't exist. So they don't have any possible way of showing us how those things were actually measured. A direct measurement, no, never done.
Yo, is this guy in the chat?
Who are you looking for?
Who are you looking for?
I'm just trying to figure out what he means by this, because he's saying, I think what he's saying, right? I might be wrong. He posted a picture of, what are these oil rigs called again? Black Swan, yeah. So he posted a picture of the Black Swan of it, like, sunk in. And I think what he's trying to say is that's like the normal, like, there's no mirage there. Like, that's just the curve, right? But then the pictures of Black Swan where it's not sunk in, apparently that's the mirage, and that's where the refraction is. But I think he's got to ask backwards. I think the refraction comes in with it when it's sunken, and the actual pictures where you could see both oil rigs is just like what you're seeing, right? Like, I think he's got it completely backwards.
Yeah, he does have it completely backwards. Also, there is no type of effect that can account for what you're seeing in the original Black Swan observations, right? From the 1 foot or the 8 foot observer height. Right? There is no type of effect or any type of mirage that does that, right? But there is definitely a type of inferior mirage called sinking that perfectly explains what you're seeing in what they call the white swan, which is actually the black swan. Right, like it literally is defined as something that would normally be visible on the horizon, apparently sinks beneath it. It usually happens on clear days, in the morning or in the afternoon. Right, and another thing that goes along with sinking is that the horizon will appear closer than what it normally would appear. Yeah, it fits perfectly with sinking.
Another thing, check. Another thing they never want to show with, let's say, the image that Observer posted at 17 minutes after, they never want to show the entire portion of that video where you see waves blocking the oil rigs. Then the wave goes down and you see the entire oil rig. Well, they don't want to show that.
There's often pretty big waves at that place, right? There's surfers out there in some of the videos, and when Matthew Learns went there and with his telescope, you can see big waves in his pictures, right? You can still see magnitudes further than you would be able to see on a globe, but you do see big waves often.
Yep. So they want to take shots, take it out of context. They want to ignore any of the surface conditions, the wind, the waves, current, like tides. Like they want to ignore all of that.
Yep. And these windmill pictures that this guy Observer's posting in the chat are absolutely ridiculous, right? This second one he's posted is beyond an obvious inferior mirage. You can see the mirroring effect. You can see it's so obvious it's not funny. Right? And we can show small scale demonstration of this exact effect, right? And it makes things look like they're lower than what they would normally appear. I'll post some in the side chat.
Yeah, the Observer, he's not in here either. Look how they
He's in here,
crop.
but
They'll crop it because if you see in the distance, there's a windmill. You can see the whole thing. Like, what is that? Just a little tiny windmill or whatever? Like, I mean, come on. These windmills are not all disappearing at exactly the same spot. That's not a geometric curve of the Earth. Seems like they vaguely look at their own evidence. Use the whole thing. Use all of it. Like do a Where's Waldo? Is there something in this photo that doesn't match what you're supposed to be looking at? Sure as shit. The second one from the left. What's going on with that one?
Plus, we don't have any information on these rigs, how far they are, how high the observer is. None of that. Where's that? Where's the rest of the information?
Data. Where's the data? Okay, where was this taken? Are there multiple? What was the index? Like, what's going on here? If it's a curve of the Earth, then if you take those away, does the curve disappear? Like if you blot it out, just make a regular sky, is the curve still there? Are you only seeing the effects of curvature, but only with some windmills, not all of them? Then why is that? Why is only some windmills you can see the effect, but other windmills are immune to the effect? This is supposed to be a physical phenomenon.
So yeah, NWO. That I gave you the doco, right? The Stephen Hawking one. So have a watch of that. And there's particularly at one thing they do in it is they get this helicopter, right? And they got this guy with a telescope on one side of a lake, and they get the helicopter to go to like 26 feet or something above the lake on the other side, and he's filming it through his telescope, and they show the helicopter go below the horizon, right, and disappear out of view. I don't know if has anybody got the clip where it shows the ducks that pass, and the birds that pass in front of it. So like while it's going down behind the horizon, there's a group of birds that go past, right? A flock of birds, or a few birds. And then when it's rising back up, the exact same birds in the exact same formation go past again. So they've obviously just reversed it, or just edited it. Like it's fake as shit. Like, why would you need to fake it? So I don't know if anybody's got that on hand, can they post that particular part with the birds?
It here,
please. Thanks, DJ.
Hey, Observer, open up your mic, man. Let's talk about these images you keep posting. let's go over an actual observation, right, where there isn't a mirage happening of these windmills.
But wait, he's skipping past the whole point of the black swan. The black swan is to show that it's not Earth curve. It's not Earth curve because we debunked it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Observer, the whole point of showing that is to debunk. We've already seen this. Before the black swan, people were posting images like you're posting and saying, that's the curve of the Earth. The horizon, right, is behind the horizon that's being blocked by the curvature of the Earth. So we showed you it's not that. And you just skip past it and keep posting the white swan? Like, I mean, no. That's the whole point of the black swan, to show that the reason you think that you're seeing that, it isn't the case. It's not Earth curve. Radius debunked. Game over, man.
Does anyone have the link for the full video of that quote-unquote white swan?
I don't think I've ever seen a video of it. It's just the one still image.
No, there is actually a full video, right? The guy has it on private, that BLSM or whatever his name is. He has it on private, but if anyone actually has the link, you can actually watch the full video. Someone sent it to me once, but it was a long time ago.
Oh, okay. I thought that was from someone else, like someone completely different. Because Matthew did it, and he said he got roughly about the same observations, depending on the day and the conditions.
Yeah, I'll post Matthew's photos that he sent. So here's one of Matthew's. Clear black swan. Even despite the decent sized waves.
How's the discussion going on this black swan?
Observer's very confused about a lot of different things.
Oh, I thought you were talking with NWO Slayer.
A text guy, he won't come off mute.
Lots
no.
of
NWO Slayer's got the right idea. But this observer guy just keeps posting like really shitty evidence. He won't mic up.
Maybe it's a way we could test to see if it's a bot. Like, agree with it and see if it just reposts the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's just auto responding. It doesn't matter what you say. Like,
we got the flat Earth AIs.
Hello, NWO Slayer.
Yo, hello, brother. How you doing?
Are you playing Football Club 2025?
Yes, sir. Yep.
How is that?
It's a good game. They fixed it recently with a new update. It used to be really bad.
All right.
Oh, he's typing in text. It's not just reposting the same images over and over again.
No. He's
okay.
He's.
Is he in the? Oh no, he's here. Why doesn't he mic up, bro? Yo, unmute.
He wouldn't want to mic up.
It's okay if someone yeah,
shitty
it's okay.
arguments.
There's people who, I mean, they're generally they feel more comfortable and safe in text, and they really don't want to use their voice. So I understand.
That's understandable.
Yeah. So like, trying to coax them, because what we're trying to offer here is a safe space to discuss this topic. So like, trying to coax someone outside their comfort zone isn't really, inducive to like a comfortable.
Yeah, in most cases, unless they're just being a total dishonest douchebag in the side chat.
Oh yeah, if
And
they're
that would
just filling the
be it.
text chat with junk just to derail, yeah, get out of here.
Yeah,
and the only time
this-
they
this-
open their mic is a giggle or something like that. Yeah.
Or if they're a complete sissy.
He's talking a big game in the side chat, but yeah.
I mean, to be fair, he's probably just confused, though. I don't think he's, like, flat out trolling, you know? He probably thinks he has a point.
Hey, Jedi, this guy's accusing you of intentionally misleading Creation Bear.
Yeah, after dealing with anti-flat earthers for so many years, right, dishonest people, this guy just fits that.
Dude, DJ, I had a talk with a guy yesterday who said that some of us here do it just intentionally to make people believe in something that's not true.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, that's like the people that think all flat earthers are trolls, and that none of us actually believe it, and that we're all just a big troll and like laughing about it when we convince somebody of the truth. You know, like
What are the rest of us doing if some
there's
of us
Globers
are doing
with that perspective for sure. I've talked to a couple of them.
deceive? It's hilarious.
Oh well, anyone got a good speculation? A nice juicy speculation. Something you can really sink your teeth into. We're about Speculation Sunday's got about an hour or so left.
I got a good speculation.
All right, let's go.
So, why would Tennessee ban geoengineering if geoengineering doesn't happen? Because they banned it. Sometime last year, they banned all forms of geoengineering, and they get specific and they say any apparatus that sprays compounds into the atmosphere with the intention of dispersing sunlight or changing the ground climate. Completely banned now.
Hey, I got a question for you, New World Order Slayer.
Do what? What'd you say? I'm sorry.
Are you Donald C on another account?
Negative. I don't know who that is.
Mush. No, what are you talking about?
Hold on,
Mush Kane. Yeah, it's Mush Kane. Hey,
What?
dude. Oh, you
Yeah, I don't know
some
who
background
Donald
noise.
C is.
Hot mic, I'm sorry.
No, just because you
You-
sound
you-
like him.
He doesn't sound like Donald C.
Is he,
Yeah, he
is he a nice
does,
guy?
dude.
Is he?
Yeah,
is it a good
Yeah, he's a
comparison?
real nice guy.
It's not a good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little whacked. To be honest, they're not even close.
You panned us. How dare you, bro?
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
I
I
think
put
it's
the bill in
interesting.
chat.
Yeah, why
If
would they
anybody wants to take
pass
a
a
look.
law? Yeah, why would they pass a law to ban something that doesn't exist?
Yeah, I've
Like,
heard. I have a bunch of liberals tell me that they're conspiracy theorist Republicans, and that we need to get them out of office because they're pushing conspiracy theorists in their laws. Like, I don't know, it's pretty crazy some of the cope that
What
these
is
people
this
say
law?
about it.
well, the two problems they have with that talking point is that California, there's a guy called Kucinich. I think it's Dennis or Andrew or something like that. Really hard name to pronounce anyway. He's a little guy, like a little short dude. If you see him, you'll be, oh, that guy. He tried to pass two bills against both geoengineering and to investigate chemtrails. So if they tell you, hey, these Republican conspiracy theorists are pushing anti-science laws, you'd be like, well, what about the Democrats? See, I think it's interesting when you've got a conspiracy theory that cuts through both parties. That seems interesting to me.
Yeah, it's crazy because in the document, it literally says it is documented that the federal government or other entities acting on the federal government's behalf may conduct geoengineering experiments by intentionally dispersing chemicals in the atmosphere. So in the document, they literally say, yes, the government is doing this, and we're going to ban it. It's very cut and dry. It's only like one page, but it's very specific in the wording that they're using.
Thing I've seen too is where they pass laws like it's illegal to shoot Bigfoot. Like some states it's illegal, in other states it's legal.
Really?
So if Bigfoot doesn't exist, why did you make a law illegal or legal to shoot Bigfoot? I could see there's some justification for why it's illegal to shoot Bigfoot, because you could be like, oh, they mistaken the animal as a bear, or maybe someone dressed in a costume. You're like, hey, you just don't shoot random shit in the woods that you don't identify. Okay, you like
what if Bigfoot's trying to rape you, man?
Well, yeah, then it's a self-defense issue.
You got to let it happen.
But yeah, if Bigfoot's threatening you, then you could shoot. But I'm saying, like, if someone's just out in the woods and they see something, they don't know what it is, and they assume it's Bigfoot, then there's a law that says, well, don't shoot Bigfoot. Duh, don't be an idiot, because it's probably not Bigfoot. But even if they think, like, oh, why make it illegal? Like, is it protected? Like, some people say, it's like a crypto, or whatever they call it. There's a name for it, like crypto quid or something. And they make it as somehow contributing to the extinction of an already extinct species is like a crime against humanity. So if there are big feet or Bigfoots walking around, there's not very many of them. Extinct. So if you kill one, it's like, damn, dude, really?
Big feet is the plural. Is big feet.
Big feet.
Big feet.
Yeah.
Big feet. Holy shit.
Yeah, was it the abominable snowman or what? Some of the other names for Bigfoot? It's not Chupacabra, is it? Or oh no,
Chupacabra's kind of
that's a different thing. Yeah,
a dog thing. But
Yeti.
Yeti. There we go. Yeti. Yeah.
Sasquatch. That's another one.
Yeti and abominable snowman are like the same damn thing, and Sasquatch and Bigfoot are kind of like the same thing. But the other two are just like no Bigfoot.
Yeah, it's like depending on what environment. It's like a mountain Bigfoot, like a desert, or a forest or Arctic Bigfoot, like cold climate.
Then there's the red-haired one down in the southeast of America.
What do y'all think about Bigfoot? Anybody seen Bigfoot in here?
No.
No, I don't
feel
think
like
he's ever
that's a
been.
good- It's a good speculation topic, I'd say.
Maybe Bigfoot's come in here, and I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Is there Bigfoot
used to be-
reported in Australia? That's the question. That's a speculation.
No, he said, have we ever seen Bigfoot in here?
Yeah.
Well, like by that I mean like, you know what I mean.
Yeah, did he come by and like talk and give a rundown of, flat Earth? Like, would Bigfoot be a flat earther or an anti-flat earther?
100% flat earther.
If you find
Gotta
a
be, bro.
Bigfoot, if you find a Bigfoot, that's not a real Bigfoot. It's a shape-shifting reptilian.
Could be valid, bro. It could just be a skinwalker.
Okay, my question still holds. Are Bigfoot? Do they chase roos?
Chase who?
Roos. Kangaroos.
Maybe I'm a little.
Roos.
Oh.
Yeah, he was talking about Australian big feet. Foots.
I'm talking Australia. I'm talking in Australia now. Roos. So, is there any reports of Bigfoot in Australia? DJ, T-Dub,
Sasquatch down under.
Daz 68. Any of you Australians? Have you ever heard of Australian Bigfoot? That's my question.
And maybe to reiterate a little bit, do y'all have any? Because I know Mexico's got like the chupacabra or whatever. Like what mystical animal does Australia have?
Yeah, we've got the yowie and the bunyip.
The
and there's
duck-billed platypus.
The black panther. Yeah, the platypus.
And the wife.
The wife.
What about the drop bears? You got drop bears in Australia.
Yeah, vicious things. Yeah.
The wives.
No, drop bears.
Is that fully their name? Drop bears.
No, it's a troll.
Okay. Okay.
It's like saying the rolling whip snake. You got to watch out for them. They form into a hoop and come after you. No.
Sloth will freaking slowly get you.
No, but no, of course, Bigfoot is real, right? We know he is because there's footage of him or it, right? And photos and video. That's conclusive evidence, right?
Yeah,
That's
it definitely couldn't be a man in a Bigfoot costume.
Absolutely not. Why would
It's
they?
not possible.
Bigfooticus.
Why would they lie?
Yeah, I can't conceive of a reason why someone would lie. So obviously they're not lying about it. It's
You know how
real.
many people would be in on it? Would have to be in on it? You guys are so silly. Half the world would have to be in on it, you know what I mean?
Kind of like the globe.
Yeah, everybody had to, This is, why would they lie about Bigfoot, you know what I mean? All that footage, dude. Why would they lie about the aliens and the twinkly lights and the garbage can lids in their backyard? The garbage can UFO lids. Why would they lie?
Maybe Bigfoot's an alien and he just lives in the sky. That's why we don't see him often.
That's straight out of
or maybe Antarctica actually, because Hollow
They
Earth.
say
right?
weird stuff like that. They say Bigfoot has the ability to go through time or disappear or transport or teleport or it's crazy, brother.
Bigfoot's a time traveler? No way, bro. That's crazy.
I don't know. I think blending in or the ability of being a chameleon would like make more sense, but I mean that's just me.
Yeah, that's straight out of the History Channel for sure. Anyway, more questions about Australian cryptids. So, are the bunyips? They're like a hippo type animal, supposedly. Is that correct? Bunyips. Come on,
they're hominid. Like they're more like upright, 2 legs, 2 arms. Yeah, like a swamp creature kind of thing.
Yeah, the image I got, it kind of looks. It's weird. Here, let me post it. Since it's speculation Sunday.
Oh, maybe there's other versions that I haven't heard about. I don't know. I always just thought it was like a strange hominid creature, you know.
Here's what one of the image says. It's weird. It almost looks like what you said, a black panther in the water, but it looks almost like a hippo type thing. But then it says that it has flippers and a horse-like tail. Interesting.
Oh shit! Okay, well, there you go, man. I'm wrong. Okay, I always thought it was like the aquatic version of a Bigfoot.
Yeah, I don't know. This is just one image, but most of these are from Aboriginal dream time. Like that's probably where a lot of these stories came from what I'm guessing. That's what they're saying in this article, anyway. It's kind of a weird website. It's called Top Tens. So obviously it's here's a link. Anybody cares?
Holy shit! There's your drop bear. Yeah, the vampire koala bear. I tell you, there was a report, right? It's just the one eyewitness, so it's just like, you know, like take it or leave it. This guy was walking through the scrub. I can't remember where in Australia, and came across a spider the size of a chihuahua.
Wow. Now, if any place that would be real, it would be Australia. So I wouldn't necessarily doubt something like that, especially way out there with. Now, I've seen population diagrams of Australia with where the entire population basically of Australia lives in this tiny little strip along the coast. So most of the land is uninhabited, apparently. I mean, there's probably bush people living there, but.
Along came a spider and sat down beside her, and it was as big as her pup.
Camel spider. Okay, he's probably not joking, so there probably really is a camel spider.
Well, we've got bird. They're called.
Spiders are pretty big. Bird spiders too, though.
Yeah, we've got bird-eating spiders. Yeah, they're
down on the ground.
We've got.
Go ahead.
There's photos of them like with catching a snake in their web. Like it's crazy.
They actually they got these little like the little threads near the opening to their hole, and the freaking the jungle guys, like, you know, them Aztec looking dudes, they freaking like take a stick and like whittle it like right at the opening of it, and as soon as the bird catching spider comes up, they grab it and then they freaking wrap a little leaf around it and keep it alive until they get back to a fire, and then they cook it up. Dude, it looks like crab. When they're eating it, it's like really white meat. But that's like, yeah, that's their thing, man. Catching those big ass spiders and eating them like we eat crabs in America.
What the hell do they see after they eat spiders?
Dude, it looks really white. It looks just like crab meat to me. Like,
No, I'm
I'd
saying
try
like,
it.
you know how there's a
What are they
toad,
seeing?
right? But yeah, but listen, you know how there's a toad, you lick its back and it gets you high or whatever. Well, what if there's a spider that you eat or the blood or whatever? I mean, for God's
You don't want to
sakes,
lick
they
this
smoke
furry back.
bed bugs. People smoke bed bugs, dude.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, on the news one day, I was sitting there watching TV, and it said something, something, something local, something epidemic, something whatever. People smoking this to get whatever. I was like, what? Are you kidding me?
Dude. I wonder if a
Yeah.
crackhead was really hard up and a rock fell next to a dead bed bug and he like popped it in his bowl or something.
No, just bed bugs.
You mean on purpose?
Yes,
Crap.
collecting them, growing them in a cage, scooping them out, and smoking them.
Yo, we're still on the topic of speculation, right? Hold on, my audio.
Freaking
That's all I'm on.
he's talking about smoking bed bugs, obviously.
Yeah, so
No, that's the real thing. I learned it from the news, dude. The local news taught me that was the thing. I never heard about it before in my life. I thought it was a joke when they played it. I thought they were joking. I was like, "Is this SNL skit?" They're like, "No, that's the news." I was like, "What the hell did they just say?" Along with the next news program was showing you how to make stuff. Like it showed you all the ingredients you'll need to go in your van and make your drugs on the news. Like they showed everything you need. It like had a list. I was like, are these like what's going on here? This doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you go on the local news and show a list on how to make a drug that you don't want on the streets? That's weird to me.
Yo, on the topic of speculation, what's everyone's thoughts on this? I put it in the chat. If you don't know what that is, it's gematria. It's just a practice of turning letters into numbers. A equals 1, Z equals 26, and then the reverse, which is Z equals 26, A equals 1. Or sorry, yeah. Yeah, I'm just curious, bro. Like, why do all these things equal 113? That's kind of crazy, right? And then if you actually type out...
You started them with that ratio, that rate. You started them with that. You just said the answer. You go forward with it and then backward with it and adverse it to itself.
Well, not everything equals 113. If you were to put just random stuff in the calculator, you're not going to get 113. But when you say dishonest, perverted, illusions, election day, puppets, mainstream, broadcast, not true, not factual, disinfo, perjury, green screen, fake reality, dream world, those all equal 113. But if you go put something in like, I don't know, your name or like dirt road or like some random word, like,
do you make them equal 113?
No, it's just A equals 1, Z equals 26. That's all it is. A equals 1, Z equals 26.
How do you put 26 in the middle of something to be 113 if it's 26?
You add it. You add all you add them all up. A equals 1, so AT, well, I don't know what letter T would be in the alphabet. I don't. Let's just say it's AZ, right? A equals 1, Z equals 26. 26 plus 1 is 27. So AZ equals 27. All of these things added up equal 113, and these are all pretty much dishonest words. The coronavirus pandemic, that equals 113 as well. If you type that out, 113, the coronavirus pandemic.
I find it difficult to believe
don't know. I mean,
any
it could
sort
be a
of like
coincidence.
main words.
I don't know
That don't add up to that, like, or someone's name or something.
Yeah. I just think it's weird that all of these.
So if I say
Go ahead.
113 to you, what's that mean?
Doesn't mean anything, bro. I'm just.
It's a terrible road to go down. You'll drive.
No, I'm not saying it means anything, bro. I'm just asking what. Like, okay, it seems somewhat intentional to me, bro. You think this is a coincidence?
No, it's intentional. I think it's
human bias.
But I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I don't think you'll get anywhere like trying to figure it out. I think you'll just, I don't know. You're better off learning.
Okay,
to fish.
that makes
Learn
sense.
to fish.
I get you. I get you. Hold on. I'll post one more thing.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. A cool
Let me go to the
thing.
calculator. I gotta actually type it. I don't even have a screenshot of it.
I agree. That's a cool thing. That's definitely something intentional. It can't be just coincidence.
It is though.
Yeah, I understood the thing that adding the position of the letters. You just change the letter, but to a number. That number is the position of the letter. So A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, D is 4.
And then in the reverse reduction, it's the opposite. Z is 1 and A is 26.
Yeah, dude. There's a website for this where you just call the Jumachinator or some crap. It'll tell you what all the. Dude, there's people that so freaking far deep into this, man.
Yeah,
I used to
people
listen to
decode
guys.
sports with it apparently, and all types of stuff.
They do. They go freaking deep into it, and then at the end of it, you're just like, okay, I just freaking went down this rabbit hole for freaking years. Trying to figure out shit, and it's just.
Do you know that not even numbers, like if you why don't you just do it with the letters? Why don't you say
Because this is what they do, bro. This is a Kabbalistic practice, and unfortunately, there's a big Kabbalah that runs the world, and this is why you see these numbers and things in the mainstream.
I don't think.
And they use certain words in their news broadcasting, and if you decode some, not everything, but if you decode some of these articles, bro, you'll start seeing a lot of occultic numbers behind the words they're using.
decode the
For
articles.
instance, a mass tragedy equals 113.
You don't
A
need
mass
to
tragedy
decode.
equals 113. No, I'm just telling you.
What I can tell you, it will be more intriguing and interesting if you just find those numbers in the root of the word from the Greek, Latin,
Greek
or something
gematria.
like. For the same, having the same numbers in the root of those English words. So if it is just in English, not in French, not in the root of the word, using Greek or Roman or something like that. Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
I'll give you another one to
Doesn't
think
matter.
about.
You got hold on. You got so many slang words and new words and words. Like, who gets to make up a word? Last time I checked, any little group of kids or anybody that made up a word, anybody that, like on TikTok, you say something goofy or a phrase or a dance, if other people pick it up, that's how it works. So, like, who's to say what word? Like all words can't follow that attribute, because not all words even follow the people who made that. The group of people you're saying, hey, these group of people use this for this. Well, there's way more.
It's not all words.
Hold on.
Not all words.
There's way more. Well, there's way more groups of people in the world that don't give a shit about that and don't even have a language that corresponds with that.
Right, so for them it wouldn't apply. But when you see
how
these
does it
words used in the
apply?
mainstream,
Hold on. When I said 113 to you and you said it means nothing, then how does any of this apply?
because you're not. I wouldn't say that. Clearly, you don't know about this, right? The people in power, right? They use these words very strategically, and they use specific words and headlines in a way where it's almost impossible not to get these numbers pulled out nearly every single time. And if you were a blog poster, right, and you were to make a story about the same thing that happened, oh my gosh, this crazy tragedy, where a massive tragedy equals 113. But anyways, if you were to write the same thing, if I was to try to like say, okay, let's take some of your keywords and put it into the calculator and see what we get, we wouldn't be getting these occulting numbers, man. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, all the news media is controlled by all the same people. You know, it's like 5 different corporations that control 90% of the media. So that's why you get all these numbers in pretty much every article, because they're all just regurgitating the same thing, right? And using the same keywords. So in a mainstream sense, yeah. And it's funny because mainstream equals 113. Like, so it's pretty funny that obviously the mainstream is going to be using some bullshit like this to control people and subliminally, you know, suggest things in the words they use. But
I just got one thing that hangs me up on this this speculation. Why it's only English? How come the other languages don't translate to the same numerology?
no, this isn't a new practice. There's Jewish gematria. There's plenty of different types of gematria. Sumerian gematria. I mean, this is just English because I speak English. I don't know. I'm not gonna go decode a French article. I wouldn't even know where to start.
Yeah, I'm saying
first I'd have to learn the language.
Okay. So if you did, though, you'd come up with completely different numbers.
Well, yeah, I mean, it would be different because you're adding up. I mean, you would just, I don't know what the Greek alphabet is, but it'd be the same process. Just whatever the first letter in Greek is, A, whatever the last letter is. And then there's different, I think it was Pythagorean said that all perfect numbers, or the perfect numbers, are like 1 through 9, and anything above 9 is like not even a real number because all the other numbers are derived from 1 through 9. So there's a cipher that every letter, like once it gets to 9, it just goes back to 1. There's a Sumerian cipher. They thought the perfect number was 6, so you multiply by 6.
Let's try it with Chinese.
In French, they talk to 20. At 1 through 20 are all unique numbers. Then after 20, they say 20 plus 1, 20 plus 2, 20 plus 3. And when they get to 40, they say 2 20s. And at some point, when they get high enough, like they'll say like 5 20s minus 10. That would be like how they say the word 90.
But it's still, in essence, 90, right? Like, as far as mathematical value, they say it differently, but it still holds a value of 90, you know?
Did you verify the opposite of those words in that list?
Yeah, what do you mean the opposite?
The opposite of those words, if it is, for example, dishonest, you find a synonym of honest or honest itself, and you find the numbers, and you add the numbers inside if it is close or something like specific number. Also, not just bad words like.
But here's the thing, bro. The reason, I don't know, 113 is a little specific because if you type out the number for dishonesty, it literally equals 113. And then if you look, all of these dishonest words equal 113.
Are there
when
any
the number
truthful
for
words?
dishonesty, and by the way, I put it in the chat, but spaces
Are there
don't
any
count.
truthful words that
Spaces
add up
don't
to
have a numerical
113?
value, so I didn't add a space to the number for dishonesty. But if I would have added spaces between the words, it's still equal 113.
Did you add truthful words to it?
It's not
what
a
do you mean?
translation tool. You can't treat it like one. It just doesn't work. It's not universal.
It's the practice of turning numbers into
argument against it.
Did you add honesty, truth?
Yeah, we can add those things, but they're not going to equal 113.
Integrity.
I mean, yeah. Let me do it right now. Honesty, truth.
Add something to it, but like the truth.
Add something to honesty.
Well, actually, I'll say this: honesty and truth in the reduction. Truth is 24, and honesty is the inflection of it, which is 34. So
honorable.
Let's see. What's some other words?
Impeccable. Non-fiction and fiction. Real and unreal.
I give you that. If it works only for bad words, yeah, then something surprising. It's not a coincidence.
Yeah, I mean, none of these things equal 113. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's there. Obviously, there's gonna be English words that equal 113, right? That maybe are just like random words that equal 113. But for the most part, bro, like you're not gonna get like I don't know. It's not a super common thing to find. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
especially because here's the thing. This is what actually adds a little bit of validity. Because, for example, the coronavirus pandemic equals 113, but
What
only
about
in the
silent
reverse
letters?
reduction cipher, right?
What about silent letters? How do they help you?
Which is a little more complicated.
You like the word castle or comb or
Yeah.
white?
I'll tell
Don't
you
count the
what.
K.
Comb equals
Black, white,
nothing
castle, comb,
significant.
there's a desert, dessert.
I tried to put a bunch of globe terms in to see if maybe there's a correlation between a lot of the globe terms, and I didn't really see anything with that as far as like gravity, globe, relativity. I even put
What
in like
about
Einstein's
flatter?
name and different things like that.
What about flatter? What's it equal?
I mean, but what's like how is like 133 or whatever it is, like why is that going to do anything to my psyche? Like, what's so
I'm not
special
saying
about
it is, bro. It just shows you the reality we live in is obviously controlled by the
At the
cabal.
end of doing
Because this
this
is
for 5
Go
years,
ahead.
dude, you'll be like, that was the biggest waste of time. I got nowhere. Like, you'd be like, they
Yeah.
use this in the news all the time, and you'd be like,
Yeah.
okay, they use it in the news all the time. Now, what do I do with that? Like it's
You just stay aware and know it's all bullshit.
fact, but
Stay
You
aware.
know what
and know
else
that
equals
you're not.
113?
we already know
You know what else equals
the news
113?
is
Bullshit equals 113.
nonsense.
So does
We are.
politics. Politics equals 113. Yes, it does. Look in the thing I sent. Bullshit equals 113.
Bullshit.
Nah,
I'm kidding.
look.
Kidding, man. I'm kidding.
No, yeah, bullshit equals 113, bro. Like, why don't that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence. I don't know the super significance, but when you see a lot of these things, bro, like, all right, don't trust the
Listen.
mainstream. Obviously, it's all controlled.
What about names, dude? What about just the name of the person?
Well, I'll tell you what, bro. A lot of people's stage names actually do tie into a lot of different
No,
occultic
listen.
things.
Slow down. I'm not
Yeah,
talking
okay.
about numbers. I'm talking about
Okay.
just the damn name, like Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, right? And then just the sound of those names and what they actually mean, right? And then say them backwards, right?
Yeah.
And then take other names like Dolly Parton or whatever, like these names that are like stage names. They're not real people's names. They're made up, right? So if a lot of these stage name, news anchor, like a lot of these names are made up in a way, some of them might not be today. Some people might go by their real name. A lot of people don't. A lot of people go by a stage name, right? And the stage name is always crazy. And like the brand to sell something like toilet paper, Charmin. When you look at it, it's not, you don't actually see Charmin. You see charm in or charming, the charm of the fucking toilet paper. Like it's a trick on words. I see, rather than seeing numbers everywhere, I see the actual play on the words for your psychological output for you to buy that.
Right.
Yeah.
You do have a point there, but yeah, I would say, the reason a lot of people use these stage names is because they tie back to all these occultic numbers. There's a reason for a lot of these things. I don't know. Look up the number 42. It's a pretty racist number. Slavery equals 42. The N-word equals 42.
Well,
and if you look at a lot of these rappers, all of their names equal 42, bro. And they're doing a bunch of 42 date numerology bullshit where they're doing shit on the 42nd date of the year, or like, just weird shit tied behind all these people. And that's not even their name. That's their stage name that equals 42.
Hold on a second.
You know
Why
what I
do you
mean?
stop at 42? Why don't you add that to be 6 to the smallest denomination? And then 6 means the most. Or why don't you do the 113 and it's 5?
Did he cut out or just me?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
him.
sometimes he has bad internet.
Okay.
It's him, and I give you that. Yeah, it's interesting. It's something that makes you say, that's bizarre. It's not something
On the
usual.
sixth topic
Yeah.
he just brought up, so the Sumerian ciphers, the everything multiplied by 6 because the Sumerians thought 6 was a perfect number. The mark of the beast equals 666 in the Sumerian cipher, which is actually just multiplying all the numbers by 6. I don't know what the probability of that is, but it's probably slim to none. I'm gonna be honest with you. For it to equate to that, I don't think that's a coincidence either. Why does the mark of the beast equal 666 when multiplied by 6? Like that's nuts. That's nuts, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, clearly intentional.
What do you mean the mark of the beast multiplied is 666?
Yeah, so in the Sumerian cipher, in Gematria, which is just taking the base cipher and multiplying all the numbers by 6, the mark of the beast comes out to 666 in the Sumerian cipher.
What about in its
I'll post it in the chat. I gotta pop in the calculator really quick.
In its Hebraic form, what about in the Jewish language? Does it do the same?
I mean, I don't know. We'd have to see, bro. I don't know Jewish, so for me to do all that, like,
that's what I mean. They came up with this idea, basically, right?
Yeah.
So
100%.
And then you're taking that and applying it to a different language, and then saying it has some sort of significance, or it's like it is strange. I'll give you that, and it's interesting.
Yeah, but I'd argue they created English as well.
604. Have you heard about that?
604? No, never heard of it.
6174. That sequence.
Oh no.
All right, so if you take any 4 digits, and then rearrange them into starting with the highest to the lowest number, and minus it from the reverse, like from the lowest to the highest, and keep doing that, you'll end up with 6174, and then you keep doing that over again, just equals 6174. It's an infinite loop. So yeah, is there anything? Is there sort of like saying that? Oh, well, there's something about that special. Like, what's going on? You know, it's
I don't know,
something. It doesn't mean anything. It's just numbers.
But still, right, but do you think it's a coincidence, right?
No. But what I think in reality that there is many things that we don't understand with the numbers. For example, ancient people who had that famous thing with the number 7, with the Jewish and their 7 candles, 7 chakras, with the Hindu 7 virtues of heaven, or 7 deadly sins in the Christianity, and 7 heavens or 7 skies in the Islam. So 7 notes, 7 colors in those notes, 7 colors in the ionization of gas, the vortex math that you can find in everything, in every creation. Not everything, but just in the macro vision, because we don't see deeper than that. Yeah, you see the vortex, the vortex math. You see the Fibonacci sequence, or the golden ratio. So yeah, there is so many things that we don't understand, we people of today, on numbers. And
yeah, absolutely.
I give you that. It's something interesting. I'm not throwing that from the window. Yeah, certainly I will try to find something, research, find some articles about that number. Try to find if there is, it's just only on those bad words, or it's just some we can find it in general words. If it's just general, it would be just normal.
Well, I got another one for you, and you tell me your opinion on this, right? So 42 is the N word. Slavery also equals 42, right? Civil rights leader equals 181. 181 is the 42nd prime number. Martin Luther King's first name, which he changed it to, by the way, Martin wasn't his first name. Martin equals 42. The sitcom Martin, do you remember what apartment Martin lived in the sitcom Martin? He lived in apartment number 42. I mean, these are just weird coincidences, right? Like, I don't know, dude. Why is civil rights leader the 42nd prime number? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. Just something to think about, bro. We can switch topics, bro. I know this is like, it's all speculation at the end of the day, but that's the whole point, bro. Like, speculation Sunday, bro, you know? That's why I brought it up in the first place.
Yeah. It's not unwelcome.
any rate, we all agree that this ends up like leading us to the conclusion that 9/11 was an inside job, right?
100%, bro. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that's the good way to end it, bro. I would say, like, you don't have to decode all the numbers and apply it to all these news things and get some type of secret knowledge for every new news story. Once you see, you know, a lot of these things line up, it's like, all right, well, obviously the reality we live in is controlled. Question what you're given, you know? And if you're really, really not sure and you're looking at something like, damn, bro, this looks like a very true story. Like, I could really fall for this story on the news. Put it through the numbers, and then, you know, if you have any lingering doubts, maybe they'll be settled, you know? Like, that's really all it boils down to. It's not like, there's nothing extra to it, really, you know?
Whoever said that 9/11 definitely was.
Yeah, the buildings where the planes crashed into, and from the top, and they when the building just been destroyed, it destroyed just vertically, didn't tilt like there is bombs in the pillars of that building.
I mean, the evidence is overwhelming. All the ties, organizations.
I heard somebody in here the other night saying that they modeled it in AutoCAD and that he did it with all his professors, and that it was definitely they came down because of the planes hitting, and because the fuel heated up the freaking steel and made it malleable. And I was just like, well, what about Building 7, dude? This guy, I don't know if anybody was in here. I don't even know if that was in here, but it was funny as hell.
I heard that. That was Newt. Newt doing his nudie things, you know?
Oh my lord, that was funny.
Didn't that thing started crashing from the bottom, not the top, not the place where the plane crashed? When the building started to be destroyed, it started from the bottom. That place where the plane crashed were visible on the camera when it went down.
You see, I think this is a clear case of him applying what has to be done for the outcome to happen.
Oh,
because
right.
he's like, oh, well, we coded in the melting of the steel beams, and then, of course, because steel beams melt, even though steel beams don't melt, so you added something to the experiment that doesn't happen in real life. Like,
not from
jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams.
No. Well, and even if it, like, dude, if it was damaged up where the whatever happened, like that little top part would have just like crumpled and like slumped over. Now, if that would have caused any other something messed up to happen, okay, but it wouldn't freaking come down perfect and like drop in its own footprint. Like, everybody's played with Legos. Everybody's messed around with like Lincoln Log freaking shit. Like, there's no way it would come down the way it did.
Correct.
From the damage that was done. It's just so stupid.
Remember that game where you have the blocks, you make a tower with the blocks, and you have to take block by block with you and your friends? And if that tower falls, so your friend just lose. Exactly. So if you slap that thing from the top, it will never start falling from the bottom. It will just take that force and tilt with that force and break the bottom and drag it with it. Not fall from like that. Like if you put some C4 in the pillars of that building from the bottom side, and you detonated it, and that building will crash like that.
picture what on a tripod and go watch the news. Okay. Okay, now I have it on the tripod.
It's surprising how many people don't know was on the payroll of the United States. He was on. We were paying him. The Bin Ladens and the Bushes, their families were all friends.
The side of the building now gently covered on the right side as I look at it, covered in smoke. This is just a horrific scene.
Yeah, they caught him, didn't they? And then rolled his body off the edge of a ship. Yeah, cool story, bro. You're hot micing, Necros?
Sorry.
So, in other news, the Chinese were performing war game exercises off the coast of Australia and were warning incoming aircraft approaching Australia to redirect or be in risk of getting hit. I don't know what to think about that.
When did that happen? Chinese.
Not long ago, the other day. I don't know if they were in Australian waters or international waters or what, but yeah, aircraft approaching Australia were, on their usual, flight paths, were being told, find another route because, we're doing stuff here and you might accidentally, we don't want an incident, right?
Yeah, they're probably testing out their new devices. Don't want it to be seen.
It could also be bullshit. I don't know. All right, back to business. Looks like we're done with Speculation Sunday. The remaining members, yeah. Great. There's no evidence that Earth is a celestial object moving through space. Prove me wrong. Astronomers reference the plane of the Earth to obtain elevation angle measurements to celestial bodies.
Astronomers are not flat earthers.
They reference the plane of the Earth in order to obtain elevation angle measurements. Prove me wrong.
Right, so they must have some way of reconciling that fact with the fact that the Earth is a globe.
I don't care. Prove me wrong.
Noted.
Gas expands to fill available volume. Prove me wrong.
In your room, it doesn't expand the same to the top of the room as the bottom of the room. So it has a slight downward bias due to its weight.
I don't care. Prove me wrong.
I just did. I give you evidence that it doesn't expand equally in all directions.
I didn't say that. I said it expands to fill available volume. Do you disagree?
I guess I would say the fact that it doesn't expand equally in all directions means that over long enough distances, it would not fill even a vacuum.
Can you show that?
I can show that it doesn't expand equally in all directions. And I would just have to extrapolate.
Oh, okay, right. So you can't, in other words.
Right, I can't show that it happens all the way to the vacuum. I can just extrapolate. And there are good reasons to believe that.
So it sounds to me like Matthew has evidence, maybe not proof, but then again, proof. That's a mathematical, like you have proofs in mathematics. You don't really have proofs in other.
Yeah, I would agree. I'd say proofs are mainly for mathematics and logic. But in the realm of science, you're looking for the best explanation for the observations. So you're looking for evidence.
We're going to need a
Come on, guys.
We're going to need a citation for the statement you made about science wanting explanations. Citation, please.
You mean you don't know what science is? I mean, I could look up the definition if you like.
Just back up the statement you made. That science is looking for the best explanation. A citation with that statement in it. That's not a citation. I need the citation that's stating that science is looking for the best explanation, exactly the statement you made. So cite it and then post the citation with that and the source that you got the citation from.
kind of leaking back to the other comment, I could show you evidence that controlled demolitions look similar to what happened. Suggest things are not as they're told to us, but there's no way I can prove. I can't. There's not a proof.
We heard about 80% of what you said, I think, because you were breaking in and out. I don't know if something's up with your mic, but I think I understood what you said.
It's regular scheduled viewing time now. That's over. Speculation Sunday is over. Sorry, man. You have to bring it up next time.
Where is it that it's no longer Sunday?
Crit gave us the time, the countdown.
Okay.
I think that's expired. Yeah.
Nobody's talking.
So we still have people that think they live on a spinning oblate paroid zipping around through nothing in several directions.
We do.
Anybody?
Yeah, most of the world believes that, I think.
So that's exactly what you think you're on, Matthew, is a spinning oblate paroid, correct?
Right. I mean, it's not exact, but it's close.
Okay. More or less. It's a little chubbier in the middle, or whatever Neil deGrasse said, right?
Yeah, I don't know what he said, but yes, it is a little bit. The average radius is 3959, but it's a little bit less at the poles and a little bit more at the equator.
Actually, he said it's kind of pear-shaped, I think. So, but that if you look at my icon with this no globe icon, that's a perfect sphere. So, where's the pear shape?
Well, I don't know if you'd notice the pear shape with just a few pixels.
Hello.
That's curious.
Oh, it's Mr. David Henkel. Hello, Mr. David Henkel.
Hello. I know you as Satoshi, I think. I can't
Yes, you
pronounce your name.
do.
Oh, wait, we know who Satoshi is now? Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, he invented Bitcoin, man. He's sitting in his own island right now, and he's got servants, like 50 servants, don't you, man?
Hey, Matthew Lawrence, I got a question for you.
Hey, what's up?
When you were studying math in university, what was your favorite class?
I liked this cryptography class that I took that had to do with how cryptographic functions work. I think that was pretty cool. But also discrete structures, sort of the math of computers. I think that's pretty cool too.
All right.
But I like the topics of randomness and chance and probability. I think those are interesting ideas.
So you remember the RSA algorithm?
Yeah, in fact, one of my classes was by Len Adelman. His last name is Adelman, and he's the A in RSA.
That's the only cryptographic method I know because I took some proofs course and proofs and logic course, and they taught us that, as well as some prime number stuff. I don't know why they taught us that, though.
Well, it's culturally important because it underpins all of, HTTPS and that kind of thing.
Do you have a degree in mathematics? I don't know what your name is.
Yeah, I have an undergrad degree.
Or not Matthew, but the other guy.
I was going to, but I left when I learned the Earth was flat. And it wasn't in math. It was 2 degrees.
I
Yeah.
was just curious. What made you realize you can't know the Earth is flat?
Studying that would make you take a cryptographic math class. That seems like pretty high level math.
I told you I went for 3. I said I was going to, but when I realized the Earth was flat, I left my program.
What was the program?
It was 2, one for math and one for physics, theoretical physics.
And during that process, you came to realize that the Earth was flat?
Yeah, I was actually in the Flat Earth Discord trolling them for maybe 6 months, and then I started thinking of what I was saying and why they were rejecting my mathematical proofs. Well, what I would claim were mathematical proofs for the Earth being a ball.
There's a mathematical proof that proves the Earth is a ball?
Not really. It's like... No, there's not, but...
Wait a minute, Satoshi. It
That's
took
what they
you
do in
6 months
physics.
of trolling to figure it out. Is that what you just
Yes, it
said?
did. Yes.
Oh my god.
Well, Mushkane, they used mathematics to prove gravity, and there's no scientific experiment that shows gravity is real. So yeah, they do use
No.
math to try to
Well,
prove.
hold on there. They didn't use mathematics to prove gravity. They had an equation that describes gravity, and then they went and saw if the natural world was correctly predicted by that equation.
Yeah, predicted, not proven through the scientific method. That equation was derived through mathematics. There was no scientific method done to discover this.
Yeah, you're trying to describe the world. You can describe the world with mathematics. Mathematics is just a tool we can use.
Yeah, and Matthew Learns can confirm this on me. Matthew, you know how to convert bases, right? Like convert Cartesian coordinates into spherical coordinates.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Yeah, so I could convert the equations from whatever coordinates they're in to say like triangular coordinates, and I can say the Earth is a triangle, dude. The raw mathematics themselves doesn't really prove anything about the universe. You need to do experimentation.
Well, you see if your mathematics has any predictive power, if it can correctly predict phenomena that you view in the world, right? Or no?
You're forgetting about the whole point I just said about being able to convert coordinate systems.
Yeah, I don't think I don't really understand what you elaborate or talk to me like because I didn't take high level math, so maybe I don't understand.
Yeah, why not? Why bother converting? Why not just assume the stars and moon and sun are where they appear to be? I don't think you need to convert anything.
Yeah, I didn't understand your point about converting.
You still there, Satoshi? He's asking you a question. Yeah, math doesn't prove anything. It proves that men can make up a lot of bullshit about stuff. Look in the sky and make up a bunch of equations. That's what it proves.
No. I mean, you make the flat Earth side sound bad when you say stuff like that. When you just kind of throw away mathematics, like, yeah, I'm not saying mathematics is the end all be all, but it is a useful tool. It's not just people, just making up shit.
I didn't say it wasn't a useful tool. I said it can't prove anything. Back to you, Satoshi.
It's useful for telling a story.
Can anyone explain how general relativity contradicts a flat Earth or isn't compatible with a flat Earth?
Bending and warping of space-time?
Yeah. General relativity. Yeah.
Well, I don't think space-time is real, but I wouldn't know what to say about that.
Huh. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I'm just wondering if anybody here can detail how general relativity, Einstein's general relativity, is not compatible with or contradicts a flat Earth.
Well, For it to have the ability to contradict flat Earth in the start, it would have to be proven as a scientific fact that this thing we call gravity is real. Like bending and warping of space-time. But I don't know how it would contradict flat Earth. Only if the Earth was a ball. That's the only way it would contradict the Earth. If gravity was warping our planet into a ball.
Yeah, I'm not sure that general relativity would absolutely exclude the possibility of a flat plane, but given what it's built on, and I know gravity is in there, so it's more suggestive of a globe. But I don't know that it excludes could be flat. I'm not sure.
Are you going to predict something that actually happens or something that you think happens?
They're predicting something that they think will happen, and then they do an observation to see if that is occurring in reality.
Right. So where's that evidence?
I mean, it would be in the equation of gravity, and then this special equation of gravity to explain light, how light bends.
Do you know how Newton's law of gravitation was derived? Like how they actually got the formula?
No.
It's actually derived by using Kepler's law to explain the motion of the Earth rotating around the sun. So it's actually assuming the model to derive the formula.
Which means it's logically fallacious from the outset.
Like Kepler's law, t squared, I think, which is period, is equal to a cubed, which is essentially astronomical units. Multiplied by a constant.
Satoshi, you just you quit school because you realized the Earth was flat. I don't get why would that affect whether or not you finish your studies?
Because the thing is, to be honest with you, I actually do like pseudoscience. I think it has its uses, and doing mathematics and that kind of physics is interesting to me, and I like it. But realizing that it's not real, I lost the interest to actually get a job in that field and to pay for it. Because if I still want to do research, I was going to go to school to be a researcher, and if I realize that it's actually flat, I could still do it, but on my own fun spare time. Like I'm not gonna waste my time paying for a degree anymore.
I used to work for Lockheed Martin.
Oh, so Amish is trying to get away from his guilt. Yes, I see why you're here now.
But yeah, so like saying I got Newton's law. So essentially, this is the story. Newton's law is mass attracting mass, but you're going to get the equation of mass attracting mass from another equation that explains the orbit of bodies around other bodies. But in doing so, you actually need to have proof that the Earth is actually rotating around the sun. That would be required for Newton's law of gravitation to be real. And also, Newton said himself, gravity's stupid. Anybody who believes it shouldn't be talking about philosophy.
See the quote from Newton in the site chat?
Yeah.
Read it out for us.
Who?
It's 1 a.m. I'm not talking too much. Everybody is sleeping now.
Yeah, I'm back. So, what's all this about general theory of relativity there, Muschamp? Before we get into your train wreck conservation of momentum horseshit from earlier today, let's just do...
Hello, Mr. Quantum Racer.
Hello?
Hey, Kiwi.
Hey, what's up? So, you're bending light horseshit from general relativity. You scientifically validate the general theory of relativity for everyone?
There's not a experiment, but there is observation.
Nope. Sorry. To be a scientific theory, you must have validated scientific experiments.
Ooh, he got you there, bud.
So it's not a scientific theory. Gravity has never been scientifically validated ever. It doesn't exist. That's number one. Anything you want to add? Anything to that?
Well, gravity is just it's a description of phenomenon,
All right.
right? It's not.
No, that's laws. Laws describe. Scientific theories explain via experiment. So, if Einstein replaced the universal law of gravity, he must have, because his special theory of relativity and the universal law of gravitation are mutually exclusive. Did you know that? You do now. Now, Einstein replaced everything from Newton, and I mean every fucking thing, by the way. So,
What?
What
did you say it was mutually exclusive? What?
Yeah, special relativity violates the universal law of gravitation.
Okay.
So when numpty dipshits say, "Well, Einstein was just building on Newton," they're just pulling it out of their ass. Some dumbass baltard that parroted that from other dumbass baltard, and those dumbass baltards parroted it, and then you heard it, and then I come along and leave you with that just pump the neighbor's cat look on your face. That's how it usually goes. Not you personally, but you as in the royal you. Now that we solved that, let me educate. We got any flat earthers in here? You guys are paying any attention? Yeah. For the last 3 weeks I've been in here?
No,
Probably
I'm here to hear what you have to say.
Probably not, right? I hear ballers coming here and everyone's stepping and fetching. I don't even know why I do this shit anymore. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. We good? Flats, are you in here? Jetty, you in here? Yoo-hoo! Flat Earther Burks!
Hello!
Ancient traveler.
Let me show you something.
So, let me just educate you again. We're going to use Mustaine here as an example of his fuckwit conservation of momentum earlier today with the fucking retard pendulum. But we're going to switch it up a little bit. Same idea. I'll go ahead and post it. You can copy it if you like.
A quantum racer.
Yes, sir.
I was talking to DJ about this, the Foucault's pendulum earlier, and he sent me a guy from Australia, and there should have been 8.5 degrees of precession if this ball is rotating, and this ball was not precessing not even a fraction of a degree.
Is that our guy Mitchell on the plane down there in Australia? Is that where you got that from?
DJ.
Yeah, but DJ sent you a video of Mitchell, right?
Oh, hold on.
I bet you it's Mitchell.
Yes, Mitchell from Australia.
Yeah, he's a subsidiary of Ballbusters. Yeah, it's bullshit. But anyway, even if it was everything that they claimed it would be, they're still screwed, right? And he blew it off. Mustaine blew it off earlier when people told him, well, if the Earth is rotating underneath the pendulum, then the Earth is rotating under every friggin' thing in the inertial reference frame. Planes, balloons, anything not attached to the Earth. Yeah? And then he conservation of momentum. I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. That's pretty stupid, Mustaine. Let me give you another example. The Baltard conservation of momentum belly laugher. I put it in chat. See if you can follow along with this. You're on a spinning space monkey taking off due west from Charlotte, North Carolina, which is approximately at the 35th degree north latitude, meaning Charlotte and the plane on the runway are rotating at roughly 900 miles an hour. And the runway is lined up east to west. Takeoff speed is 200 miles an hour westerly. The spinning space monkeys must claim, with their idiot conservation of momentum that they understand, must claim at wheels up, the plane will be conserving 700 miles an hour of momentum, 900 miles an hour east, minus 200 miles per hour takeoff speed west. All that easterly. Meaning, if a spinning space monkey news crew in a hovering helicopter with eyes on the runway is filming the plane taking off due west, they will observe the plane flying backwards at 700 miles an hour until such time as the plane's linear momentum overtakes the plane's angular momentum east, laughing my fucking ass off, imparted to it by the spinning monkey ball. How about what the people on the plane are observing out their windows? You want to comment on that, Muschamp?
I'm still reading this explanation here. So the plane is going in the opposite. It's going in the opposite direction of
Nah,
the.
planes taking off due west. Don't try the opposite direction, horseshit.
Dude, do you realize how much shit pilots would have to frickin' navigate?
Don't do that. Don't worry about it, Bear. Don't go away from my point. If I was a flat earther, I would copy this and then sit down and understand it, what their claims are, and follow it to its logical conclusions. That's what I would do. I'm just granting them the conservation of momentum. They can't have the conservation of momentum because if they knew what the conservation of momentum was, they would understand that it only applies to an isolated system of objects. They can't even appeal to it. But I give it to them so I can train wreck them at the end. In this case, plane crash them. You know, one of your compadres about 6 years ago, a quite intelligent baller, fell right into this trap, by the way. It's forever immortalized on my channel. Numpty clip. You want a copy of it? I'll go get it.
Yeah, I'd like to hear how a different person approached this.
Okay. He approached it honestly, and he had a thinking man's cap on. He wasn't your average, everyday, ball-tart idiot. That's how I train wrecked him. My list. Where are you? Numpty ball-tart clips. You should probably go here and listen to your fellow brethren. Just go through the numpty clips so you won't make any of their stupid mistakes. Just a thought. All right, Daily T, where are you? I feel it coming. Right there. There you go. This is Danny Cooper. 1 November.
Nobody talking?
Everyone's listening to Danny T. Truther admit that planes are flying backwards.
Oh, sorry.
To LA on the same latitude line, roughly, traveling at 500 miles per hour would take 1.5 hours straight flight. Why does it take 4.5? Because 4.5 miles. No? So when the airplane lifts off from the front, let's say lift off from, which it doesn't. But let's say it's let's say hold on a second. Let's say the runway is facing west. Yeah. Okay. Exactly. So if the Earth were spinning at 1,000 miles, 860. I'm sorry for interrupting you. At that latitude, it's 860. Okay. But 860. So then it would be going 1,360. No, what?
a reference frame with respect to the Earth and a reference frame. No, wait a second. The plane. Hold on a second. Takeoff speed is about 175 miles an hour. So the Earth is spinning from west to east at 860 miles an hour. Right? Are you saying the plane is going backwards? Well, not on Earth. No. When it takes off, if it was conserving momentum, right? If it was, you brought a ball. No, you're right. You're actually right. If you're conserving momentum, and you were at a stationary point of space, which nobody is at, then yeah, you would see the airplane passing you by and there. Go ahead, say it. Say it. Okay, different. Okay, can I give you an example? I know this is no, we're on my example. Say it. If the person is standing, the person is in the the inertial reference frame. Hold on, I'm gonna have to. Stop.
Yeah, that's a pretty good clip.
800.
Well, thank you. I rounded the numbers off to make it a little easier. Instead of 860, I went to 900 and 175 take off to 200. It's just easier that way.
So you got an airplane. It's coming off the runway at a westerly direction. The Earth is spinning easterly. So what you're saying, if the conservation of momentum, if the plane, so, I don't know why he's saying. So he's saying if you're in a reference frame. So if you're like, he's saying if you're sitting in an inertial reference frame watching this plane, the plane will basically not be going anywhere for until it gains enough speed to overcome that.
Yeah, it'll be traveling 700 miles an hour backward.
Enough speed to what? To hover? Because if it goes with enough speed, it will just have the same speed with the rotation. It will just stop that person which is observing from the inertial reference frame. So he will see the plane just stopping.
No, they wouldn't. That if they're in the inertial reference frame, the plane would be going backwards. What about the people on the plane itself? Yeah. Yes, sir. There's no way out of this one, baby. No way out.
Did you get somebody to freaking say that the airplane flies backwards?
Yeah, Danny T. Truther, you had to. There's no way out.
Oh, on your numpties clips.
Yeah. Usually I don't get that far because, the Baltard spirals and he doesn't allow me to drag him right down where he wants to go. Danny, he was honest and Danny was a sharp cookie. Right? So I knew when I started talking to him that it could possibly lead to my ending, my happy ending. I was right. He's the only one I ever did it to because most of the other ones spiral before I get there. It's the same thing with my written example. Like I said, I just rounded the numbers up, make it easier.
After you left Quantum, so Brenda, because I asked her, okay, so is there any footage of a storm as viewed from the inertial reference frame, showing that it doesn't twirl. And she said, no, I don't think you'd have to shrink yourself down to the size of a water droplet.
Yeah. Stupid shit. They don't even know what the Coriolis effect is. Not one baller, since I've been out here, has defined the Coriolis effect correctly. Most of them don't even know that the Foucault pendulum operates on the same principle. But that's for another day. There it is. It's the death of the ball-turd spinning space monkey right there. There's another one. But maybe just argue refraction all day. Yeah. What is refraction, by the way? That's what I thought.
Well, they say it's the slowing down of the wavelength of light as it passes through the boundary layer.
Oh, that's a no. I wasn't going the light as a particle direction. I was going just for the regular everyday Joe. Do I got to post those in here again? Help you out? I'll do it. Because that's just the guy I am. No one's going to get it, but I'll do it anyway. Where are you? Probably under refraction. That's probably where I should have started. We'll get that one. Then we'll do this one. Then we'll do that one. It says refraction occurs at the boundary. Boundary? What boundary? There's no boundaries in the atmo. Look at the diagrams. It goes air and water, air and water. Air, all three have air. I should get another one. Air and water. All of them have surfaces. That's where the refraction occurs. Is there surfaces to gases?
No.
That we got a dumbass rooster in the hen house then.
Wouldn't just a question, Quantum, wouldn't the water particles, so the humidity in the air, act like that?
Nope. Nope. That would be gases. Gases have no boundaries or surfaces. Now, maybe if it was raining, if you had like a rainy day with the sun, we've all been there when you get rainbows and stuff. You got rainy day and the sun's beaming out. In that case, yes, there'd be some refraction. Obviously, you got a rainbow. Most of the time. But on a clear day, no. Also, they bring up density gradients, which doesn't have anything to do with Snell's law, though, by the way, in the Atmo. But density gradients, really? Can you show me horizontal density gradients? Especially like the black swan, we're looking horizontally. The density gradients are vertical. We're looking, somebody needs to show me. I'll even grant you. I'll even grant the idiots, you know, what they're talking about. Now you have to show me a horizontal density gradient. Do those exist? How to basics. Your mic's backfeeding.
What's your problem, dude?
Your mic's backfeeding, dude. What's my problem? Rap.
What's your problem, dude? You're trying to start fights, man.
Rap. That's one of my biggest problems. Rap and idiot ball tarts.
Oh, you're just like ranting or whatever?
No, I'm educating.
No, you're ranting. I didn't ask for this, man.
Educating.
Yeah.
Educating my brethren, man.
Yeah, you're just starting a conversation with nobody, dude.
Oh, yeah, there's a couple people in here listening.
I wasn't, like, just to clarify.
Well, I don't need your egotistical ass in here listening. I was educating the
You were
the
talking
group.
to me, dude. You
I'm
said
not talking
how
to
to
you, dude.
basics.
You
Yeah, you
bumba
did.
clat. Bumba clat.
Bumba Yeah.
That's right. We're talking about refraction. I'm just starting to educate the brethren. When pretender clown frauds come in here, they got the friggin' they got the antidote.
Yo, you ever been to Cuba?
Cuba? No.
Yeah, you'd like it, man.
Good grief.
You know they kill people like you in Cuba?
Oh, they kill people like me. You're getting real close to the TOS issue, dude. I would stop right there.
They also kill people like you in like.
What are people like me? Handsome, intelligent, and athletic? Oh, boy. Funny. So, if you're all confused, flat earthers, about, you just really don't understand this just yet. And they say, yeah, well, density, if there's density changes, then you're going to get refraction. Then you say, what about when I'm looking at the black swan and I'm right at the shoreline looking out at the horizon? Can you show me horizontal density gradients? You got them again, right? See what I'm saying? You just have to know bits and pieces of it if it's too much to handle at one time.
So I resorted to Google and asked them about the plane thing,
Mm-hmm.
and it's literally, this is what it says. It says Since it can't match Earth's rotational speed, a westwardly plane technically is traveling east, just like the entire planet beneath it. It just has little engines that help it travel east a little more slowly than everything else, making it move west relative to the ground.
That's some stupid shit, man. Oh my god, that's really good. What source was that?
This is Google. I typed it into Google. I guess it uses AI or something to generate answers.
Oh, it was yeah, AIs are retarded. Compromise them easily. Yeah, that's pretty stupid. Is it the little engine that could?
Mushkane, another QE is here. Do you still think that Foucault's pendulum proves rotation of the Earth?
I never claimed that Foucault's pendulum proves the rotation of the Earth. What I claim is if pendulums do precess and they do so reliably, then that fits the model and would be a measurement of acceleration.
No, it's not. That's a bunch of horse shit. First of all, what model are you talking about?
Well, that the Earth is has rotational motion, that it is accelerated.
That is rotation is acceleration.
Yeah, that it's an accelerated reference frame. The claim is that we're in the non-inertial reference frame. So if you were to create, inertial reference frames are shown in non-inertial reference frames. So if we can create an inertial reference frame, we can actually measure that rotation.
Why would you need to create an inertial reference frame? You got the Atmo.
Well, the atmosphere is fluid.
No, atmosphere. Saying it's fluid is not an answer to my question. It's utterly meaningless. The Atmos fluid. What the fuck does that mean?
Well, fluids have those forces. They experience drag, and that's why the atmosphere is moving with.
Oh, it is. Then please explain east, north, and south winds. You're saying the atmosphere has angular momentum? Really? Explain east, north, and south surface winds.
Well, that would be pressure. That would be differentials and pressure that would create that, right?
Yeah, it's definitely not accelerating with the Earth, is it? Can't be. That's a contradiction. There's a number of contradictions, but I'll just stick with that one. Why don't I have that here?
Yeah, what happened to your Coriolis?
Yeah, you wouldn't have Coriolis. That's another one, but we don't need to go there yet. Why isn't it there?
There's something I never understood is about the pendulum is if the pendulum itself is attached to the non-inertial reference frame, how are you going to get any drift in the pendulum anyways?
It's it's sort of like on a swivel. So that's how they get around that.
I see.
Now.
Thanks, Dewey.
Yeah. Where is...
You can consider it frictionless, apparently.
Yeah, imagine like a ball and like a half clutch with an oil in between the ball bearing and the clutch. Something like that.
Well, from plusmass.org, Foucault pendulum. Once you set one in motion, its directional swing will rotate at a rate of about 2 degrees every minute. But in fact, it isn't really the pendulum that's rotating. The pendulum is swinging back and forth in exactly the same direction. It's the Earth which is rotating underneath the pendulum, which makes it appear that the pendulum is in fact changing direction. End of citation. You know what that sounds like? Coriolis effect. If that were true, why could we just hover in a helicopter in North Carolina for 3 hours and catch a Dodger game? That's all for that. That's it. Yeah, it's over.
Well, Mushkane was saying earlier that's due to the law of conservation of
I know.
momentum.
I just took that to the woodshed just a few minutes ago. It's in the chat.
You already had your
to a
ass
bloody
on that
pulp.
one. Think about going. If you got to fly from Arizona to Baltimore, then you got to freaking go the other way because your plane doesn't do freaking
Exactly.
fast enough to catch up. It's nonsense.
Yeah. You can't take the plane anyway because the planes can't fly over a globetrot. This could go all the way. You can take each point all the way down, man. Yeah.
Yeah, that Google answer definitely kind of pissed me off. The planes don't fly west.
Yeah, too funny. Yeah.
Is that what it said? I missed it. Is that what it said?
More or less.
Yeah, let me. I'll
Wait a
post it.
minute. Did it really say little tiny engines? It didn't really say that, did it? You were just joking, right?
It didn't say tiny. It said little.
Oh my gosh. Well, that makes a big difference. Holy shit. Well, it didn't say little tiny engines. Just said little engines. So, hey, well, maybe it's plausible.
The
No,
little
I'm
engine
reading it right now. Yeah, I'm reading it right now, and it has little in it in the same sentence, and it didn't actually say little engine. The little was after that. That was my dyslexia or whatever.
Mm.
But it said engines.
Yeah.
Is that my wife? Who said no?
Price Adam, you're a classic.
Yeah, I posted it in the side chat, and you can see it says it has engines, but then it has little is right under has, so I just said it has little engines. But that's not actually what it says.
What the fuck? Since it can't match the Earth's rotational speed, a westward plane technically travels east, just like the entire planet beneath it. It just has engines that help it travel east a little more slowly than everything else, making it move west relative to the ground.
Yes. I wish it said little engines so bad. That made it so much funnier. But it's still hilarious. It's absurd. Freaking absurd.
Did you guys read it out again? Sorry, I had to step away for a couple minutes.
All right, it says, since it can't match the Earth's rotational speed, a westward plane technically travels east, just like the entire planet beneath it. It just has engines that help it travel east a little more slowly than everything else, making it move west relative to the ground.
Oh my God. They're saying the plane flies backwards in that. What the fuck, dude?
It helps it fly a little more slowly. Unfreaking
The engines help it fly slower.
The engines thrusting the plane westerly helps it fly slower easterly. Holy shit, dude. Welcome to Shangri-La.
Dude, you need literally, you need like space thrusters on that effort. Freaking retarded, man.
I'm going to snatch that, Mustaine. Thanks for posting that.
Yeah, no problem. Gotta have some globe stuff in here. You know?
Now, with the definitions of refraction you posted, Quantum, okay, so as it passes through a denser medium, like through the boundary, right, into a denser medium, slows down. Does that mean when it reaches, it exits that into a less dense medium, that it speeds up again?
I don't know. You have to ask them. But yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Because it's light, right? Remove. Why doesn't it post this? Sorry, I'm doing something else.
All good, all good.
Mm.
Do you guys have a speculation Sunday?
It's over. We're on GMT.
You stopped speculating?
Most don't.
Have you guys watched the debate with Nathan Thompson?
A little bit.
Huh?
A little bit.
Is it worth watching?
To me, no.
Nathan's shit?
I don't want to say shit, but I played the fifth.
So I take it no review planned for that one.
No, I'm not reviewing that.
I'm gonna say be nice to him. His mom loves my coffee.
Who's the best flat earther on the YouTube?
Me?
I was expecting you to say you're talking to him.
I'm the damn paterfamilias.
Wait, should I write down Quantum Eraser?
Listen, it sounds pretentious, so you make the call.
Wait, that's your YouTube channel, right?
Yeah, Quantum Eraser.
Quantum Eraser, his early shit is really fucking good.
His early shit. Not his late stuff, but his early stuff.
The late stuff, I like the earlier stuff better.
Wait, what do you mean? Like the last video is 2 years ago?
What?
I'm trying to search you on the YouTube.
Live, go to live.
Go live.
Wait, am I getting bamboozled or something? Just tell me the who's the real deal?
No, go to his channel and click live. Where it says videos, live, podcasts. Like, click the other links, dude.
Okay. Oh, streamed 1 day ago. Okay.
Too funny.
This Bull Busters, right?
Well, that's one show I do that I do QE lives on Tuesdays, and I do a lot of treatments now. I call them
I'm gonna subscribe to you. Oh, 666 videos. That's why you stopped, right? You devil.
Does it say that?
Yep, it does.
Oh shit!
Uh-oh.
You Saturnist.
Oh, dang. Now we got to hear it. We're going to hear it, QE. Somebody's
Really?
going to say it. Yep.
NWA, where are you?
Illuminati confirmed.
I'm just going 665 and closing shop.
Yo, why did I get banned? I didn't even get warned in side chat. If you don't want me to talk about it, that's fine. At least tell me not to talk about it. Don't just flat out ban me. Like, if I leave the chat, I'm cooked, bro. I'm gonna get banned. I don't know why I got banned, but I'd like to appeal that.
You might have been
You
talking
didn't.
the Rona nonsense, and that.
If you're still talking here, one sec. If you're still talking here, you didn't get banned.
No, I'm fully banned, bro. The chat has a lock on it, and I can't type in chat. I'm fully banned. I don't know how I'm in the chat. As soon as I leave, I'll never be able to join again.
That's not us. I don't think. That's
It
not us.
literally
Man.
says inside chat ban. Oh, am I banned from the server? Is that what it is? Did I get server banned?
Dude, you're talking to us. How could you be banned?
Yeah, but the chat
Oh.
has a lock on it. It says voice locked. If I leave the chat, I won't be able to join again.
Oh, okay. I'll do. He must have given you a warning because he's pretty generous like that. He must have given you a warning about the changing the topic.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't. Nobody told me, anything. Like, I can understand, like, hey, could you stay on topic? And then I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll stay on topic, no problem. But I never got any of that, so that's why I'm confused.
I knew that many episodes was coming up for you, QE.
Wait, guys, what's the YouTube bots doing here? I mean, are we live right now?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. Where's the live?
As his advisor, Flatty, how come you weren't on this?
I already said something before.
So I'm gonna go to back chat.
Unbelievable.
He probably knows I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I knew he wouldn't care. Because we were discussing it on an episode not too long ago about somebody else having that many videos or something. And because I remember that being a topic, and I was like, well, QE's not too far away from having his.
I didn't hear that. It wouldn't have mattered anyway.
No, it shouldn't matter.
Guys, how can I see the live of this chat room?
24/7 Flat Earth.
On YouTube?
Yeah, hold on a second. I'll snatch it up for you.
Okay.
Could have put something in the episode art that would have made Illuminati people lose their mind. Could have put a 33 in there or 66 thing.
Copy.
Something.
Gibby Gamer, I forgot more about refraction yesterday than you'll ever know. Son. Yeah, gases have a refraction index to them, yeah. Do they have surfaces? Because if it doesn't have a surface or a boundary, you glue sniffer, then it's not refraction. Fucktard. He's out there in YouTube land. He's typing in the chat on the side. Come on in. Let's have a discussion. Gibby Gamer. Let's see how much we don't understand about refraction. We'll see who doesn't understand it. Or stay out here and chat, skank.
You said if it doesn't have a boundary?
Yeah.
How do you mean? What does that mean?
Refraction occurs at the boundary between two isotropic media. Whoever asked for that link, I posted in the side chat, by the way.
So what is like occurring? What is the phenomenon of refraction?
That's what it is. Light travels. It has an incident angle and it hits a boundary or surface of another medium and it deflects. Has an angle. It changes its angle.
What causes it to do that?
The boundary or surface. Like a prism.
Interesting. Okay.
I'll put a couple more in there. I'll show you what it means. So you don't have to scroll up. There's one.
Does it interact with the media and like refract as it traverses the media?
No, it's at the boundary or surface. It's the incident angle. Essentially. There it is right there. You can read it.
Has a balltard ever friggin' brought up refraction and used it properly?
Nope.
Every time they say it, they use it all the time, man. Constantly.
I'll give you another one. But we're talking Snell's Law, right? This is Snell's Law.
That's interesting. So,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, you said refractive, or someone said refractive index. So why different different things have different indexes.
They're different materials.
But I guess I don't understand how that affects if that would change the refraction value if it's just like a prism.
Well, each material will have a different chemical makeup. I guess you could say more dense or less dense than others, so that's going to affect their index. And there's indexes. You can get lists of indexes of refraction for all kind of different materials.
So the light is not bending as it travels through it. It's only it just bounces off the surface.
Well, there's an incident angle to it, so not gonna explain that thing. Say that one more time.
I was just trying to understand. So it doesn't refract as it traverses it. Like it's not in the act of refracting as it passes through. It only does it at the boundaries.
Well, that boundary causes it to refract, and the rest of that angle is made up of like the densities or the different chemical makeups of that substance. Let me see if I can get you a list. But the boundary is the key. Without the boundary, you're not going to get any refraction, along with the incident angle. Now, funny thing, here's another very interesting thing. Check this out. Where'd you go? Ah, there you are. It's also the incident angle, like I was saying. Watch this one. So you see the incident angle is straight, right? There's no angle here. It's at 0 degrees basically. But you have a boundary and you have a different substance, right? This one doesn't refract. So the key, one of the biggest keys is the incident angle. So it's a play on a number of different things.
Interesting. So does what happens if you just have like a uniform incident angle of like straight on?
That's what I'm saying. Like this, are you looking at the bottom one? At 24 minutes after the hour, I posted another figure.
Yeah.
Yep. There's no refraction here. Even though it has all the other ingredients, if it's missing that one ingredient, then no refraction.
Now doesn't it like refract downward?
Doesn't what refract downward?
The light?
What light?
Oh, I guess I was confused. I was thinking about light.
Huh? It's all right. Don't worry about it.
Well, I mean, does light refract as it traverses different media?
Yeah, if there's surfaces or boundaries, yes. But it's got to hit it at an incident angle.
QE, I'm just trying to figure out. So when we're seeing the light, let's say the black swan, for example, and there is some refraction taking place on
None.
bases.
Zero.
Oh,
Zero.
oh, really?
Zero.
Oh,
Zero. Zero. No refraction.
all right.
Nope.
Oh, okay. I thought the globalists were just exaggerating the amount. I didn't realize there's absolutely none. Okay.
Yep.
So
None.
we
Yeah,
see
because
miraging
if you look at the if you look at the
and that's it.
definition of if you look at the definition of refraction, refraction exists, right? Just not in the atmo. How about
Okay.
that? Does that help?
Well, it makes it really simple.
Yeah, and I set them guys up. It was a bear trap because as soon as they refraction, they give up their geometric horizon and it's all over.
So, do gases have a refractive index?
You could check, but they shouldn't.
They shouldn't have one?
Well, it depends on if they're contained in something. Because in order to have refraction, I'll say it again. From the physics classroom, I'm just taking it right from the definition up here. Refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave as it passes from one material to another material. Here's the key point. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Gases don't have boundaries or surfaces. It must start there. Is what I'm trying to say.
What about if there's stratification and so there's sort of a blurred boundary?
Not in gases.
Okay.
That's
Can I talk?
interesting.
Go ahead.
I just don't know if there's like any industries that rely on the refractive indexes of different gases and like what they would like. Does that affect them if there is none?
I don't know. You'd have to ask that. I don't understand your question.
Well, I just wonder if there's like any oil or gas or petroleum companies that, or any industry that uses these values.
You could try to track it down.
Optical companies, I would think.
Yeah,
That's
but he's
about the only
talking
one
about
because you got glass.
he's talking about gas, just gases. So DJ asked me if I could talk about mirages, sinking, looming, inferior and superior mirages. I don't really think I should because they're calling these refraction that happen in the atmo. That can't be. They got to come up with another phenomena or another cause because it's not refraction. Follow?
So I listened to the Life is Short videos on light and how we see things years ago. I haven't reviewed them since. You've probably seen them, right, Huey?
I haven't seen all of them, but I know Life is Short has put out some good material.
Yeah, I thought they were pretty good, but I was curious what your opinion was if there were any errors. Okay.
Oh God, I haven't. You're talking. Even if I watched them, it was years and years ago, dude.
Yeah, same. Okay.
What's a gas chromatograph?
I was going to
Mass
say
spectrometer.
Yeah, I was going to say gas chromatography, but you'd have to go into it and study that. Spectroscopy.
Sort of light absorbed or emitted, right?
I can't. You're going to have to drop back, come back in, chopping.
Yeah, I'd always hear them say that on forensic files, and I'd be like, "That's a fucking mouthful. It's like a tongue twister." Gas chromatograph, mass spectrometer. Say that really fast 10 times.
What the hell you doing, paraplegic?
You're right,
Sorry.
man.
Yeah, that's
Slinging,
enough
I'm
of
slinging
that.
freaking bags of beans. Sorry. Left my mic
Sure,
open.
yeah. Swinging bags of beans,
Dude, you know how hard it is to freaking
Is
lift
that
a
what,
50
is that
pound
what the
bag of
kids
beans
call
with
it
no
these days?
freaking stomach muscles? Damn it. I'm a freaking paraplegic, damn it.
Hey, somebody said, is that what the kids call it these days?
Yeah, I don't know.
That was slinging bags of beans.
My gosh, that's funny.
You should have heard it over the live stream.
Oh my lord.
Too funny.
Back to chocolatoloscopy.
Chocoloscopy, yeah. Hey, I was trying to hit you up yesterday during the show. You were there, but then you weren't there because they weren't getting my Kelly Slater at the Billabong Tahiti Pro.
Yeah, I was there for about 3 hours, and then I had to go do something else.
Shut the hell up.
I wanted to stay for the whole thing, but I'm like, come on, Adam Meakin. Give us a break, man.
Kelly Slater freaking started that. You ever seen his wave park? The wave thing that started? Makes that freaking man-made wave? Oh my lord. Look that shit up. Built it it's somewhere. It's inland. It's nowhere near the ocean. Man-made wave. Got this like big ass like looks like a damn locomotive that drags this thing and then causes perfect wave. Badass, man. It's like a real wave. Like not some wave park.
So they didn't understand the analogy between Kelly Slater and riding the wave? They didn't get that?
Well, I think the Billabong throws them. You might have to do a North Shore pipeline reference.
Negative.
No, the UKers, they wouldn't get that either. Yeah, you have to spell it out.
And I'm Javert. Damn. What the hell was that? We got a bunch of copers down here and God ain't real for them. Could somebody go down there and post my website, Scientific Evidences for a Creator? It might shut the whole damn VC down.
You're gonna break the internet if you do that. That's a good idea. I could try it. I'll probably get banned from the entire.
Yeah, right.
You're banned from Discord. The whole thing.
Yeah. Polytheism. What are these guys, morons? Race and IQ. That's pretty funny.
I love the globe. Whoops. I said the quiet part out loud. Oh.
That's a ban on site.
Where are the overconfident flat earthers?
Overconfident in what way?
Oh, the typical arrogant flat earther that's like looking for the glober to yell at, those types. Are you saying that Earth is not flat? Yes, I am saying that. You guys have been deceived, but you're right about a lot of other stuff. So I don't hate on you.
I would say that the overconfidence comes from the globe side. Globers that believe 100% of the globe with zero proof.
They're pretty cocky too. Maybe we're all a little cocky.
Yeah, I've seen it from both sides, but I'd say the arrogance has been almost exclusively on the globe side. I'm not saying you are, but I see that every day from globies.
It's all right. I'm not a globie. I'm a theocentrist. And you're right. I mean, it's on both sides. But the globers are pretty hostile.
Did you say theocentrist?
Yeah, you familiar?
No.
The cellular Earth model, concave Earth model. Oh.
Right. Okay. I don't know. I haven't seen the model per se, but I've heard about concave Earth. Yes.
What do you think?
I think that we'd be able to measure the anti-curvature, right?
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should be able to measure upward curvature somewhere.
On the water. It has been measured, but it just discounted whenever it's brought up, like, oh, that didn't happen, or they faked it. But they did it 128 years ago in Naples, Florida.
You mean the ramping up of perspective on a flat surface? They consider that upward curvature.
This was when they erected a straight line using seasoned mahogany and steel, and they just put a straight line because light bends, right? So you can't rely on light to measure Earth or optics or line of sight. They knew that, so they used a straight line, against the water. If Earth is flat, then you keep on extending that line a couple miles, it's going to be the same height above the water a few miles down, right? If the Earth is a ball, then it'll go higher.
Where's the light bending at?
Well, everywhere.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Yep. You just missed the refraction presentation. These guys let you get away with that light bending shit while I was gone.
What do you think? Light just travels in a perfectly straight line?
Yeah, it's not fucking bending anywhere.
It bends up.
It doesn't bend up. You bend.
You want to know the proof of that?
You want to,
little boy? Listen,
you globe talk. You want to know the proof of that?
I'm not a glober, dummy.
That would have to be refraction. Do you know what refraction is?
Yes, I do.
Oh,
here's the arrogant flat earthers I was talking about, guys.
Let's see if you do.
I got him.
Give us
I
the
got the American
citation.
flat
Shut
earther.
up. Cite
Tag it.
now.
Tag it, dude.
Cite
Do you
smells
know what I'm
raw,
about to hit?
puke bait. Shut your fucking mouth.
Oh my god,
You're
dude. It's
a punk
embarrassing.
ass.
It's embarrassing.
Shut the fuck.
Fossil
Yeah.
race.
Yeah, you are.
Oh,
You
no,
dumbass.
you are. No, you.
Cite it. You're gone. Fuck off, clown. Go back to romper room. Can't believe you guys let him give it away. If I would have left her for a longer time, would he have just gotten away with it?
No, he would got pounced on.
No, Huey, you just arrived when he said that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We were just giving that moment so you could pounce on him because you came in right at the right time.
Must have been divine intervention.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to hear about this concave Earth proof, though.
He's a concaver.
Yeah.
Oh, God. That's like a theistic evolutionist. I need to go take a shower.
You feel dirty.
It's. I don't like talking. I just, if I would have known that, I can't say that. So the concave earthers say light bends up, but the globetards say light bends down, right? Is that the game?
Yep.
Wait, didn't he say he was a theist? Didn't he say that? Said something like that.
A theocentrist. So I guess that means like God's at the middle.
And here's their high tech 1800s test they did. So take a gander at this in the text. That's what they used. Boy, that seems awful high tech. How'd they test for elevation changes? And level at every elevation change. How did they test for that? That's the rectal lineator. What a name. Oh, man. It is a family show. Stop. Forced to line 1899. It even rhymes. That's
Forcing the curve in all the wrong places. Looking for curve that's nowhere in your bases.